finals or into finals have all changed if the sprint finish goes to plan. So the French are doing exactly what they need to do here. They're going in the middle part of the race, getting back in contention with the Romania and moving away from the battle that's on then between Germany and Austria for the third qualifying spot.
Yeah, you can see here this French combination, Léa Herzgovici and Léontine Fouquet for France, are starting to get that tiny little bit of a sniff of overlap here with the Romanians, and that has really cleared the distance between themselves and that battle for third. You can see 1,500 metres, that's 500 metres to go here, an Olympic and Paralympic rowing course, 2,000 metres long, and this is the final sprinting stages, the last couple of minutes here, and the French really starting to raise the rating now. They're up at 34 strokes a minute. Their boat speed actually much faster than the Romanians, final Stella Kreft and Janina Kruber for the Germans, but they've only got about 3/4 of a length over neighbouring Austria.
Really clever race here, both from Romania and France, getting out with their game plans and getting out to an early lead. France having a really solid 500 metres to move into that second qualifying spot, and now nice to see them putting a little bit of pressure on the Romanians, who've still rating at 31, so they're able to look left and right. They know they're in full control of the race here. Might be happy to let the French just come back on them a little bit, but I'm sure we'll see them put the foot on the accelerator just for the last few strokes, just to make sure that they get that psychological edge of taking a good win and moving on to the A final.
Well, the Romanians not short of idols to have for that sprint. I'm sure they'll have been trying to mimic the greats. Yanina Skataru in the bow seat said her idol is Ankuta Bodnar, the great Olympic and world champion from the women's double. She certainly knows how to sprint, so I'm sure, having looked up to her through her career, they'll have something left in the tank. And indeed, they're just pushing up 32 strokes a minute, not too much lift, but just enough to keep their boat speed above the French. But this is the line behind the Romanians and France, where we're going to have to look for that third and final qualifying spot through. No more than a minute left now in this race for the first race of the day, the AB semi-final of the under-19 women's pairs.
So the battle on for third place here to see who's going to qualify. Germany just having the better of Austria at the moment. Sprint finishes are on and they're coming right towards the line here. Last few strokes, but it does look like Germany, I think, might be going to secure this third spot.
Yeah, Germany just with enough of a buffer, I think, over Austria. But here's the finish line. It's going to be Romania's Gabriela Tivadariu and Elena Skataru ahead of France, Léa Herzgovici and Léontine Fouquet. And then that third and final spot, we'll wait to see the confirmation there. But I think it will have been, indeed, Germany. The combination of Janina Kruber and Stella Kreft will take that third and final spot through to the A final. Fourth was the United States of America. Fifth going to Austria. That was a great last push from the USA, but not enough to step into that A final. They'll contend the B final later on. And Hungary, like you say, Richie, not the best of starts for them, but perhaps just looking to conserve energy for this afternoon's B final to try and vie for those places.
How exactly they're lining up against each other. Ideal conditions here. We have to say that the Germans and the French do look like they were taking it that bit easier, so not racing all the way to the line here. So again, times are a great guide, but it doesn't exactly give us too much information on how it's going to go.
Well, that's the first race of the day under wraps and done now, and we'll move on to the second of the AB semi-final. This race will already be well underway. We're operating at 5-minute race times here. This was footage from the start, and you can see it was a very quick start there for the Greeks. Greece, of course, such a history in this event, this under-19s event. 3 different combinations that have secured both the World Championship best time. They've held the World Championship title last year in Varese, and now this new combination, which still contains a couple of amazingly strong athletes, are now leading the Australians at this early point in the race. And as we move through the centre stages, we're looking again to that third and final spot. It's the individual neutral athletes there Kavalenka and Darek Havet for the individual neutral athletes sit in that third and final qualifying spot. But Greece versus Australia, this is a great race at the moment, Richie.
Yeah, just looking at it here, they're more than halfway down the course now, and they're matching each other stroke for stroke, 35 strokes per minute. Boat speed is the same as well. Just a slight advantage to the Australians, but I think it's changing every time a stroke is taken. So they're down now to already just a quarter of the race left. These two pushing each other on, and as you said, the individual neutral athletes at the moment in the third spot. They have a little bit of a buffer ahead of Canada, then back in fourth. So Canada, again, they're going to have to go now if they want to get that third qualifying spot into the final again. And take that position that the individual neutral athletes have right now. In fifth place, it's Italy and Spain bringing in the rear at sixth. Unusual to see Spain, they were third at the Euros this year, so I would have thought they would have been up challenging here for a spot into the A final, but all the running being made right now by Australia, Greece and individual neutral athlete crew.
Yeah, and the Greeks were contesting at that same European under-19 championships where they took home a medal, but the Australians now breaking through as we move through the sprint. We're already well within the last 500 metres to 150 metres to go, you can see there, and this combination of Casey Jackson, Lucy Richardson, they were the fastest pair, as you say, from the heats running through into this event, so no surprise to see them moving through. The Greeks, well, they got second to Romania, who we just saw in the previous semi-final, and as we push past now, I don't think anyone will be challenging the individual neutral athletes for that third and final spot, but it's still to be run out. We've got just a matter of 30 strokes or so left, even less than, and the Greeks here could even be caught out by the individual neutral athletes, Richie, just to the left there of the Australians in the centre of your picture.
Yeah, looking at the Greek crew, they're at 34 strokes per minute. The individual neutral athletes also at 34, but their boat speed a little bit higher, so in the run into the finish, the Greek crew might be happy just to sit in second place and hold off for the A final that'll be coming up later on today. Just coming into view here for us at the finish line now, Australia looking like they've wrapped up a really nice few strokes for them to take the win.
Yeah, great for the Australians. They're looking to replicate their senior pairing of the Aussie women's senior team, who have come away with a number of medals this season already. And this is great here for Lucy Richardson, Katie Jackson. It's then going to be the Greeks, Christina and Dimitra Papayanadou, and it's then going to be third for the Well, we're going to be moving thick and fast through the racing this morning, and next up we've got the AB semi-finals of the under-19 men's pairs. The same progression system applies for all of these AB semi-finals, 3 through to the A final, which is the races for the medals that will take place later on today. We've had a change of programme, of course. Usually these races would be separated out. We'd have the AB semi-finals on one day and the finals race now. It's got just under 800 metres to go. Let's take a look at the start to see how these athletes got underway. And as you'd expect, the centre lanes probably the quickest starting there. Turkey, what an amazing start for them, really strong.
Yeah, to take a couple of feet there, a couple of meters when they took off there off the start in centre lane number 4, and take an early lead coming into the first few strokes. They've maintained that now, and they are leading it out with just over 500 metres to go. It is the Turkey crew leading just ahead of the crew from France. So it's going with form here, the gold and silver medalists from the recent Europeans leading this semi-final out and looking to take those 2 qualifying spots. Very little then back to the crew from it looks like Italy in 3rd place at the moment, centre of the course as well. So all these 3 crews ahead then of Great Britain, China and Hungary back in 4th, 5th and 6th. So Great Britain within striking distance, Camilla, of getting that third qualifying spot. Pollock and Wild, they have a little bit of work to do, but definitely within striking range of putting pressure on the crew from Italy for that third spot into the A final.
Yeah, much tougher it seems here to secure that spot through to the A final. Some crews behind Turkey are really going at it to battle. Well, the French being one of those. This crew, Martin and Desco Vigouroux on the left-hand side of the picture, one in from the left. That's France there. They're next to Italy, just to their right. Then Turkey in the centre of the course. Then it's the Hungarians just much further back in that lane number 5. But Great Britain, as you say, still challenging up here for that third and final spot through to the A final. James Pollock in the bow seat for Great Britain celebrated his 18th birthday yesterday, and so here racing at this under-19 World Championships as part of his birthday weekend. An A final would just put the cherry on the top of the birthday cake there, but we're into the final sprinting stages now, and Richie, I still think this is all up for grabs here in the small boats between France, Italy and Great Britain for those last spots behind Turkey.
Yeah, Italy up at 46 strokes per minute, which is exactly what we would expect from an Italian crew. The GB crew, 41. They're really trying their best to get back into contention here. Very little between all of the crews with finish line in sight. It's going to be the Turkey crew, just slightly lower rate. They're doing just enough to cross the line here. It's going to be Turkey in first place. Great finish by GB, all the way up there, and they might have even pipped into second place. So great. Looks like there wasn't too much birthday cake consumed last night. They had all the energy that they were able to get back in there. Second place for GB. What a fantastic finish there, just ahead of France. And unfortunately, it's the Italian crew who lose out on moving into the A final.
And then China and Hungary closing that one out to take their spots into the big. So we're going to show you a quick clip from the start. Brilliant start here for the Greeks in lane number 3. A brilliant sprint, and we've seen that quite often from the Greek crews, Richie, across this weekend. They've been really consistently up there in the top spots.
Absolutely, and they love getting off to that quick start, getting out of trouble, getting out to an early lead and pushing on. But things have changed slightly in the middle part of the race. It's the German crew who have actually moved into first place ahead of South Africa in second, Greek crew in third place at the moment. They're the three looking to get into the A final. It's then followed by Chile in fifth, ahead of Austria in sixth, and Spain in fifth and Austria in sixth. So centre of the course again, going with form here. The Germans leading it out. Unusual to see the Greeks back in third place. They were actually fifth once they went through the 500, but hopefully they'll have a good solid part of the race here in the middle and come back to challenge up for first and second.
Well, the Germans, I think, will be under pressure here from the crew from South Africa. You can see them in 1 and 2 as we come through the 12:57, 150 metres to go. Now, this German crew of Strangemann and Benign, they are the current under-19 world champions from the men's 8. So they've moved from the biggest sweep boat to the smallest sweep boat. They recorded one of the fastest times in the heats earlier this week, 6:38, remarkably quicker than a lot of the other crews across the AB semi-finals. So certainly this German crew ones to watch, and they're going to try and pit themselves into the A final to claim yet another world championship title. But South Africa keeping them under pressure. Braden Howard in the stroke seat, Miles Laban in the bow seat. And coming up, you did say watch out for the Greeks coming back, Richie. You absolutely called it. They're starting to move now in this third 500.
Yeah, they want to get out of the danger zone because within striking distance is the crew from Chile in lane 5 who are fourth at the moment, and with a push coming into the last 500 they could get back into contention. So the Greeks raising it up here, up at 39 strokes per minute with 500 meters to go. This is where they're making their push now to get back and get out of that danger zone of the crews from Chile and Spain. just coming through the 500 there. So overlap between our leaders. Germany doing all the hard work there. Fastest time on Thursday with a very, very strong tailwind that was there. Different conditions here, but they're still leading it out just by about half a length ahead then of the crew from South Africa, having a nice row over there in lane 2. But the Greek crew really putting them on pressure now. And the good thing is these 3 crews have pushed on and opened up that Clearwater lead against the chasing pack.
Well, this is going to be really interesting to see, especially as these crews all have 2 races today. The finishing positions determines your lane order, and like we said, there's a big crosswind that's coming across the course, so you really want to make sure that you get the best lane possible. Now, the Germans are under immense pressure here. They've got a choice to make, Richie. Do they try and fend off the sprint from South Africa and Greece and keep that top spot and potentially see themselves in a seeded lane with priority, or do they save their energy and make that the priority before the A final this afternoon?
Absolutely, it's all about those marginal gains when we get down to the A final, and the crosswind here and the lane position might make the difference. It's looking a little bit laboured for the German crew there in the last few 100 metres coming in towards the line, and with a spring in their step, the Greek and South African crews are now pushing on, but I think the Germans might just hold on to the across the line first here. But a really exciting race in prospect for the A final, just judging by how these semi-finals are going.
Yeah, what an exciting A final we're going to have to look forward to here. The Germans coming home, Johannes Benein and Tobias Strangemann in the bow seat have managed to ward off any challenges thrown at them. Great sprint finish here from South Africa and Greece. We'll wait to confirm that. Greece punched the air there in the bow seat. Vasilios Kostoulas is very pleased with that A final performance to secure their spot in the medal hunt. It's then going to be running through, so South Africa in second, Greece in third. Fourth was so we'll move on now to, we'll move away from pairs and into the under-19 men's coxless fours.
So this will come down fast and furious here with 5. Lane 5 and Croatia in lane 6.
So these great shots from the start, looking down towards the finish, and here we go, the packed field of Coxless fours there. Great Britain getting out to a good start. Of course, GB, again, another event that you'd associate the British with. They hold both the World Championship best time in this under-19s event, and also last year's champions were Great Britain. Both different combinations, and again, this new four, Schlottmann, Perkins, Peel, and Wolfensberger is the new British combination here to try and defend that title. They're currently leading out Germany by what looks like about half a length to 3/4 of a length here, doing just enough to stay ahead, and with 3 spots through to the A final as per all of the AB semi-finals. Look at this on the right-hand side of your picture, a real ding-dong between the USA and Croatia, Richie.
Yeah, I think it might be a race for the 3rd place here. Looking secure so far, it's GB and Germany leading out. Germany just with an overlap and putting a little bit of pressure on the GB crew, but with Clearwater between them and the chasing pack, it looks nice and secure so far. Just coming up with under 800 metres to go for these crews now. And the other crew that's in contention here in lane 2 is Hungary. They're not too far off the pace of USA and Croatia, so we're going to see a real strong finish coming in between those 3 crews for one qualifying spot into the A final. But GB just putting the foot on the gas there again, taking it up to 37. I think they saw that the Germans were putting on a little bit of a squeeze with, and they weren't comfortable with that overlap, and just moving away again to dominate this race coming down in the first semi-final of the men's fours.
Yeah, just one athlete that raced at the under-19s last year for Great Britain, Maximilian Peel in the 3C, got a silver at last year's championships as part of the men's 8. As Mel moved into this men's 4 event, and they have pushed away, you're right, Richie, to almost a length now. They really want to ensure that they demonstrate their dominance going into the A final. They're almost at Clearwater, but look at this. I think that battle for 3rd now starting to shift more in favour of the Americans in lane number 5 there. One in from the left-hand side of your picture, the Croatians on the right. And important to note here, the Croatians actually came through the repechage, which is an additional race. So they didn't qualify directly from the heat. They had to face the repechage. So they've got one more race in their legs, really, Richie, which might impact this final 500-metre sprint.
Yeah, especially with the conditions that we had as well. So it wasn't an easy repechage race to come through yesterday. So it might have taken a lot out of them, but it does look like USA at the moment powering on just by about 3/4 of a length now to secure that 3rd spot ahead of the Croatian crew. Hungary coming up now, actually looking like they might have passed out the crew from Croatia, so putting a bit of pressure. Still a little bit of work to do, and they might, in the run into the finish, might even come up and challenge the USA. So it depends on what the sprint finish is. Really exciting, but it does look like the Hungarians up at 46 strokes per minute, Camilla. It could be theirs for the taking.
Wow, 46 strokes a minute. You can just see how powerful that needs to be in these last 30 strokes. Hungary looking with every single stroke for the line. Kalmar, Palmai, Gunstar and Shimada in the bow seat there. They're going to come so close to the USA, and I think they might have just done it there, Richie. That was a phenomenal sprint.
Unbelievable to move from 4th place and 5th place all the way up in the last 200 metres and put a sprint finish on up at 38, 39 strokes per minute, and it looks like that maybe just by half a canvas on the surge that they got that qualifying spot. And it's the Hungarian crew who have made expense of the USA crew, who had done so well to move away from Croatia and try get into the final, but just been pipped on the line there. Kind of heartbreak for the USA, but what a great finish there from the Hungarian crew.
Yeah, you do need to be able to respond really well to those final pushes. That the USA just couldn't quite clinch that. So we'll see them in the B final later on. And what great pictures here. That's the finishing area. But we'll move quickly on now to the second of these A-B semi-finals. France, Uzbekistan, Italy, Romania, Switzerland and Spain now looking to get those last 3 spots into the A final of the under-19 men's Coxed fours. So here were the starting pictures. Shots of the bows of Romania there just emerging, and they were the fastest qualifiers by some way in this semi-final, Richie.
Yeah, the crew to watch here, 6:05.38, an amazing speed that they got through. But surprisingly here, it's actually the crew from France in lane 1 who came third out of 5 crews in their heat, 10 seconds slower than the Romanians. But they're leading this one out, so they obviously have a game plan here to say they don't want to get into some sort of dogfight middle of the course and coming into a sprint finish. They've gone out hard and up at 37 strokes per minute in lane 1. Little bit of security in the crosswind up at the start. They would have benefited from being in lane 1, but the middle of the course opens out here, so they'll definitely be feeling the effects of the crosswind. But we're just watching Romania here, Camilla, changing gear and coming up and looking to take the lead ahead of the French crew.
Yeah, this Romanian crew, a combination of both the 8, the pair, and the Coxed 4 from the recent European Under-19 Championships, which took place in Brive, also in France. So on home waters once again here for the French, but the Romanians have put this Coxed 4 together, but currently being led out by the French still. We've got 750 metres to go, and I think Romania have really just decided to try and make a decisive move and pull themselves into the lead. But everything that Romania do, France seem to be able to respond to.
Yes, stroke for stroke, matching each other here. Similar boat speeds. The Romanians just slightly ahead on boat speed now, rating 36 strokes, and the French up at 37. So they are maintaining the push on for both of the crews coming up into the second half of the race here. And the race then on for 3rd place at the moment. It's the Italian crew. New combination here. Some of them were first in the 4 and then the pair, 3rd in the pair at the last year. New combination here in the 4. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare and can they hold on to that 3rd spot at the moment ahead of Uzbekistan, up at 40 strokes per minute for the majority of the course here, racing it like it's a sprint regatta. But coming down to the last quarter, Uzbekistan very much in striking range of the Italians for their 3rd spot.
Yeah, the third spot here, we could see what we saw in that last semi-final. The last 500 meters is crucial to get right here, and Uzbekistan won't know that in the previous semi-final there was a sprint finish to overhaul to get into third, but they'll be wanting to do that. The Italians, though, moving so well here. They're at 37 strokes a minute and are now pushing back away. They've seen the danger, they've responded, and our top three now looking much more clear-cut between Romania, France and Italy, with Uzbekistan and Switzerland vying for 4th and 5th at the moment. Less than 500 metres to go, coming up to 250 metres to go. But what a performance from France here in the outside lane. A little bit of experience from the Under-19 World Championships in this boat. Maxine Aymard in the 3-seat, Alexandra Jollard in the bow seat, both part of last year's Under-19 French men's 8 that finished 6th in the A final, but joined by Hector Guimet and Alain Mitchell in the 2-seat. They're making quite the combination here, and what a result this would be on home water in vaires-sur-marne.
The encouragement from the crowds as well here. The grandstand absolutely packed, as is the bank all the way up to the first few hundred meters. Huge crowds here cheering them on, and I'm sure they went out with a really strong game plan there of get out at 500 and make sure you're out of trouble and secure that qualifying spot. That's exactly what they've done, but really impressive from the Romanian crew here. Fastest, as we said, coming out of the heats, just crossing the line there. A little bit of clear water back to the French in second place, and it is the Italians doing just enough to get into third, and the Swiss crew coming up with a strong finish, coming in 4th ahead of Uzbekistan, and the Spanish crew back in 6th place. So this is going to close out semi-final. Be really impressive for the Romanians, but great to see the French up challenging them, all to play for when we move into the finals later on today.
Yeah, the French really front-loaded that race and hung on so well. You know, I thought there was a danger perhaps of them dying off in the closing stages, but no, they managed it, and a very impressive performance from them. Now on to the Under-19 women's quadruple sculls. We've got South Africa, Italy, Germany, Czechia, Poland and the Netherlands going up here, and you can see the first 500 metres now already done and dusted, and it was indeed the Polish crew that won out to that first 500 metre mark. Czechia in second, and then going through the 500 in third, it was the Italians.
So just watching the start here, the quads gave us some of the most exciting races in the heats. They were the closest races with amazing sprint finishes as well, where the qualifying spots changed in the last 100 metres throughout. And looking at this overhead shot, again, we're going to have a really, really tight race here. 3 crews to qualify for the final, as we were saying, and 4 vying in contention here. The only crews off the pace a little bit, and when I say off the pace, they're still within striking range. It's South Africa and Netherlands on the far side of your screen, but centre of the course, the Italians leading it out at the moment, just ahead of the Polish crew in second, and inside them the crews then from Czechia and Germany for third and fourth. So it's going to come down to the wire here yet again to see who's going to get that third spot.
Oh, this is one of my favourite shots here, the quads with the drone. You can just see how beautiful this sport is when the weather is beautiful. You've got some of the top level international crews at this Under-19 level performing here on what will be the stage for one of the sort of biggest competitions in the world, the Olympic and Paralympic Games. And look at this. This is going to come right down, like you say, Richie, to the wire, as the middle crews here, Germany and Czechia, who you'd expect, given that they're in the centre lanes, the faster times from the heats, they should be pushing through. But somebody's going to really miss out here. There was only a handful of seconds separating them through the heats. 4 crews going for 3 spaces, and they are pushing further and further away from the Netherlands on your right and South Africa on your left.
So the recent Europeans, it's the Italian crew who had taken the gold medal ahead of Poland in second place and Czechia in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3. I don't think the German crew actually contested the Europeans, so they're the unknown factor here, and that's exactly what we're seeing with these 4 boats now contesting for 3 spots. spots. The lead changing a couple of times just in the last few strokes. You can see that the German crew are now putting as much pressure as they can on the Italians to try challenge, and over on the other side it is the Czechia crew and Poland battling it out, but coming down with just over 800 meters to go, all to play for here. And for us it's really exciting. I'm sure the crews are well aware of the noise that's coming beside them and how close these races and the crews are to each other, and it's in probably the worst position that you want, that you might be going all out here thinking that you're going with your race plan, and you're looking to your left or your right and you're saying, why is this crew still beside me?
Oh, this must be such a thrilling race to be a part of. And look, I think the Germans are starting to break through now. Indeed, they have the bow ball of Germany getting into the lead for the first time here. Hafke, Naka, Geising and Schneider for Germany have put the performance of their lives in that third 500 metres, and they're bringing Czechia with them, which is the expected result, the centre lanes from this semi-final. But the Italians and the Polish won't be done yet. They're both going head-to-head for those 3 spots into the A final. And look, you can just see the change of the guard there as 1,000 metres, we've got a completely new lineup now at 1,500. And Czechia are actually now starting to bounce back and trying to challenge Germany for the lead. Richie, the Italians still in it.
Unbelievable here. Just that push that we saw from the Germans, they managed to take the lead, still rating at 34 strokes per minute. The other crew's up at 36, 37. And as you said, it's the Czechia crew now at 37 strokes per minute, now moving into the lead ahead of the German crew in second, Italy in third, and Poland really surprising. The silver medalists from the Europeans look like they're spent force back in fourth place at the moment, and it looks like they're going to have to go now if they're going to respond to the 3 leading crews. But I think that ding-dong battle that we had up at the front between Italy, Germany and Czechia has pushed them on here, and the Polish crew looking in danger.
Yeah, the Polish crew are starting to let this slip out of their hands, and unless we can see a phenomenal sprint from them, they're still up at 37 strokes a minute. They've not got too far to play with here in terms of ratings. The Italians also up at 38 strokes a minute. We're into the grandstands here. You can see the photographers here in front of those grandstands, which signifies we're really at the closing stages now. Czechia going for the win here. They're still leading out the Germans in the final stages of this race. A great performance here from Kubatova, Masinova, Bartakova and Habakova of Czechia, and Germany will pull themselves back through. The Italians actually will push through Czechia as well, and they will have to settle for third, but still enough to contest the A final in a few hours' time and be back in the hunt for a medal. Poland just pushed too hard too soon, I think. There they'll see them in the B final alongside the Netherlands and South Africa.
There'll be disappointment there for Poland, having won the silver medal at Europeans. You can just see just how hard that racing was across the board for all of the crews there in semi-final 1 of the women's quad sculls. Germany just taking it on the line ahead of Italy, and Czechia doing enough there to secure that third qualifying spot.
Well, no time to catch your breath, because we're already back underway with the second of these AB semi-finals in the under-19 women's quadruple sculls. China, Switzerland, the United States of America, Great Britain, Greece and Canada here going for those remaining 3 spots through to the A final. We saw just a phenomenal race there in that previous AB semi-final. I'm sure we're going to be treated to a very similar one here. Looking at the times from the heat across the board here, Richie, there was about a second, I think, separating all 5 out of the 6 of these crews. Yeah,
quite unbelievable. They're pushed on with a very strong tailwind that we had on Thursday. With the strong conditions, we saw some very, very fast times. So on paper, we were saying very, very similar across the board, and then looking out on the screen as they come through the 1,000-meter mark, it is just as close, similar to the previous race we had there, with 4 crews within the striking range of those 3 qualifying spots. Similar here, centre of the course. Amazing footage here. How good does this Olympic course look there from the drone footage overhead? The Canadian crew we're seeing nearest to your screen with the maple leaf distinctive blades there. They're putting on a nice squeeze here to move into second place, but it is the crew from Great Britain leading it out here just by a bit of a canvas here. Yeah, this is shaping up very similarly. The blueprint of the last race certainly being followed here, with 4 crews in alignment coming
going through 12:50. I also think Greece not out of it yet because the Canadians do look like they're perhaps allowing Greece in the lane next to them to come back at them. But it is Great Britain leading the way. Lily Martin, Chloe Shepherd, Olivia Chesmore and Eloise Etherington, the birthday girl in the bow seat here, who is celebrating her birthday today and currently looking back on the field. She's closest to the finish line as it stands at the moment, ahead of the crew from the United States.
What a great birthday it would be to be first across the line, not only in the semi-final, but I think they're going to be looking for the very same when they get to the final. Just looking at the wind here in the centre part of the course, picked up a little bit, certainly not anything that will disturb the crews too much compared to what they went through earlier on this week, but a little bit of a stronger gusts coming across here as they come in. The crew still leading out, GB in the centre of the course there, just ahead of the crew from USA, very little between the two, and right beside the USA, the Swiss crew as well in contention. Canada doing a really good job here. These four crews ahead, then a little bit of a buffer zone ahead of the crew from Greece and from China back in 5th and 6th, but very similar, Camilla, to the last race that we saw where we had 4 boats looking for 3 spots.
Yeah, but I think by this point in the previous AB semi-final, Poland was starting to drop off the pace, and no such signs from either Switzerland, the US or Canada of them dwindling away, because they are really in the hunt for the A final. If anything, I think Great Britain have just stretched out maybe one more seat of advantage, which could really play into their favour in the final 30 strokes if we're going to see a sprint finish between the crews behind them. It's 250 metres to go. Look at this, 3 bow balls in alignment just behind Great Britain, who only sit a quarter of a length up, and I think Canada perhaps here not the ones to go. If you look at the bow balls on the bow line, look at Switzerland, they're coming up to challenge Great Britain.
Bit of a change in gear there for Switzerland, coming up to take 2nd place, and the Canadians pushed as much as they could, but I think they went a little bit early compared to the other crews, and they might not make that 3rd qualifying spot. It's all about GB at the moment, holding on to their lead, and it's just the USA now coming up. They've seen the threat that was there from Switzerland, and they're pushing all the way to the line, but here comes Canada. I don't think they're going to have anything left in the tank. Just watching the 3 crews coming in towards the finish line here, GB doing enough to secure, and a real battle here for 2nd place between Switzerland and the USA down to the last few strokes. I think it might be the Swiss crew just ahead. It is going to be GB just getting the win there ahead of Switzerland, and USA. You can see how excited and grateful that the Swiss crew are, arms in the air celebrating there, and hardest of luck for the crew from Canada, just missing out. They did go quite early into the run into the finish. The other crews had a little bit left getting into the last few strokes, so unfortunately the Canadian crew not getting into the A final, but a really fantastic race there to see 4 boats pushing on all the way to the line and trying to get in there. It was the Canadian crew 4th ahead of Greece in 5th, and then China in 6th place.
Well, we've had some absolutely storming races so far this morning, and these are just the AB semi-finals. We've got the finals later on this morning and this afternoon to look forward to. But speaking of semi-finals, we're now on to the under-19 men's squad. So Romania, Poland, Great Britain, Czechia, United States of America and France now. And you can see here Great Britain leading the way currently. Let's take a look at the start. We're looking at home crew from France there getting underway. And just beautiful shots with these quadruple sculls, which I absolutely love the drone footage when we've got boats like this on the course. Yeah,
they're the most picturesque boats that we see out on the water, with the 2 blades on either side, and the blade work is absolutely immaculate when you look overhead and look side by side here at the crews who've just gone through 1,000 meters, and again a perfect chevron here, so it's going with form. The center of the course crews leading it out here. It's the GB crew in 1st place at the moment, but leading just ahead then of the crew from Czechia in 2nd place ahead of the United States. They're the 1, 2 and 3 at the moment, but very much in contention. It's still the Polish crew in Romania in 4th and 5th, and within striking range coming into the 2nd half of the race. We've seen that those positions can change coming into run into the finish, but all important, Camilla, here with 7:50 to go, it'll be a better comfort zone to try get back into contention here and not have to rely on taking the rates up to 45 in the run into the finish.
Yeah, it will, and that's what you want. You want that bit of a buffer so that things don't concertina up around you. Great Britain here, it's almost an exact replica of what we just saw from their women's squad. They've maybe got a tiny bit more breathing space. This combination here, Alex Patton in the bow seat of St Andrew Boat Club from up in Scotland, in Edinburgh, then joined by Nathaniel Gowden, Harry Renette, and Jack Cadwallader in the stroke seat, and they are now starting to maybe eke out a little bit more. The bows of the Czechia crew, the reigning world champions in this boat class, a different combination, of course, here at the under-19s, but reigning champions in the boat class, Czechia having to settle for their bow ball sitting on the 2 seat of Great Britain. Is the United States of America then in that 3rd qualifying spot here? Charles Bolt, Henry Cooper, Cole Bruin, and Edward Ackner in the stroke seat for the USA. They're just closest to us on the screen here, and they're going head-to-head with Poland, who very surprisingly somewhat off the pace here, Richard. We could maybe see them try and mount a sprint in this final 250, because their time was actually very similar to Great Britain's through the heats.
Yeah, just 0.05 of a second between Germany and Poland in the heats on Thursday, with a very strong tailwind. And Poland, of course, first in the Europeans, so they are in form. Unusual to see them here back battling for 4th place with just over 250. They're coming into the finish now. They're going to have to go if they want to get in towards that qualifying spot, but looking good for Czechia and for Great Britain and USA at the moment, coming in towards the line. I'm not sure if the Poles are going to be able to get back into, just as I say that, they put a huge push on, taking the rate all the way up to 40 strokes per minute, and they're making a fool of me here when I was writing them off. They've moved up now into 3rd place, so really good the last few 100 meters here to see them secure that 3rd spot.
Yeah, Poland here piling all the pressure onto the USA to respond here in a great move from Tristan Helvet in the stroke seat for Poland, who's taken them well up 40 strokes a minute, as you say, Richie, to secure their spot in the A final. Great Britain, Czechia and Poland will be the 3 in the top half of the draw here for the A final spots. Unfortunate there for the USA. They had a great first 3 quarters, but just outdone in the sprint. And then the final crews trickling in here from France and Romania.
So the toughest of results there to be within striking range and come in 4th position. So very tough for the Canadian crew in the women's race, for the USA here in the men's race as well. But all to play for. I'm sure they'll get their heads back up and in the game for the B final later on, for all important ranking positions that come out of today's final regatta.
So you can see here, this is the scenes at the just past the finish line at the Olympic and Paralympic course, which is placed just outside of Paris in vaires-sur-marne. That's where we are here. And just as you said, Richie, under 12 months to go until the games. So we're now up at the start of the 2nd AB semi-final. Italy, New Zealand, Germany, China, Bulgaria and Belgium are now looking for their opportunity to make that top 6 to go into the A final across these 2 AB semis. And Germany, no surprises here, Richie. We were kind of expecting them to be up out at the front, but you know, surprising maybe to see China currently being led out by New Zealand.
Absolutely, the German crew fastest out of the heats in Heat 3 with 5:54.88, just a few seconds ahead of the GB and Polish crews we mentioned in the previous race, so close on times as well. So it's going with form here in lane 3, leading it out, centre of your screen, and beautiful rowing for the German crew. Yesterday, Camilla, we watched the Spares races and saw Germany take 4 for 4, so it just shows how deep and how strong that the squads are, that they're able to take those 4, and now leading out this men's quad race as well.
Yeah, I'm loving this German crew. You can see why they're as fast as they are, because they're really compensating for the crosswind here. They're sticking well across to their bow side blades to allow the wind to keep them pushed over and keep them in the centre of the lane, which is really mature for an under-19 crew to have that sense to stay on the side of the lane that's going to compensate for the wind pushing them over. And also, just look at how direct they are. You can see they're sub 3 minutes for the 1,000, 258.25, almost 3 seconds clear of the rest of the field. They've got clear water here, but just look at how direct the blade placement is from this German crew. You can see from the drone shot, they're straight in there at the catch. They're really not missing any water, and they almost look like a machine. Amazing stuff here, but the fight for the other places certainly not as determined.
Yeah, New Zealand leading up that fight at the moment ahead of Bulgaria in third place. The Bulgarians second at the Europeans, so I would have thought that they might come up, and let's see if they have a stronger second half to make sure that they guarantee their spot into the A final. China then in third place at the moment ahead of Bulgaria coming through 1,000 metres, so a real battle on there to see the Italians within striking range as well, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But that German crew, absolutely, the length that they're getting on the stroke in a quad is unbelievable, and you can see it just how far they're pushing their puddles and moving their boat away, leading this one out. But the chasing pack just coming back a little bit, Camilla. The Germans are at 34, the chasing pack all up at 36, 37 strokes per minute, and that race for the 2 qualifying spots putting a little bit of pressure, but really can't see anyone catching Germany in this race.
And I think the line that we need to look at drawing here is between the Bulgarians and the New Zealanders. I think currently it's the Bulgarians here up at 37 strokes a minute. They're moving that tiny bit quicker per stroke, and just as I say that, New Zealand's starting to try and respond here. They're lifting the boat speed as well. China in second position. I wouldn't say comfortably, especially if the race continues between Bulgaria and New Zealand for those at that final spot into the A final. But this is, you can see it drawing back on Germany. That nice clear water that they had has been eaten up by the chasing 3 crews. But we must note they're down at 33 strokes a minute, almost 4 pips lower than the rest of the field. Conserving energy, they've got the luxury of conserving energy for their A final that will take place later this morning.
So really good race from China as well in second place, doing just enough to move ahead of the 2 crews that are battling it out. And at the moment it looks like the Bulgarian crew, the silver medalists from the Europeans, doing what's expected and just moving into that 3rd qualifying spot, really raising the rate up now at 38 strokes per minute. China at 39, and amazingly the German crew down at 35 in full control here, and I think they definitely have a gear change that's going to come up, that they're now finally taking it up to 36, 37. Just putting on a bit of a show for us here, but I think it might be because the Chinese are putting them under pressure. Yeah,
China are really taking the rating up to try and push past them. Up at 38 strokes a minute, 39. Germany still only at 35. They've decided that enough is enough. Lorenz Grimm in the stroke seat, the last remaining member of that crew from last year, takes them over the line for Germany. China will go across in second, but that was a really tight fight for the 3rd and final spot there into the A final, as we predicted, between Bulgaria and New Zealand, and it was indeed the Bulgarians that came out there with a very fine margin, less than a second separating those 2 over the line, but New Zealand unfortunately on the wrong side of that line. We'll see them in the B final later. It was then Italy followed by Belgium.
It's an amazing second half of the race there. We thought it was quite close coming up with 1,000 to go, and then we saw a number of gear changes there. The New Zealand crew unfortunately losing out. A really impressive row from the Chinese crew to come up and really push the German crew all the way to the line there, and great to see that the silver medalists from the Europeans, Bulgaria, just getting enough in, and it'll be interesting to see how they're going to go into the final.
Well, talking of spots into the final, well, this is now the under-19 women's double sculls AB semi-final, so we're getting smaller in boat type, and this was a really grueling progression system through to this AB semi. Just 1 spot through directly from the heat. Everyone else contested the repechage. We've got France, Ireland, Greece, Italy, Australia and Germany, and it was the Greeks and the Italians that were the two direct qualifiers through into this AB semi, and they are the 2 boats that have got clear water currently on the rest of the field at 750, Richie.
Yeah, interesting to see how the tactics went. With 1 crew to qualify, it was really hard in the heats, especially in the difficult conditions that we had. So we saw a number of crews just take the race through the repechage, knowing that if they went out and gave too much and pushed all the way to the line, if they were off the pace, that they might not have enough left then to go through and race the repechages. So we did see a number of the double sculls push on and win by a huge margin in the earlier heats. Greece with an amazing time of 7:01.17, the fastest by more than 10 seconds out of the heats. But the Italian crew, the other crew that qualified out of the heat directly, the other crews then coming through the repechage, so there's an extra race that they put the bodies through. But at this level, really the recovery for the under-19s, they're more than able to race a number of times over. But it might come down to those slight differences between the two, the little extra rest day that the Greek and Italian crews had might have done enough. Just looking now, they're sharing the lead here, stroke for stroke, matching each other, 34 strokes per minute, similar boat speed as well. So on the surge, it's changing between the Greek and the Italian crew, and it's the Irish crew at the moment in third place, Ayla O'Neill and Kate Reedy, coached by Leo Regan. They're in the third spot, a little bit of a buffer then back to Australia in fourth place, ahead of the Germans and the French crew. So it's all about the centre of the course there, and again we're seeing that perfect chevron going to form with the centre course crews leading this one out.
Yeah, what a wonderful picture this is, seeing all of these crews in that arrowhead formation, the chevron formation coming towards the line, very close here at the front. And I think Ireland perhaps pushing back here, Richie. They had a great race in the repechage yesterday, O'Neill and Reedy, and they've had one additional race compared to these race leaders, but that is not stopping them from really increasing that overlap they've got over the stern of the Greek boat.
Yeah, they're up at 35 strokes per minute, putting a little bit of pressure on the crews, the leading crews now in Greece and Italy, who literally are changing the lead stroke for stroke, whoever's on the surge. Really nice now, they're narrowing the gap just over the last few hundred metres, and that's exactly what they want to do in the middle of this course, is get back into that contention. They're taking it up again now and pushing on, and really it's between these three crews, and the good thing is they'll have secured a little bit of a buffer. You can see the clear water back to the crews from Australia, Germany and France in 4th, 5th and 6th. So these three crews, centre of the course, looking good to move on to the A final today, and the Irish really pushing on again, but the Greek crew and the Italians responding. So these three crews moving on, the Irish still up at 36, the Greek crew at 34, so I think there'll be a different gear change coming from the Greek and the Italian crews when they move into the last few hundred metres.
I think what's really interesting about this championship is we've had a lot of program changes, we've had a lot of very changeable conditions, and so your placing in these AB semi-finals becomes that little bit more crucial, because if racing were to be called off, if the program were to be changed, if the seeding changes, where you finish in this AB semi-final means a lot. It's not just about just qualifying for the A final, it's about going that one step further, which is why we're seeing Ireland not settling for third and really pushing towards the line.
Absolutely, and amazing footage here overhead, seeing all three crews matching each other. It's absolute perfect racing for us here. I'm sure for the crews out there, they're not enjoying it as much as we are, but great to see such a dogfight here between the three crews, matching each other on both speed. The rates now starting to come up a little bit, up at 36 when they're coming into it, the run in towards the finish. They'll hear the roars from the grandstand, and there's absolutely huge support here from the grandstand. The packed two grandstands and the bank as well, all the way up, huge crowds cheering the crews on, and especially the Greek, Irish and Italian crew will feel the benefit of it now coming on. And it does look like the Italian crew just leading at the moment, just putting on a little bit of a push, up at 37, 38 strokes per minute. The Greeks down at 34, so they might have a little bit more in the tank. The Irish charging as well, up at 37. It's the Irish now taking the lead ahead of the Italians. So Camilla, doing exactly what you said, they're going for that better position in to get the qualifying spot in the number one place.
Here come the Greeks though, they're pushing right back, they've taken the lead back off, it's going to be right down to the line, three boats in alignment, this is amazing stuff, you can barely call it, I think just Ireland over Greece, over Italy, but we're not exactly on the line here, we don't have a finish line, so we'll wait for that confirmation of results. Absolutely stunning racing here in this AB semi-final of the under-19 women's double sculls, and look at that from Ireland. Katie Reedy is absolutely exhausted in the soak seat of that boat. The Greeks just paddling on through, and I think, oh, there you go, Greece. I told you that we're not exactly on the line here on this camera, but Greece snuck it by. That is maybe the smallest margin I've seen all week, 0.01 of a second.
Unbelievable, and that just lines up how this final is going to go between these crews, and once they get in with the three qualifiers from the other semi-final as well. We're in for an amazing finish here. So again, the Greek crew crossing the line just ahead of Ireland in second place, Italy in third with .03 6 between the Irish and the Italians. What a blanket finish that we had there, well ahead of the chasing pack of France, Australia and Germany. Really, really exciting for the Irish, Greek and Italian crews. Roll on the final.
Roll on the final indeed. If it's going to be anything like that, we're in for a treat in these under-19 women's double sculls, and luckily more to look forward to, because we've got the second 8B semi-final now on the course and on your screens. Spain in 1, Great Britain in 2, China in 3, Norway in 4, South Africa in 5, and Belgium in lane 6. And look at this, Great Britain have got an ocean of clear water over here in lane number 2.
Looks like a separate race. I was getting a bit confused looking up on the screen there. Matilda Druitt and Jessica Weir powering on here. A really strong performance from them. They did come through the repechage, so they have an extra race under their belt, but a really good time coming through that repechage as well. They're leading this one out ahead then of the crew from South Africa in second place, Norway in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3 at the moment, going through more than halfway. So really fantastic racing here from the GB crew, coached by Bethan Thomas, and clear water compared to the race that we saw where we had a blanket finish. No such race coming in prospect here, unless it's the race for second, third and fourth. But at the moment it does look like the South African and Norwegian crews doing just enough here.
Yeah, we did see Bethan Thomas out on the course this morning actually, Richie. She was pedalling along beside her crews, and indeed it seems that little bit of extra magic sprinkled on this morning has really given GB the gusto here, Druitt and Weir, to get a move on and push ahead and extract themselves from any tussles for the minor places. But they did beat out South Africa in their heat, who are currently running in second place. It's then the Norwegians sitting in third. And Great Britain, they got beaten by the Greeks that we just saw in that really tight race in the previous semi-final in their heat. That's why they faced the repechage. So interestingly, without the Greeks to compare against this race, they are the fastest in the field. So they were just matching up against some pretty stiff competition in the earlier rounds of racing. But 5:26.14 through 1500, then South Africa, then Norway for those remaining spots. Spain have got a slight clear water deficit to try and make up here. Remacha Pusco and DeMarco Castro for Spain here have got a big challenge ahead of them to try and get themselves into the fight for the podium. But the Norwegians here, half a length deficit for Lange and Hoen of Norway to try and make up on the South Africans. Gian Ryman and Daniela Price-Hughes, but they're maintaining that half length, the South Africans. They're happy to sit on top of the Norwegians, and with 250 metres to go, Great Britain, they're still at 34 strokes a minute, but still the fastest moving boat on the course, Richie.
Yeah, in full control here from the GB crew. Of course, they are medalists from the quad race as well, so a lot of form coming with them, making the change into the double sculls here. South Africa having a really good row as well. They did win their repechage, so on form as well, just ahead of the Norwegian crew. Norwegian crew, similar to GB, down at 34 strokes per minute. The South African crew up at 36, 37, looking to fend off the challenge here, but I do have to say the Norwegian crew looking that little bit more fresh coming in, and they're within a canvas now of the crew from South Africa. But no doubt about the leaders here, Camilla, in the run in towards the finish. A really class row here from Druitt, and we're leading this one out at finish line in sight.
Yeah, Matilda Druitt of Kingston Grammar School, Jessica Weir, Shiplake College Boat Club. I'm sure their clubs tuning in either from the course or from home to see this dominant performance. A very tight race there for second, and the Norwegians just deciding they want second. They've squeaked through ahead of South Africa to take second and third. But there are our race winners in dominant fashion. The crew from Great Britain, Matilda Druitt and Jessica Weir. And the final crews trickling over the line now. The B finalists, Spain, China and Belgium, will round off that last semi-final of the under-19 women's double sculls. So we move from women's double sculls to men's double sculls now in lane 1, Poland, 2 Greece, 3 Australia, 4 Italy, 5 Turkey, and 6 Belgium. And much like all of the racing this morning in these AB semi-finals, top 3 through to the A final, which is where the medals are won, rankings 1 to 6, and that's where you want to be. So each of these athletes trying to vie for a top 3 spot in this semi-final. A great start here from the Australians that we've just seen on the picture there on the left-hand side. They're going up against Greece, who are just to their right, but out at the front of the pack currently. Look at this from the Italians, Richie.
Yeah, going with form here, the gold medalists from the recent European regatta, leading this one out with Clearwater then back to the chasing pack. So definitely they're doing what they're expected here. Blustery conditions, so we're just seeing the wind pick up a little bit. If you can see on screen, slight crosswind, and it's blustery rather than a strong consistent crosswind. So you'll see the crews maybe overcompensating, sticking over to the far side of their lane to make sure that they're not going to run into any trouble clipping any of the boys coming down. The Italians rowing to form here, leading this one out at Clearwater. And Camilla, look at this, the battle on for those other 2 spots between the crews from Australia and Greece, and then the Turkey crew as well, very much in contention and within striking distance coming into the second half of the race.
Yeah, we saw a really impressive performance here from the Turkish crew. From Turkey, the combination of Yazkair and Eren were really strong finishers in yesterday's racing, so we'll expect the same from them again. They are starting to step on here as we approach the final 500 metres. They're pushing on to the Greeks here, Chilopoulos and Papazoglu in the far side of your screen in lane number 2, and both of these crews now starting to get an advantage over Jack Power and Chad Willett of Australia.
So the Australian double quickest off the start and now in danger of moving back. They're in 4th place and in danger of losing that third qualifying spot into the double scull final. Turkey going with form here as well, pushing on. We saw, Camilla, as you were saying, really strong finish, and that's exactly what they're doing now as well. They're taking the right up, nice more clipped style here compared to the looser Italians. Long, strong rowing from the Italians coming into the running. You can see the blue marker in the back there just indicating that they're coming into the run, into the finish with just over 300 metres to go. Italy leading it out, the Greek crew having a really great row in second, but Turkey now moving into 3rd place and guaranteeing their qualifying spot, and the Australians looking that fast start might have taken too much out, and I'm not sure if they're going to have a response to come back and challenge here.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they're going to have a response, but it's allowed our top 3 to be much more determined here. The Italians have never been in doubt. They're looking to replicate the performance of their senior double scull of Sartori and Rambaldi. This combination of Marvicic and Brambila are really looking back at the rest of the field and enjoying this, much like, as I say, their senior double scull. But close racing here for 2nd place, 2nd and 3rd, which would still see both crews through to the A final between Turkey and Greece.
Really exciting coming into the finish here. They're still putting on a bit of a show for us here with the Italian crew coming under a bit of pressure from the Greek crew, glancing over either side there. I think they know they have done enough to qualify here. It is going to be the Italians crossing the line, but just half a length from the Greeks. So really strong finish from the Greek crew there, ahead then of Turkey in a 3rd place. A little fist bump there from stroke to bow to know that they've guaranteed their spot. Australia then in 4th place, ahead of Poland 5th and Belgium coming in 6th. So the crews, you can see just how much, we're seeing the footage there. Look at the grandstand, and you can see us, the 2 tents overhead on your right hand side of the screen. That's where Camilla and I and Max, our French commentator, is we're stationed, so we get a good run in towards the finish, watching these races here in this beautiful stadium and Olympic course that you've just seen the footage of there.
Well, we've got a little pause now, just until we move on to this 2nd semi-final, and there it is. This is the individual neutral athletes, Ireland, Switzerland, China, Germany and Portugal facing off for the 2nd AB semi-final of the under-19 men's double sculls. You can see there on the screen there was a little globe next to the Germans, and that means that they are currently the world champions in this boat class, and we've got one change in this crew. We've still In fact, no, my apologies. A whole new crew here for Germany. Yannick Sens and Leonard Goes are trying at the moment to fight off Portugal for the top spot. In the first half of the race, we're about to go through the 1,000-metre marker, which is halfway on this Olympic and Paralympic rowing course. And they're bow ball for bow ball here. The Portuguese crew of Santos and Rodrigues had a flying start, but they will be trying to fend off the rest of the course. It's surprising perhaps to see China in a centre lane here all the way back, fighting for the minor places, Richie.
Yeah, would have expected that they'd be up here challenging as well to get in, but back in 5th place at the moment behind the crews from Germany, Portugal, Switzerland and Ireland. Switzerland, bronze medalist at the Europeans, so they're the informed crew and one of the fastest times from the earlier heats and repechages that we have. So all eyes on lane 3 for Switzerland. Leading at the moment, it is Germany, slightly just ahead of the Swiss crew. They're the 1 and 2. Ireland and Portugal battling it out here, maybe the Irish crew in 3rd place at the moment, coming through into the second half of the race. Crews all rating fairly similarly, 35, 36 strokes per minute, and the boat speed at the moment is the Chinese crew who are going fastest, but some way off the pace at the moment. They're doing their very best to try and get back into contention, but really it's all about the 4 crews leading it out here with 3 crews to qualify, all to play for it.
This would be quite the comeback from China if they managed to get all the way back onto terms with the leading quartet of boats. I think something must have gone wrong for them, and you can see here they're rowing right on the buoy line, that crosswind just pushing them all the way over, and they're just unable to adjust. Look, I think that must be really affecting their boat speed, Richie, because we'd expect them to be one of the fastest crews in this AB semi-final.
Absolutely, we were talking earlier, you mentioned the crosswind. You need to play a clever game here to make sure that you don't run into trouble. The last thing you want is to clip a buoy and affect the boat speed, but unbelievable here. 3 crews now, it's just maybe looking like it is the Portuguese crew falling back off of the pace. So it's Germany and Switzerland and Ireland leading it out here at the moment. I mentioned that the Swiss crew 3rd in the European, so they're the informed crew leading it out at 1500. The German crew in 2nd place at the moment, and then the Irish crew, Shane Rafferty and Zach Meehan, just in 3rd, looking to qualify as well in, and they're just moving away now from the Portuguese crew. So these crews coming down to the last half of the race, doing exactly what's needed to move on to the A final.
Wow, they're moving at some rate here, Richie. The wind is slightly swinging round. We've got more of a cross tail now, and they are flying through the final few hundred metres. The Swiss crew here of Lopfer and Chambers in lane number 3. They were leading, they are still leading, but the Germans continuing to pile on the pressure alongside the crew from Ireland, Rafferty and Megan, still well up there. Portugal, I think, just went off too hard, too soon, and are now suffering the effect of that. So it's really, it's not great for China here at the back of the course. You can just see the effect that steering, I think, has had on their race, and I wonder if something's gone wrong. But yeah, look at this now. 3 crews have managed to navigate themselves the 2,000 metres down this course, and to come out with A final spaces in this final 500 metres is the goal. Switzerland here currently race leaders on screen. And we're already up at the start of the next race as well, so we've got plenty to look forward to. That was the next race on the course of the singles, but here the finish line of this AB semi-final of the under-19 men's double sculls. Switzerland will take a canvas lead ahead of Ireland. It will then be the Germans over in 3rd, just ahead of the individual neutral athletes. A great finish from them, but unfortunately in the B final pools, it's then Portugal, a great start from them ahead of China, who we think maybe perhaps something went a little bit wrong in their race. But big celebrations there for the Swiss. We'll see them contesting the A final in a few hours' time.
So just the official results there coming up on screen. Switzerland crossing the line ahead of Ireland. Really great race from Ireland, and Germany securing 2nd and 3rd spots ahead then of the individual neutral athletes. And the other crews, just watching the overhead footage, you can see the finish tower there, the flags of all the nations blowing in that crosswind. And up on screen now, it's just the start list for the next the first semi-final at the junior men's singles. In lane 1, GB, Brian Richards. In lane 2, Dominik Spizos from Poland. Lane 3, Turkey, Halal Khan Koroglu. In lane 3, Marco Selva for Italy. Sorry, lane 4, Marco Selva from Italy. Lane 5, China, Zhang Qijiao. And lane 6, Slovenia, Alaj Coxed.
Yeah, Constelli. We've got footage from the start here, and I think all eyes on this man in the centre of the course here, the Italian Marco Selva. He is absolutely destroyed every race he's taken part in, the heat, the quarter-final. He's led from the off, but actually being challenged here by the Turkish sculler from Turkey, that is Halil Khan Karoglu, who is still running right up alongside him. Now, the Italian bronze medalist from the under-19 men's double last year, looking to follow in the footsteps of Marco Prati, who's the reigning world champion in this event, also from Italy, but currently having to reassess and have a think as we approach the halfway marker, as he's leading by just a few centimetres.
Yeah, in the previous races, as you were saying, he's had it all his own way, with clear water opening up between him and any of the competitors coming up to challenge him. But now we can see the Koroglu of Turkey really putting it up to him and actually leading it out here ahead of Marco Selva in second place, and the Chinese sculler in third. Clear water then back to the chasing pack, so these three scullers going through the halfway mark in a nice comfortable position, knowing that they are at the moment the three qualifying spots that are coming in. And again, they're having to deal with the tailwind, or sorry, the cross tailwind that's coming in. So you can see the crews maybe overcompensating a little bit and running very close to the left hand side of their lanes. We're just watching nearest to us, Camilla, big strong sculler here from China. He's a big guy, very tall in the boat compared to the other scullers, and great to see him up here in the mix and challenging both Turkey and Italy.
Yeah, and this is a debut here at the Under-19 World Championships for Zhong Zihao of China. I'm sure coach Li Zhongwei looking on and really impressed by this performance. 750 metres to go, and Turkey have taken the lead for the first time. Karoglu is leading the Italian Marco Selva. This is quite something. Selva looks unflustered though. He's down at 32 strokes a minute in comparison to the sculler from Turkey, up at 33. The Italian now just starting to respond, but still Turkey, fastest moving boat on the water. Oh, actually, I am corrected, Richie. China down at rate 31, currently fastest moving.
Yeah, 31 strokes per minute, and it's because this guy is so tall. He has just one big lever, and you can see he's able to get much longer strokes, much more power in the water at a lower rate and move along the boat. He's now moving into second place and coming up to try challenge the lead with just 500 meters to go. A really great row here from China to move into second place ahead of Marco Selva. So we can see Selva under increased pressure now, back in third place, and the Polish sculler, there's clear water back, but with 500 meters to go, I'm not sure we're going to see that Polish sculler unless they have an amazing finish to come in to challenge Marco Selva. But unusual to see Marco Selva with Italy under so much pressure, considering the races we saw with him earlier on in this regatta.
Yeah, look, this is becoming a real tussle at the front here between Turkey and China, between Karoglu and Zhong. It's then the Italian Selva who's having to settle for being dropped here. You can see with every single stroke, the two scullers on the outside of him are just moving away by a centimetre a stroke, and he's not responding too well. And Poland, I still think, within striking distance here. Single sculls, it's very deceptive how much you can make up in the final sprint. So if Dominik Szyposz of Poland can just have a quick glance to his right and see just how close he is with 250 metres to go, if he's got it in the tank, Richie, he really could do it. I think Selva would respond from Italy, but Poland here well within striking distance of getting into that A final.
He's just taking it up now to 35, 36 strokes per minute, and he's doing his very, very best. You can see with his in striking range, Marco Selva now just glancing over to his left-hand side and seeing the challenge that's coming in. So unusual to see him back in third place, but a really great row from both Turkey and China to take on, and I'm sure it'll frighten the life out of Selva, who's had it all his way in this regatta here. We're just watching the Polish sculler. He's going again, Camilla. He's going to run out of water. Do you think he's going to get back and take that third spot?
Oh, you can see with every buoy line that comes along, he's glancing over his shoulder. You can see how close he is. Szyposz here to the Italian. The Italian Selva having to do everything he can here. He looks over to his left. You can see Poland really vying for a space, but he's going to run out of water here, Poland. It's going to be Turkey over the line ahead of China. Italy will cling on, and you can see just just how close that was in the end. He really did. If it had gone just a few strokes earlier, I think Poland would have had it there, Szyposz, but he'll face the B final. There is our race winner in this AB semi-final. It is Halil Khan Karoglu of Turkey. It was then China's Zhong Zihao, and you can see there Italy's Marco Selva in third, so we'll race the A final. Crowd's really starting to fill in here, Richie. This is finals day here, of course, at the Under-19 World Championships, and I think that it's one of the busiest events when it comes to spectators, right? Because this is quite often first international appearance for these athletes. It is friends, it is family, it is, you know, it's a really special moment, and lots of support here always in the grandstands.
Absolutely, and it being in Paris as well, easy to get to for a lot of people, so lots of families here. Just after racing over the last few days, we've been popping down, having chats with people, lots of supporters here. I know for Shane Rafferty from my club in St. Michael's, his mum Karen is here, and his brother Jack. 2 bronze medals at the Coupe de la Jeunesse in the recent regatta, so he's here coming off of a success as well, cheering on the crews. And I know his little sister Emily is listening at home, so hello to Emily. She'll be the loudest supporter for Ireland, I think, today for the Irish crew, and they have moved into the final as we saw earlier on. Just looking at beautiful footage here, you can see how the crosswind there, little blustery conditions as we head back up to the start here for the second semi-final of the men's singles scull. Just watching it get underway, but with the Greek sculler centre of the course looking like he has a great start there, Camilla.
Yeah, this is going to be a good matchup here. We've got Canada in 1, Germany in 2. This is going left to right, of course. The individual neutral athlete in 3, Greece in 4, Slovakia in 5, and Portugal in lane 6. And at the moment, it is the individual neutral athlete, that's Maxime Hrabuski in lane 3, leading out by just shy of a canvas here from Panayotis Markligianis in lane number 4. These 2 scullers are length clear currently of the Slovakian sculler in lane 5, Petr Strakansky, and then Petr Strakansky just up on Ola Hohensee of Germany over on the left-hand side of the picture there in lane number 2. But great gladiatorial battle here at the front of the field. 2 single sculls matching each other stroke for stroke pretty much. You can see there that they are identical stroke rates, identical lengths between the individual neutral athlete on your right and the Greek sculler on your left, and the Greek sculler on your right. And it must be challenging here with that crosswind pushing you across, Richie, to navigate that in a single scull, because they've got no rudder or anything. They're just doing it all with pressure.
Yeah, so it's either the left or the right blade that they're going to have to use. They're looking down the course. They'll see how centred they are. And we mentioned that they are overcompensating slightly by pushing over to the left-hand side of the lanes to make sure they don't run into any trouble. Coming through 1500, the Greek sculler leading it out. There did have one of the fastest times coming through the quarterfinals. So it's going with form for the Greek sculler, and the independent neutral athlete as well in second place at the moment. Petr Strakansky, I've met him at the World Cup 1, had lunch with him and congratulated him. He was 17 years of age competing in the lightweight singles and got through to the final there. Has also raced at under 23 and at the World Cup regattas, World Cup 1 and 2. So a lot of form for Strakansky of Slovakia, in third place at the moment, and I would expect to see him in the mix if he gets into the A final.
Yeah, and he's looking good here. He's closed that gap to the top 2 scullers very well here, Richie. He's got overlap now on Makrogiannis of Greece. The individual neutral athlete, Hrabuski, on the left there, still running up almost level with first. In fact, I think in the lead, we're looking at our data here, and it's saying that these 2 bow balls are absolutely level, Richie.
Unbelievable to see. The Greek sculler 30 strokes per minute in second place, and Strakansky of Slovakia 38 strokes per minute. So very, very different contrasting styles here. Petr Strakansky pushing on for Slovakia, doing his best to get back level with the Greek sculler, but the Greek sculler at 30 strokes per minute, I think he'll have a gear change here. But a really great row centre of the course there for Hrabuski, leading it out for the independent and neutral athletes in the centre of the course, going with form. The Greek sculler had the faster time going through the quarterfinals, but Hrabuski here having a really nice row, coming in to take the win there in the semi-final of the men's single sculls.
So there is our race winner, Maxim Herbuski, the individual neutral athlete competing here at the Under-19 World Championships. And look, you can see things starting to really busy up here. You can see Paris in the background, vaires-sur-marne, which is the town where we are, the Lac vaires-sur-marne here, which will be the Olympic and Paralympic rowing course. You can see the flags here blowing in the breeze. That shows you the direction of the wind, across tailwind for these AB semi-finals. Now we're moving on to the next of our AB semi-finals. The individual neutral athlete in 1, USA in 2, Uruguay in 3, Ireland in 4, South Africa in 5, and Italy in lane number 6. So jumping up now, this was the start of that AB semi-final, and Richie, I feel like Holly Davis of Ireland there in lane number 4, the favoured lane, she's really been looking strong through this competition.
Yeah, really impressive racing from Holly Davis. She's a lot of pedigree as well, racing the double sculls in previous races in 2022 and 2021, medalling as well, winning a bronze medal. So in form at the moment and leading it out centre of the course, it is Holly Davis of Ireland. I did say when I was doing my commentary during the week, I mean this in the nicest possible way, but she's been around for years on the junior circuit, winning national championships when she was still a teenager, part of the high performance crew in Ireland's Big Strong Girls, and leading this one out. She's really putting a marker down here, opening up a little bit of clear water ahead back to the Uruguayan sculler, who we've been very impressed with over this regatta as well, very much in form, ahead then of the sculler from South Africa. They're the 1, 2 and 3, 2 Hollies in this race, Camilla. Holly Davis in first place for Ireland and Holly Cruz from South Africa in third at the moment, but that third place spot under a little bit of pressure from Annalise Hall of the USA in fourth at the moment. Little bit of an overlap, so everything to play for when they come down to the second half of the race here. Looking good for Ireland, looking good for Uruguay, but a real battle between South Africa and USA in prospect.
Yeah, this could be a real sort of tummy twister here for the South African sculler Holly Cruz, as she will probably won't even be able to sense there over in lane number 2 Annalisa Hall of the USA, because they're on opposite sides of the course going for that third and final spot through to the A final. Now Annalisa Hall, a really sort of diverse athlete when it comes to the types of rowing and sculling that you're able to do here. She's competed at every single type of championship that World Rowing has to offer. She's raced at the Indoor World Championships, she's raced at the Coastal World Championships, and now she's here at the Under-19 Flatwater Championship. So she really is, out of World Rowing's major disciplines, bursting onto the scene in every single one of them, and has been very successful. So we'd expect to see her up there, but at the moment it's Holly Cruz of South Africa that's making the better of this third 500 metres and trying to establish that spot into the A final.
Yeah, Annalise Hall, she did get into striking distance. It was just about a canvas there a few 100 metres ago, but the South African sculler Holly Cruz changing gear just to respond to the challenge that came in. We're coming up with 500 to go, and a really great race from Holly Davis. Fastest time in the qualifiers, 7:39.1, a couple of seconds ahead of the nearest rivals that were there. So she is definitely the in-form sculler. A perfect chevron again. If we get some overhead footage, we'll be able to see it is lanes 4, 3 and all the way out to the far side that are leading it out. So Ireland here in full control, ahead of Uruguay in second place, South Africa in third at the moment, just ahead, and it's going to be interesting to see, can the US sculler Annalise Hall make any inroads. But really we see that pressure that she came under from USA. We've seen Holly Cruz just change a little bit of a gear here coming into the run, into the finish, and she's just got a slight overlap with the sculler from Uruguay.
Yeah, this has been a great push from Holly Cruz. She's not only moved away from the USA, from Annalisa Hall, but she's moved on to Uruguay's Chloe Cayoda in lane 3. Chloe Cayoda, we saw a dominant performance yesterday from her in the quarterfinal. We said it was very Emma Twigg-esque, who she's listed as one of her idols alongside Uruguayan sculler Bruno Cotrero. And this is a great performance from her, but she is now having to face holding off Holly Cruz if she wants to stay in second. I think the response from Holly Davis from Ireland at the front of the field has been to try and move away once again. And look at this sprint here, Richie, from the Irish sculler. She's moving up through the gear. She's at 36 strokes a minute. And look at the boat pace that's put into her single scull.
Fastest boat on the water there in the run into the finish. So she really is putting a marker down here for the chasing pack and also for the crews that are going to come through the other semi-finals. So Holly Davis, Lee Valley Rowing Club down in County Cork, where the National Rowing Centre is situated. I was joking with her saying that the earlier racing that she did in the windy conditions, she said that there was a summer's day for us here in Ireland. So she's well used to rowing in difficult conditions, out here putting down the marker and well ahead coming in the run into the finish, taking it right the way up to the line. She's 36, 37 strokes. The Clearwater then back to the challenging crews of Uruguay in second place, and a really strong finish coming from Holly Cruz of South Africa. Just watching Holly Davis crossing. Huge cheers from the crowd here. Big Irish contingent out supporting them. Clearwater back down to Uruguay in second place. South Africa just by half a length in third place ahead of Annelies Hall, who unfortunately didn't get enough. Just watching Holly Davis there, I think she's plenty left in the tank, just getting the feet into the water to cool down. Little glance left and right. She'll be very happy with that performance there, and great to see her to move on to the final.
Well, Ireland have had such a great run in the small boats at the age group championships. We saw Alison Bergin get a silver medal at the under-23 World Championships a few weeks ago in Plovdiv, and now looks like Holly Davis aspiring to be on the podium here at the under-19 level for Ireland as well. So we've got one more semi-final in the under-19 women's single sculls, which will be on the course and underway. And here is the Romanian sculler Bianca Camelia Ifteni going off the start. She'll be racing up against, in lane 1, Hungary, Padar Luca. In lane 2, Marit Janssens of Belgium. In lane 3 is Bianca Camelia Ifteni of Romania. Anna Menke of the Netherlands in 4, Julia Stober of Germany in 5, and Greta Heider of Austria in lane 6. But what a performance here from the Romanian, Richie. Lots of experience, though, for this sculler.
Yeah, and she's in form. Her time very similar to Holly Davis when they were coming through the qualifiers. Both of those, the only scullers to go under 7:40 in the times. Holly Davis just a slightly 0.5 of a second faster, but Effendi of Romania definitely, I think, is leading this one, doing what Holly did in the previous race as well. Get out to that lead, get clear water, and hold on to make sure you're in full control. Really impressive here from Padar Luca of Hungary, who also came through the repechages to get into the quarterfinals. So an extra race under the belt for the Hungarian sculler to move in and up in challenging at the moment. Third place coming through the 1,000-meter mark, so great to see there. It's Julia Stober as well. Was impressed with her racing in the scull in the heats and into the quarter. She's in second place at the moment. These three well ahead then of the chasing pack.
You can just see up the course there. Here is the full length of the race course at the under-19 World Championships, and there is our race. So still Bianca Camelia Ifteni in the lead, just 16 years old. She raced at the under-19 World Championships last year in the double scull, racing in the B final. She would have been just 15 years old, so still so much career ahead of her. She can still probably race yet another under-19s next year if she wishes. And here she is, look, leading this AB semi-final against a very experienced field. So amazing stuff here. We're at 1,500 metres gone, 500 metres to go. I think we could see a real race heating up here between, on the near side to us, Julia Stober of Germany sits in second, but over on the far side, look, Padar Luca of Hungary and Marit Janssens of Belgium within 3/4 of a length of one another. And in the small boats, Richie, anything can happen.
Yeah, especially with the strong blustery conditions we have here. We need to make sure the crews are in full control. They don't want to do anything that might upset the boat, clip a buoy, move out of the lane or anywhere, but it's going to cost them a couple of seconds when they come in to run into the finish. A good response here from the Hungarian sculler from the challenge that's coming from Belgium. They're side by side, so it's ideal conditions for them to push each other here. The Belgian sculler Marit Janssens has done her best to try get it into contention. She knows now she's going to come into the run into the finish. She's see the markers and that blue line of boys over on the far side coming up with just under 250 metres to go. No doubt about the leaders, Romania leading it out here ahead of Germany, looking secure for the 1 and 2. And then at the moment it is Hungary, but the Belgian putting on increased pressure. She's just 3/4 of a length off of that third qualifying spot. 250 to go, Camilla. She's taking the rate up now, 33, 34 strokes per minute, but the Hungarian responding well. A real battle here for the third qualifying spot.
Yeah, the Hungarian Pana Luka was in the A final of last year's under-19 women's single sculls, placing 6th, so wanting to at least defend that ranking and not end up in the B final, but coming under increased pressure with every single stroke, because here comes Janssens. Has she run out of water? We can see the finish tower there in sight. The Belgian now going for it and trying to draw level. This is going to be a hugely exciting race here for the third and final spot into the A final, but our leading scullers looking very strong here out in front. It is still the Romanian Ifteni out in front, 32 strokes a minute. Belgium goes up to 38, Hungary at 41 to try and get into this A final. You can see there far side, Belgium's rode through. No doubts here. Romania will take that top spot through to the A final. It will then be Germany's Julia Stober, but look at this from Marit Janssens. What a race through the line to overtake Hungary. A big punch in the air there for Janssens, pushing Padar back into the B final. Is then going to be Menke of the Netherlands and Hader of Austria joining Hungary in that B final. But what a performance there from that 16-year-old athlete, Ifteni of Romania. Take my hat off. That is something remarkable. At 16 years old to be leading what is probably one of the most, well, in fact, it is the most competitive event of the regatta. We had the most entries of the entire championships here into this under-19 women's single scull.
Fantastic race there from the Romanian sculler, and going with form. It'll be interesting to see how she fares against Holly Davis when we move into the final. Going with them then, the sculler from Germany, really solid rowing from Julia Stober throughout the regatta. And then what a finish from Marit Janssens of Belgium in 4th place, off about a length, coming in with 300 metres to go. Really changed gear, took the rate up, powered on and passed out the Hungarian sculler, who probably thought they had the third spot up and under their belt. So really great rowing from Belgium, joining Ireland, Uruguay and South Africa in the final of the women's single sculls.
So moving on to, well, that was the last of our A-B semi-finals. That's absolutely flown by this morning. So no more places available in finals. That is all set for us now for the finals. And we'll be moving on to our first A final of the day. The first medals to be awarded will come in the under-19 women's Coxed fours. Australia, the USA and Italy matching up 3 boats, 2 medals to go for here in Paris. And we'll be back with you at 10 past 10 in just 5 minutes time for the start of the next race.
Non mais c'est quoi ce...
Un interview. Go to the
Le 10 parce que c'est pas encore...
Non, c'était l'heure du média zone.
Mais non, c'est air shoulder. Ah bah tu le backdrop. Bien joué Jean-François, bien. Il y a pas ça. Est-ce que tu peux rester couvert?
Ouais, bah oui.
Bien joué.
Ah oui, il va falloir enlever l'eau. Non, non, il faut pas.
mais à chaque fois, je sais pas pourquoi. Ah, elle s'appelle Gwenaëlle. Oui, Gwenaëlle, elle est d'accord.
Ah, Nico, lui, c'est dit.
On a une poche poubelle et 2 serflex. Si jamais on se prend en robe pour attacher la poubelle,
On sent que tu as fait brigade verte pendant longtemps.
ouais, mais celle qui m'a donné sa poubelle, et ça, c'est 2 serflex pour le réflexe. Du coup, si jamais vous voyez que ça vole de tout ou quoi, dans mes poches, j'ai 2 serflex, peut-être faire un tour avec le... Voilà.
On se met tous comme ça. Moi, on verra pas. Et toi, tu verras rien. Hein? De toute façon, le départ et l'arrivée. Le reste.
Merde, on reste...
Et là, le mail tombe.
Si jamais dans la poche, il se met...
So first pictures of our A finalists now getting ready up at the start. Just a minute to go here until we see the first of our medals races being underway. Australia, USA and Italy here going for 2 medals in the final of the under-19 women's Coxed fours. You can see already on the start line there, the Australians in lane 1 and the USA just backing onto the stake boat position now with the Italians moving through there across your picture, ready to get into lane. And only 3 boats contesting this this A final. This is an event, the Coxed fours, that doesn't take place at any championships above the age group championships. So we see the Coxed fours at under 23 level and at under 19 level, but it's not an event that exists anymore in the senior program, Richie.
Yeah, I was just asking you there. It's unusual just to see 3 boats in a final here. And at the Europeans, there was a couple of more crews entered. And I think some of the Australian crew, talking to Ray Boyle, who I used to row against back in the 90s. He's the coach of the Australian crew. And he was saying they're a little bit disappointed that it's just 3 boats here, but I'm sure they're going to give absolutely everything. In the preliminary race, we saw it was the USA taking the win ahead of Australia, and Italy back in 3rd. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes here in our first final of the day in the women's Coxed 4.
We just saw a great USA supporter here at the, we're placed just past the finish line, dressed in full USA flag brigade, and great to see so much support here. They are the reigning world champions in this crew, in this category even. This combination is Ella Wheeler, Rebecca Stelmach, Delaney Lundberg, Carly Brown and Cox Lucy Herrick there in the centre lane. Over on the far side, the Australians we saw earlier, represented by Chloe Driver in the bow seat, Charlotte Botha, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray, and in the Cox's seat, Chloe Ureta. Then representing Italy. Sorry, there are the Americans on your screen now. We've just done the roll call for them. Coached by Elliot Skye, this crew, getting ready to race. So then the Italians in lane number 3. Giulia Zaffanella in the bow seat, Matilda Orsetti in the 2 seat, Giulia Orefice in the 3 seat, Marta Orefice in the stroke seat, and Margherita Fanci in the Cox's seat. So hands go up in the Cox's seats. They're all sat up nice and straight so the umpire can see that they are ready to go. The boots, those things that the bows are in, will be holding these boats nice and straight on the start line in this very blustery cross tailwind that we're now experiencing. A good challenge for these Coxed boats to get down the course.
Just underway now, and a perfect start. As you were saying, a little bit of comfort for the crews knowing that cup on the bow is there that holds them into position. They don't have to be worrying about making any final adjustments and making sure that they're straight down the track. Just underway now in the fours race, and it looks like the Australian crew getting off to the quicker the start, but really side-by-side footage here, very little between the 3 crews as they come through the first 150 metres. All of the crews up at the high 40s. The Australian crew 46 strokes per minute coming off the start, so they're really going for it here, settling down now to 43, 44 strokes per minute as they come through 250.
Yeah, the settle is going to be really important here. These are heavier boat classes. You've got a Cox on board, but it's not like the 8s where you're sharing that between 8 rowing athletes. You're sharing that only between 4 rowing athletes. So you've got to make sure that you pace yourself very well. And it's the USA just emerging here as early gold medalists, but still a long way to go. Over 75% of this race yet to take place. Only 2 medals available if we've only got 3 crews contending. You have to be able to beat someone to get onto the podium. So the Italians currently looking in danger of missing out on a medal, but like we say, early stages yet, and they are starting to find quite a nice rhythm to run themselves back up towards the Australians.
So the USA up at 37 strokes per minute, matching them. It's the Australian crew also at 37. Very different styles of rowing here. The US boat stroked from the bow side with that continental rigging, so positions 2 and 3 on the same side, and bow and stroke on the same side on the bow side. The Italians now just coming up 500 into the 500 metres. They were in danger of losing touch with the Australian crew, but a little bit of a squeeze there coming back level, so they're very much in contention for the silver medal with the Australians at the moment.
Well, the Americans here in the centre of the course looking to defend that World Championship title for 2 years on the bounce. The World Championship best time also set last year by the Americans in Vaires. That's a time of 6:52.84 that they set in that final. They've now got half a length over the Australians, who have managed to get themselves back out in front of Italy by just a mere few centimetres, but all looking very punchy, very aggressive, the style of the Australians here, actually, Richie. They're really kind of pushing it through the finish, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a crew boat here from one of the schools that are competing for Australia, coming all the way over here, and they're very much pushing on here to get into medal contention. But the Italians doing quite well now and actually coming up to really push the Australian crew. The Americans doing enough there at the moment, of just 3/4 of a length coming up towards the halfway mark. This is a really competitive race, even though we just have 3 crews contesting the women's Coxed 4. Centre of the course going with form. The winner of the preliminary race, it is USA, but all to play for, and very little between the Australian and the Italian crews side by side, as you see on screen here as well. No issues for this bigger boats with the crosswinds. They have that bit more stability, and especially with the Cox in the boat as well. And it's just going to help them compared to what we saw with the smaller boats earlier on in the semi-finals. Just coming through 1,000 metres, it is still the USA leading it out, and then it looks like Italy now moving into second place ahead of the Australian crew.
Yeah, here is the Italians pushing this second 500 metres of the race. You can just see nestled there in the bows, Margherita Fanci, the Cox of the Italian crew, should have been coaching this quartet onto the USA. I'm sure they won't be thinking about the Australians. They'll be thinking about that gold medal, going for gold, pushing themselves back onto the US. Now, the US Cox in an interesting position here. Lucy Herrick in the Cox's seat. She'll be able to see nothing out in front of her there. You can just see her poking her head out in the bows. So won't be able to see the Italians. She's taking a look to her right to have a look at the Australians, but maybe not realising that the Italians are right there and starting to push back now.
A really great race from the Italians here. A little bit worried when we were coming through the first few 100 metres that they were going to be off of the pace, but they've responded well in the middle part of this course. We're down coming towards 500 metres, and they're very much in contention here and look to have the better of the Australian crew with the run into about 600 metres left. It's still the high rating US crew up at 36 strokes per minute, really powering on here. You can see big puddles. The boat looks rigged like it's quite high compared to the other boats that are there, but it's certainly helping the USA crew here taking the lead, and they're doing their best to shake off the challenge that's coming from Italy and Australia. The Italians, though, I have to say I'm really impressed with them. I didn't think they'd be up there after watching the preliminary race and the start of it here, but they're really putting it up to the USA.
Yeah, they really are. The USA, we talked about them defending a title here. Only one returning member of that crew, Ella Wheeler in the bow seat, a rower from the Northfield Mount Herman club and from South Orange. She is the only sole returner here who knows what it feels like to stand on top of the podium, and they're looking good at the moment for that podium position. But the Italians, like you say, is so impressive to keep themselves in this race. It's been a brilliant, gritty middle 1,000 here for them. We're now entering the final 400 metres or so, perhaps even less, and the Italians have got to go now or never here for this crew. The two twins there in the stern pair, Marta Orefice and Giulia Orefice, really having to push on the rating and take this crew up through the line.
So both of all three crews now up at 36, 37 strokes per minute. Huge encouragement from the crowd here. Big grandstands are absolutely packed, and all of the countries are cheering on their competitors here coming in towards the finish line. It's still the USA. They've led from the start, dishing it out here. Carly Brown in the stroke seat being backed up, but these Italian crew pushing all the way. The encouragement from the crowd is really going to get them on here. It's all to play for as they come into the line. It's going to be the Italians pushing all the way. Can the US hold on?
There must be 15 or so strokes to go here for the USA. You can just see how tired they are. They're slightly falling off that technical prowess that we saw in the first 1,500 metres. It's now just pure grit, determination, and it's so hard here. 2,000 metres. It's all going to come down to the wire. The Italians moving up through the ratings. They're at 39 strokes a minute here, pushing the USA for gold. But coming into the line, I think the USA are going to hold it by about half a length over the line. Gold medalists, world champions at the under-19 World Championships here, and it is an amazing performance there to hold off everything the Italians had to throw at them in silver medal positions. The Australians coming home in third.
What a fantastic finish there for the women's Coxed, for USA doing all the hard work there, leading it out from the start. A little bit ropey coming into the finish. I hope they won't mind me saying that. The blade work just started to go a little bit, but that just shows their commitment to getting out and getting that gold medal. But all credit to the Italians pushing all the way. Third place coming off at the start, recovering well and really putting increased pressure on the USA and just getting into within striking range. Australia, great race in third place as well, very competitive from them, and push them all the way to the line. So great to see our first medals of the day heading stateside, and it is the crew from USA picking up the win in the women's Coxed 4.
Well, with all the excitement of our first medals being dished out here, we will keep bringing you all the action, and we're already up at the start of the final of the under-19 men's Coxed 4s. You see the Coxed there just showing the dead weights. That's if the Coxes are underweight, they have to carry a weight with them. They all have to hit a certain requirement, which I believe is 55 kilos for the Coxswains. They all have to weigh at least 55 kilos. Here's our start list for the final. France, Turkey, Germany, Italy, Australia, who are the reigning champions, and 2 athletes returning into this boat to line up here again. Turkey on your screen, and then the USA in lane number 6. So there we have it, Turkey on the screen in lane number 2, Ahmet in the bow seat, Erdemade Ahmet, and in the stroke seat we've got Yusuf Zia Atez. So a full contingent here, 6 boats. The Germans now on your screen in lane number 3. Leon Grombach in the bow seat, Amadeus Maus in the stroke seat. Hopefully we'll see some good shots of all of our crews here contesting in this A final. Next up, we've got the Italians in lane number 4. You can see there in the blue strip, and we're underway here with our next final of the day. This is the Coxed Fours and the World Rowing Under 19 Championships. And a great strong start here for the Italians, but like we say, the Australians out here to try and defend their title.
So on form is the Italian crew, 6:19.99, a really strong performance from them. Nearest to them then it's the crew from Turkey in second place when we were coming through, the Turkey crew coming through the repechage. The Italians and the German crew, the 2 crews centre of the course, who qualified directly from the heats into the final. So a little bit easier progression for those 2 crews, and they'll have a little bit more rest and recovery. And we're seeing the Italian crew leading it out here. They're still up at 41 strokes per minute. The other crew's still up at 40 as well, coming through 500 metres. So they're really going for it here in the first quarter of the men's Coxed Four. We're feeling the breeze here. The strong crosswind is really picking up. It's getting very blustery here. Shouldn't be any issue for the bigger boats, but we'll see later on how it's going to affect the smaller boats. But back here with the men's Coxed Four, impressive start here, Camilla, for the Italians.
Yeah, running in gold medal position at the moment, the Italians. It's a strong start for them. In the Cox's seat, Riccardo Doni steering this crew in, like what you've said, Richie, a very strong cross breeze. They won't be feeling that as much in this first 1,000 metres. There's a sort of island on the left there. You can see it's much narrower. There's a bit more shelter, but past the 1,000-metre marker, they'll have a real challenge to try and keep themselves on track. It's then a real tussle for the podium positions here. Australia, I think, perhaps running in silver medal position as it stands, but they're very tight on with the Germans and with Turkey as they move into this second 500 metres. Now, what a beautiful sight this is to see. All boats with overlap, lots of opportunity for medals here, and it's all of them looking beautifully proficient here out on the water in vaires-sur-marne.
And a perfect chevron yet again. So we're seeing that the seeding of the lanes from the earlier heats and repechages are playing into effect here with the Italians and the German centre, of course, the 2 that qualified from the heats. But a really competitive race here coming up with the Italians leading it out ahead, I think, maybe of the German crew in second place, Australia in third. All of the crews still rating up in the high 30s. The Italians down at 36. Unusual to see the Italians being outrated by the competitive crews. We're just looking at perfect conditions here in the centre part of the course. Even with the blustery conditions, it's still looking really well on our Olympic and Paralympic course coming down the track here. You can see the Italian crew, they're over to the right hand side of their lane, so they are having to compensate a little bit in the crosswind to get down into the details, but rowing very well here ahead of Australia now. It looks like Australian crew have come through. Germany for silver medal at the moment, but they're matching each other stroke for stroke, and within striking distance Turkey as well as the USA crew nearest to us on screen in lane 6 as well. The only crew at the moment looking out of contention, the French crew on the far side in lane number 1.
Wow, this is going to be some race here, all overlap, especially for the minor medals behind Italy currently, but we all know a race behind can cause compression at the front end. Now this gold medal position currently sitting with Italy, just one sort of experienced athlete from racing fours at the World Championships before, and in fact that is Meligari in the 3 seat, was in the Coxless version of this event, coming 4th at last year's championships, now moving into this Coxed boat. They've pushed back out now. They were down to about half a length, but they've seen the danger. And with 7:50 to go, they're now vying for a length lead ahead of Australia and Germany, going for silver and bronze.
And I think that's where the battle is going to be, that German and Australian crews are going to be pushing each other on. We've seen in previous races when the chasing pack are in the push for the line and trying to get either qualifying spots, they can eat into any lead that a crew has put in, and that's what we're seeing with the Australians now. They're within 3/4 of a length of the Italians, so the Italians coming under pressure now. Australia in second place, just by a canvas ahead of the German crew, and in turn they have an overlap then the Turkey crew and the USA back in 4th and 5th at the moment. Australia putting on a surge, but we're seeing a response from the Germans now. They're taking it up to 37-38 strokes per minute, and they're responding, and they've now moved into the silver medal position with 500 meters to go.
Oh, this is going to be such a wonderful race. 500 metres to go. I think Turkey are also looking dangerous there in 4th position. The European champions, would expect to see a little bit more from them. They've had such a strong regatta across the board in all boat types. Just one last push here in the final 500 metres to step onto that podium. But Germany have gone early here. Leonard Wright in the Cox's seat, pushing on. Amadeus Maus in the stroke seat there, up to 36 strokes a minute. The Australians at 39 in an attempt to respond, but it's not translating into the boat speed they need at the moment as they slip further back. Turkey coming back up for bronze.
Yeah, real race on here. The Italians have just changed gear to get back into a clear water lead. They've taken it up now to 36-37 strokes per minute. They're doing their best to move out, but look how close they are there to the boys. They're steering with a little bit off, getting affected by the crosswind that's there. Coming in now with less than 2:50 to go. Looks like the Italians all the way. The Germans surging now to take that silver medal position. Turkey pushing the Australian crew, but Australia respond. We're just looking to see them come into our view here at the finish. It looks like Australia might do enough to secure, but Turkey take it up again. They're up at 40 strokes per minute, winding up for the line here in the final of the men's Coxed 4. Medals at stake between the crews from Italy, Germany, Australia. What have Turkey left in the tank coming in towards the finish line? Really exciting finish for us here. It is going to be the Italian crew powering home here to take the gold medal. The German crew do just enough to secure. It's all down to the line. That we're just watching the Italians crossing the line, taking gold. It's going to be the German crew in second. What a finish coming up to the line. It looks like photo finish. Oh, I think it might be, we're seeing the celebrations there. The Italian crew, the Coxed standing up in the boat. We're just seeing the official results coming in. It was Turkey coming in to take the bronze medal. What an amazing 250 metres for that crew to come in and just pip the poor Australians in 4th place. Hardest of hard luck there. They did so much of the running along with the Italians and the Germans in the first half of this race. Turkey playing the long game there, just coming in towards the finish, and just in the last 100 metres taking it up the rate into the 40s and powering home, passing out the Australians. So really fantastic race there. Our gold medalist Italy still standing up. The Coxed of the Italian crew celebrating there alongside the German crew silver medalists, and heartache for the Australians. You can see just in 4th place there. Really impressive from the Turkish crew to come in to take that bronze medal. Fantastic racing, Camilla.
Wow, that was some photo finish there. Turkey in the moments they needed to do it most, clinching that bronze medal, snatching it away from the reigning world champions Australia, who don't even see themselves onto the podium. Heartbreak for the boat from down under, but a great emphatic performance there from Italy. We now move on to the medal presentation for the first race, first A final of the day. This is the medal presentation for the under-19 women's Coxed 4. This is such a special moment here for these athletes. A lot of them debutantes, their first ever international podium. I'm sure it won't be their last, Richie. But we've got so many proud parents, so many proud siblings, friends, all in the grandstands here to watch this amazing moment that they will never forget for the rest of their lives.
Absolutely. It's great to have the footage shown all around the world as well. There's plenty of supporters who probably weren't able to make the journey here. Their crewmates from their clubs, the other squad members as well. well across the board. And the senior crews are all probably in preparation for the World Championships at different training camps. We'll all be tuning in to watch this as we're just watching the Italian crew getting their medals there. Fantastic to see, and congratulations to them.
Yeah, Giulia Zaffanella in the bow seat, Matilda Orsetti in the 2 seat. That there is Giulia Orofise, one of the twins there, along with her sister Marta Orofise in the stroke seat. Look at them there. That's wonderful for those 2 sisters. Finally, Margherita Fanci in the Coxed seat, silver medalists here at the World Rowing Under-19 Championships. And presentations of the medals now taking place for our gold medalists and the World Rowing Under-19 champions. It will be the United States of America once again in this event. Not only champions from last year, the holders of the world best time from last year as well. No world best time though in this one, but still a performance that has earned them a World Championship title. Ella Wheeler in the bow seat, Rex Stelmark there getting her gold medal even. Delaney Lundberg there in the 3 seat. Carly Brown in the stroke seat, receiving her medal from Rosie McLaughlin from World Rowing. And then in the Coxed seat, Lucy Herrick there. Big smiles all around for the USA. And we'll hear in just a few moments' time the Star Spangled Banner, the national anthem of the United States of America, up and coming in just a few moments' time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America. Messieurs les salles des États-Unis américains.
World Rowing Under-19 champions for 2023 in the women's Coxed 4. How amazing to hear that anthem. And one thing the wind is good for, Richie, is the flags fluttering in the wind. Now, no time to relax here as we move on to the next of our finals. This is the Under-19 women's pairs final between, in lane 1, the individual neutral athletes, in lane 2, Greece, in lane 3, Australia, in lane 4, Romania, in lane 5, France, and in lane 6, Germany.
And we're underway here and already into the first few 100 metres. And the early leaders, it is the Romanian crew just in the first few strokes. Off to the quickest start, rating 39 strokes per minute. The Greek and Australian crews up at the 43-40 4 strokes per minute. So they're matching them on boat speed at the moment as they settle into the first few 100 metres here. It's all the action in the centre of the course, with Romania leading it out, just ahead then of Greece in second place, the Australians in third, as we watch the footage from overhead.
Yeah, great start here for the Romanians here. Scutaru and Tivadariu in the centre lane. All of these athletes have raced this morning once already in their A-B semi-finals. They've earned and achieved their place here in the A final, and now this is the one. They've got one final race down this track to try and get their hands on a medal here at the World Championships to become the best in the world. Half a length currently to the Romanians. the Australians here, Jackson and Richardson, pressing hard against the Greeks here, and the individual neutral athletes there. That's the lanes to your left-hand side, Romania. On the right-hand side, we've got France and Germany fighting it out for the minor places towards the back. But currently, in this early stage of the race, it's all about Romania.
Absolutely. The wind gusts have dropped down a little bit, so nice rowing conditions here for the women's pair final. Having raced earlier on, they made that quick turnaround to get back up. A shortened program, of course, because of the weather that is affecting us tomorrow. So that's why we're seeing semi-finals and finals racing here. The Romanians just about half a length now, but very little between the other three crews from the individual neutral athletes, Greece and Australia in second, third and fourth respectively. And in these smaller boats, we saw it throughout the week, and even in the semi-finals that we saw earlier on, the lane, the details can change over the space of a couple of strokes. The Australian crew, you can see overhead footage there, the Australian crew having to make an adjustment because their blades were just coming up to clip over the side of the lane that they're in, so they're very much over on the right-hand side of their lane. They're having to compensate, and every time you have to do a little compensation like that, it slows the boat down, and that's why they've now moved back into fourth position. So they're going to have to recover from this to see if they can get back on level terms with the Greek pair and also the crew from individual neutral athletes to get back into medal contention. So that's unfortunate to see there, but they're a strong pair, Jackson and Richardson, and we saw them row very well during the week, and I'm sure that they can get back into contention here.
Yeah, they won their semi-final this morning against Greece, who line up in the lane next to them. Quick look over the shoulders there of both Jackson and Richardson, just to make sure that they're still in this race, but they are being led out currently by the Greeks in silver medal position. France also coming right back up here. They were second to Romania and actually probably closest on time, I think. Yeah, 7:35.66. That was quicker than the Australians winning in the second AB semi-final. So suspect France will be up here in contention for the medals. The individual neutral athletes there, Kavalenka and Darakovets in lane number 1. They're still running in bronze medal position currently. The Greeks in silver. Through the 1,000 metres, though, it was the individual neutral athletes that just pipped them to the timing post. And actually, if you look at this angle, I think that is indeed correct. Silver medalists currently, the individual neutral athletes on the outside lane. But the Greeks going for a real push here. Papiano, Dimitra and Christina are really pushing hard. They're moving together here to try and overhaul the outside lane, the individual neutral athletes. Gosh, the Australians, I think, have just been really struggling with their steering, Richie, and it's impacting the way that they're moving through the course of this race.
So unfortunate, because we were expecting them to be in the mix of the medals, and maybe in the second half they can recover. Experience, of course, racing in the 8 last year, now making it into the pair, and an impressive week for them, but just off the pace, as we said, affected by the steering. No doubt about the leading 3 crews there, and if anything, the Romanian crew push on again. They're doing their best to shake off the chasing pack, and down to 7:50 to go. We're watching the crews start to lift it up now. The Greek crew up at 37 strokes per minute. The individual neutral athletes as well responding up at 36. So these two in lanes 1 and 2 now pushing on, and it looks like the pair from the individual neutral athletes pushing on into the silver medal position just ahead of Greece at the moment.
Oh, but this Romanian pair out in front, amazing. Iuneila, Elena Scataru and Gabriela Tivadariu are just, they look like such an accomplished pair. Would you believe that this is actually their first World Championships? They're both debutantes here at the World Rowing Under 19 Championships, and they are rowing so well out in front. 32 strokes a minute, very contained, and just giving them all the time they need to respond to any pushes here coming from the back of the pack. Greece are now starting to shift through the individual neutral athletes on the outside lane, but they have to take it up to 36 to try and achieve that. They're moving into silver medal position, but here come France, Richie. This could be the French team's first medal on home water here at this championships. They're starting to push back now on Australia. They've got to pick off both Australia and the neutral athletes to move up through onto the podium, but in the small boats, it is absolutely possible.
Yeah, and we've seen this French crew impressive in the heats with one of the fastest times earlier on, and they might have a sprint finish to come back and challenge for the medals here. The Greek pair have gone very early, 37 strokes per minute, 500 to go. They lifted it and passed out the pair from individual neutral athletes who are in the silver medal position, and Australia now are in striking distance of that bronze medal. They have done a little bit of a recovery, but I think they might run out of water here. The Romanians dishing it out here, a beautiful soft hand approach. They look so fluid when they are rowing here and don't look like any other crew going to come near them. Not under any pressure at all, in full control of the race here. But the medal race for silver and bronze is really on now between Greece, the individual neutral athletes, and maybe the fast finishing French crew.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. France just off the pitch there to the right-hand side. Romania looking so unflustered. Tivadariu and Scaturu surely have to be our gold medalists and world champions here in this under-19 events, but nothing sure about the rest of the podium positions. Greece so used to being world champions in this event, but they're knocked further back. This new combination now on the fight for the podium. The individual neutral athletes to their left here, Kavalenka and Darakavets, are in lane one trying to fight Australia. Australia now coming through Greece. Could we see a silver medal performance here from Australia in the final closing moments? It's going to be Romania for gold, Clearwater back, but the Greeks will take silver, and I think a photo finish for bronze between Australia and the individual neutral athletes. And we'll wait to see. Our camera is certainly not on the line here. Oh, a capsize from the individual neutral athletes over the line. They gave so much to that they've ended up in the water. Oh, this is just absolutely... Oh, this is breathtaking. So it was gold for Romania, it was then silver to Greece, and then Australia in bronze medal position, beating out the individual neutral athletes by just a whisker there in... well, yeah, it was 7:31.16 to Australia, 7:31.29 to the individual neutral athletes. And there are your medalists: gold to Romania, silver to Greece, and Australia sneaking a bronze in the final closing moment. What a heroic performance.
An amazing response there from Australia with the steering issues that they had to recover well and sneak in there to get that bronze medal. Fantastic race there from Jackson and Richardson, but really all eyes on the Romanian crew. What a fantastic race that they had, dominating from start to finish and taking the gold medal there ahead of the really competitive Greek crew in second place. Unfortunate for the individual neutral athletes, not only just being pipped for the line, but just a spent force coming over and unfortunately having to now be rescued from the water there. All okay, I'm sure they'll recover well, and not the way that you want to close out your regatta, but just shows the commitment that they had in that race for the bronze medal, doing absolutely everything, throwing it all to the line, and hopefully they'll be all okay, being taken back in now, and the boat will be brought in to close out. But a really fantastic finish there. Well done to Romania and to Greece in the silver medal, and fantastic to see Australia just coming in with that sprint finish for the bronze medal.
So more medals now. I love being able to see these athletes getting their medals, what they've worked so hard for all season. And it should be the medals here for the under-19 men's Coxed 4 heading out onto the podium. And this is, again, it was a very competitive field. We saw very tight racing here, big celebrations from the Italians, who will see crowned world champions in just a moment's time.
Lots of big smiling faces there. The recovery is done. I'm sure they've all caught their breath now. A little punch in the air from the Turkish crew there. Great to see, and huge support. You can probably hear in the background all of the cheers from the supporters in the grandstands that are here.
Big set of spectators here in Paris, and they'll be gearing up to cheer their home countries. Flags being dished out all over the place here for our medalists. Germany, Italy, the Cox have just run away to make sure that they've got an Italian flag to hand. Bronze medalists here, Turkey being awarded a wonderful performance from the European champions, now crowned bronze medalists here. Erdem Ahmet in the bow seat, Yagit Yasar Dogruk in the 2 seat there, getting the bronze medal. Gokmen Khan Tetsa in the 3 seat. Youssef Sia Atez in the 3 seat. And then in the stroke seat even, and then Céline Boss in the Coxed seat. They look absolutely chuffed with their medals. And silver medalists now on the podium. Great performance here from this German crew. Huge celebrations for them, Richie.
Big smiles on their faces. I always laugh at the Coxed boats. Maybe I'll get in trouble for saying this, but it always feels like someone has brought their little brother or sister out onto stage when you see just how big and tall and strong these athletes are. And then the Coxed, as we were saying, they weight up 55 kilos. So that's why if anyone's unfamiliar with what they're seeing on screen, those are the guys that are steering in the boat. And that's why there's a little bit of a size difference here. But all credit to the German crew. They really pushed the Italians all the way to the line here. Really competitive race. And as we were saying throughout this is just a stepping stone at under 19. All the way we'll see some of these crews either come back here, because some of them are underage again next year, or moving up into compete in the under 23s.
So that was Leon Gronbach, Sebastian Hopp, Levin Burkhardt, Amadeus Maus and Leonard Wright getting their silver medals. And here are our under 19 world rowing champions. It's the Italian crew who are victorious here in France. At bow, it's Nathan Sator there receiving the gold medal. Filippo Bancora here in the 2-seat, a world champion. Guglielmo Melagari in the 3-seat. Francesco Garuccio in the stroke seat. And then Riccardo Doni receiving gold medal. An excellently steered performance there in that difficult crosswind. We did say so experienced of them to keep that boat in a straight line. And we'll hear now the Italian national anthem. Absolutely love that national anthem. One of my favourites, I must say, up here in the commentary box. We're having a great time listening along to the Italians there, singing beautifully to their national anthem. And here at a World Championships, that is the privilege that you get for winning a gold medal. You get to hear your national anthem blared out across the speakers. One of the few times here at World Rowing events that happens. It's only at championship events, so the age group championships, the European championships and the World Championships that is reserved for those events. Now we're straight back into the next final of the day. We're really rattling through them. We're already underway with the A final of the under-19 men's pair. France in 1, Great Britain in 2, Turkey, who are leading currently out in 3, Germany in 4, South Africa in 5, and Greece in lane number 6. And currently the podium looking fairly set here, Richie, as we approach halfway. Just one length separating each of these crews, but Turkey in gold, Germany currently running in silver, and South Africa in bronze.
Yeah, real commanding lead that the Turkey crew here. Selçuk in the bow seat, Bieber in the stroke seat. They're dishing it out here at the start, at the lead of the pack here, with just over 2.5 second lead ahead of the German crew in second place and South Africa in third. So fairly spread out, not like the race we saw in the women's pairs race just previously, when it was a real battle to the line here, with 3 crews well spread out with clear water between first, second and third. And then it is the French crew just within striking distance at the moment in 4th place, Martin and Descos Vigouroux, who might might be able to put a challenge in against the South African crew, but they're on opposite ends of the course, so very difficult for them to gauge how they're doing here. Little glance over to the left and right needed for the crews to see what work they will need to do to get into medal contention here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think Great Britain probably the nearest crew. No, my apologies. France, the nearest crew, and with a sniff here. Martine and Desco Vigarou here on the left-hand side of your picture of stepping onto the podium. They're in 4th at the moment, but they've got to pluck off South Africa. They are moving really well, though, and we could see them come back. They're in lane number 1, so we'll keep our eyes on them. But what a performance here from Turkey. Timur Selçuk in the bow seat, Enes Biber in the stroke seat, and 4th position for these guys last year, an agonising position to be just off the podium, but another year older, another year wiser, and another year of training under their belt. And look at them go here, Richie. They are commanding this field in a very competitive small boat event. This could be a sensational performance here from the Turkish duo.
Yeah, most crews will tell you that 4th place is the worst position to come, and I think they've probably learned from that and built from their 4th place last year as well. But I'm really surprised to see them with such a lead here, coming in with under 500 meters to go. The German crew doing quite well in the silver medal position at the moment, and a little bit of a wobble there, I think, from the crosswind affecting the crews again coming into the run into the finish. They've recovered well here, so the Turkey crew still leading it out ahead of the German crew, looking a little bit laboured for the German crew, but we saw that's how they were looking as well in the semi-final this morning, but still managing to come through and qualify for the final. It looks like now the South African crew have shaken off the challenge of the French crew for that bronze medal position. Well strung out then for GB and the Greek crew in 5th and 6th. Coming in now, 2:50 to go. What a lead here that they've opened up, and so surprising to see in the final of a race that there's a crew this far ahead, Camilla.
Yeah, this is magical here for this combination of Selçuk and Biber. They are absolutely storming this final, untouchable out here in the gold medal position. But look at this race for silver. The Germans, with their sprint, just going all over their lane. It's so difficult to steer these pairs as you start to sprint, and it's giving South Africa the opportunity to try and push back in an attempt for a silver medal here. Are the world champions from last year's men's 8 going to cling on here for 2nd place on the podium? I'm unsure. We'll have to wait for the final 10 strokes or so. I still think Germany in silver medal position, but barely any crews on the screen here as Turkey claim gold in the under-19 men's pairs event in some style. Germany will roll over in silver. They're very thankful for the line, and then it will leave South Africa's Miles Laban and Braden Howard to pick up bronze medal here in this event. Huge celebrations from Turkey. They are absolutely delighted with that performance, as they should be, Richie, because that was some demonstration there of pairs rowing.
Absolutely. They took the lead off of the start, held on to it, and continued to move away, and to win by over 4.5 seconds. Fantastic to see in the final there of the men's pair. Gold medal going to Selçuk and Biber of Turkey. 2nd place, really good row from Strongman, and Benin from Germany, and then Laburn and Howard holding off the challenger France to pick up the bronze medal for South Africa. Really fantastic racing. Not as close as you saw in the women's pairs, but just as impressive, especially from Selçuk and Biber from Turkey, taking that gold medal. What a performance from them. Very secure with clear water, well ahead of the chasing pack there, but all congratulations as well to Germany and South Africa picking up the medals.
Well, we're moving so quickly through these A finals, more medals being thrown around the necks of our victorious crews. And next up, we've got the medal ceremony for the under-19 women's pair. So this was such a close race. The Australians, great to see them up standing on 2 feet, because they must have been exhausted. Absolutely emptied the tank there to get that by the narrowest of margins, that bronze medal, but full of vigour now, full of celebrations to be coming out onto the podium. Romania, excellently dominant performance from them. I'm sure we'll see these names on the team sheets for under 23s and for senior championships in years to come. A wonderful performance for them. 4th last year, but onto the podium this year. And the Greeks, big smiles across their faces as well. And this was maybe the closest medal final we've seen yet today. We've still got a lot more to come, but these Australians here, Katie Jackson in the bow seat now receiving her medal, and joined by partner Lucy Richardson here, being presented their medals by the World Rowing Executive Director Vincent Gaillard, has the honours of awarding the under-19 women's pairs. Big celebrations from the Australians in the crowd.
I'm going to claim Lucy as a cousin there. I have a lot of Richardsons over in Australia, so I'm sure in some distant org chart of our family tree, I'm related to her.
Well, and then we've got Greece here picking up their silver medal. Christina Papiano and Demetria Papianou. Not sure if cousins or siblings, but certainly a great job. Well done there for Greece, following in the footsteps of many Greek under-19 and under-23 pairs that we've seen come away victorious from this event. But this time around, not to be for them, because Romania with an emphatic performance in the final. It is Ionela Elena Scataru in the bow seat, receiving her medal from Vincent Gaillard, and then in the stroke seat, a remarkable rhythm set by Gabriela Tivadariu of Romania, and we will hear the Romanian national anthem. Those glistening gold medals matching well with the gold in their lycras, and champions here in the under-19 women's pair. Great presentation there for our victors in the under-19 women's pairs. Romania, big hugs for them. Ionela and Gabriela, who will come home with a gold medal to Romania after this amazing final. Now, not much time to waste here. We'll go from that men's pair race that we've just seen. They'll be getting their medals in just a second. Now onto the big boat finals. This is the final of the under-19 women's coxless fours. From the top of your screen, France in 1, Germany in 2, Great Britain in 3, Italy in 4, Romania in lane 5, and Switzerland in lane number 6. And talk about blanket starts here, Richie. This is really a tight start here for all 6 of these crews as they come into the first 250 metres.
Yeah, just looking at the stats here, it's the Romanian crew, 48 strokes per minute into the first 100 metres of their race. The other crews down at a nice sensible 40-41, striding out now and getting into a nice rhythm. It is the French crew, just barely in the, holding on to the lead here, fastest boat at the moment, and opening up a little bit of an early lead right beside them. Romania matching each other stroke for stroke, still up at 44 strokes per minute for the Romanian crew, so they're dishing it out here to try take the lead ahead of the French crew. They're matching each other, and then it's a short distance back to third place GB at the moment, ahead of the Italian, German and Swiss crews, coming up with about 250-300 metres gone.
Well, the Romanians now starting to try and take on the French here for the honours of being in gold medal position. And in that Romanian crew, we've got Pascovici in the bow seats. Then we've gone Juliana Isabella Boldea in the 2 seats. She was talked into rowing by her mother, came into it and has found now a big thank you to her mum for introducing her to this sport, and currently paying off in gold medal position. Great Britain emerging in silver medal position. They've managed to sneak themselves in the centre of the course through into silver ahead of France. But you can see there, they're right on the buoy line, Richie, on their stroke side buoys. They're going to have to get themselves pushed back over into the tailwind to avoid any mishaps.
A little bit of an adjustment been made there to get them back in the centre of their lane so that they don't run into any trouble here. It will have slowed the boat down a little bit, but they can recover well. We saw the Australians do that in the women's pair. They unfortunately moved back into 4th place, but then coming back from a storming finish to take the bronze medal. So that's what these crews here will want to do, make sure they give themselves a clear run down the track of the course here and not run into any issues, so they can focus on the power in the boat and getting that all-important strokes towards the finish line ahead of the competitors and the chasing field. So we're watching the Romanians still leading it out here now ahead of the GB crew, going well, moving from 3rd or 4th place up into 2nd at the moment, coming up to about the halfway mark. So it's Romania leading it out ahead of GB in 2nd place, but all within striking distance then the French and German crews, along with the crew from Switzerland and Italy as well. So sorry, the Swiss crew probably the only crew not in contention at the moment and in danger of moving out of the early leaders here. The 5 crews all contesting the 3 medals coming up to the halfway mark soon. And GB now moving into the lead, so down to 36 strokes per minute, fastest boat on the water. So a nice solid part of the race here for the GB crew to move into the lead, Camilla.
Yeah, it was a big push there from Great Britain to move into gold medal position. We can see them going through the 1,000 metres, just sneaking ahead, 0.05 now ahead of Romania in gold medal position. Romania in silver, Italy in bronze, and then a bit of a gap back to France. These leading trio now trying to get themselves well onto the podium. 35 strokes a minute for Great Britain, fastest moving boat on the water currently alongside the Italians. They're pulling Italy along with them. Romania also trying to respond here up at 39 strokes a minute. They're overrating GB, but GB starting to move past now, and they're trying to move themselves into gold medal position.
They're doing their best to shake off the challenge. The Romanian crew in 2nd place at the moment. That's the wrong place there. You want a Romanian crew right there beside you and challenging you for a medal, because we know Romanians have some of the biggest finishes and they put absolutely everything into it, but they're rating 39 strokes per minute. Where can they go from there?
Wow, we can't forget the Italians as well. They've got 2 world champions on board from this event last year. Giorgia Stracciatella in the stroke seat, Lucrezia Monacci in the 3 seat, both gold medalists in this event last year, so do not write them off. They're in bronze medal position at the moment, but they are coming for Romania as they push on now towards the finish line. The British just seem to keep stepping on and stepping on. They've drawn out once again 1 more seat to GB ahead of Romania here in gold medal position.
Really impressive row from the GB crew to take the lead and try hold it there, dishing it out. Madeleine Greenstock in the stroke seat, being backed up admirably there by Holbrow, Brooksbank, Luke and Shepherd in bow 2 and 3, coming under increased pressure as we come down to about 500 metres to go, but GB still pushing on.
Yeah, they've managed to readjust that steering. Look, they're right over to the left-hand side of their lane where the wind is coming from. Really smart move, very mature there from these Coxless boats with the athletes in the boat steering. It's very challenging conditions for that, but GB handling it well, as are Italy and Romania. But look at this from the Italians. They've moved up to 38 strokes a minute. Romania at 40. These 3 crews sure of a medal, but which colour we'll have to see. GB still down at 35. They've got so much time and room. The crews to their right frantically sprinting here for the podium. Great Britain yet to respond.
Blustery conditions here for the crews to deal with, but the 3 leading crews pushing on here now, and all of them within contention of the gold, silver and the bronze. Doing all the running has been GB, but under increased pressure from the Romanian and Italian crews, but GB just starting to take the rate up again now. The Romanian crew up at 42 strokes per minute. They're throwing absolutely everything at it here. The Italians responding as well. We're down now to less than 250. The crowds are cheering them on here. Fantastic footage from all the crews coming in. Camilla, GB looking good here, but under pressure.
Oh, all three crews surging here for the line. All bow balls in alignment. Great Britain now at 38 strokes a minute, but they're being rowed through here by the crews up at 41, 43 for the Romanians. They really want that gold medal. They've got the taste of it now. The Italians looking to defend their title, of which they have timed to perfection. Italy will be world champions here in Paris. It will then be Great Britain slotted back into silver. Romania not quite being able to produce the boat speed they need, but settling for bronze. Great Britain, though, seem very happy with that silver medal despite the row through. But the Italians defending that title, and especially that stern pair, Giorgia Schiatella and Lucrezia Monacci, world champions once again, back-to-back, 2 years on the trot. Absolutely incredible scenes, and what a race plan there from the Italians.
Absolutely, you said it. They timed it to absolute perfection. They were back in 4th place off the start, moving into 3rd, and then just inching their way forward just in the last 100 metres, taking the rate up to 42 strokes per minute, and just pipping the GB crew who had led from the 500 metre mark all the way in. But as he said, great to see that they were celebrating their silver medal, so happy enough with that. So 2 great competitive crews there, and backing them up, the Romanians in the bronze medal. These 3 medalists just then ahead of the crews from France, Germany and Switzerland. A fantastic finish there for the final of the women's fours, and a really great row, as you said, for the Italians. Really clever racing, knowing that they have what was needed left in the tank, and just coming up and timing that sprint finish to absolute perfection.
Well, I can hear the sounds of the victory ceremony presentation starting, ready for our men's pair medalists. You can see just on the left-hand side of your picture there, starting to walk out are our medaling crews in this event: South Africa, Germany and Turkey, who, wow, I mean, that was gobsmacking, wasn't it, Richie? That performance from Turkey, just clear water the whole way down the course.
Absolutely, and we were saying to win by that margin just shows how talented that this pair from Turkey are. A really fantastic row for them, and really competitive then from the Germans and the South Africans as well, putting them up to it and racing each other for the silver and the bronze. But the Turkey crew centre of the course, centre of the screen there, just as we're celebrating the South African crew and their bronze medals.
Yeah, amazing. So we've got Jean-Christophe Roland, a man who knows how to row a men's pair, certainly, and hopefully taking some inspiration from his incredible career in the French men's pair. It's now South Africa's Miles Laban and Braden Howard receiving their bronze medals from this under-19 pairs event. Silver medalists, well, we're about to hear Germany called out as our silver medalists. A great fight put up by them. A great race from Tobias Strangeman in the bow seat there, getting his silver medal, and Johannes Benain in the stroke seat. And smiles, subdued smiles from the Germans with this placing on the podium. But this is the crew, this absolute superstar crew from Turkey. An amazing, amazing performance. One of the most dominant performances we've seen all day, unparalleled in their performance. This is Turkey's Timur Selçuk in the bow seat. And in the stroke seat there, Enes Bieber, 4th place at last year's Under-19 World Championships. Back a year later, a year stronger, and wow, a few places higher, and they can now call themselves Under-19 World Champions.
Jubilant celebrations are great to see. Big long arms, he's like an albatross. and that'll have played in to help them. We're just listening to the Tiki anthem now, celebrating the men's pairs gold medals.
Ladies and gentlemen, our medalists.
Well, the bowman there, the Turkish pair, sporting a haircut very similar to yourself about 20 years ago, Richie. Back in fashion, you should get yourself back down to the barbers.
I was setting trends back then. It's nice to see it's come around full circle and in fashion once again. Back up at the start here now, we have the final of the men's junior fours that are underway, and you can see on screen, and it is the Romanian crew going in form here. They're off to the fastest start, off at 45 strokes per minute, which is very familiar to all of the Romanian crews that we've seen in the racing so far this regatta. Up, very high rating, looking to establish a lead. Going with them is the Italian crew, rating 41 in lane 1. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, but the only crew at the moment is the Hungarian crew in 6th. A little bit off the pace, but we're only into the first few hundred meters here, so all to play for. Going very well as well beside the Romanian crew. It is the home favourites of the French crew here in 2nd place now, and pushing on and maintaining an overlap of Romania. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, coming up to the first few hundred meters. Really competitive here. All the crews up at 39-40 strokes per minute, and we're underway here. Romania looking good, Camilla.
Yeah, Romania looking great here, and through the semi-final this morning, they did seem like the crew to beat, but popping out of the pack now, Great Britain starting to make their move. They managed to secure the other centre lane in the other semi-final, having won that one with relative ease, actually. There was a bit of a bun fight going on around them. Both of these crews in the centre lanes were victorious in their semi-final, and Great Britain here going for the title defence with a all different crew, as we mentioned in the coverage earlier, but they're just nipping at the heels of Romania here, both France and Great Britain. They've still managed to secure a little bit of overlap.
And similar to what we've seen in the other races as well, these pushing each other on, and they're opening up then a little bit of a lead ahead of Italy, Germany and Hungary in 4th, 5th and 6th. So it's turning into a 3-boat race for the medals, but very much within striking distance. Still Germany and Italy in lanes 1 and 2. So it'll be interesting to see how this is going to play out when we get up into the second half of the race. Just about 750 metres gone. Romania leading it out. Great Britain within striking distance. Silver medalists at the moment coming in to the 1,000-metre mark, but looking good. And Camilla, these other crews really there. They can pounce at any stage. Even though it's the bigger boats, we can see that they can move up from 4th and 5th into challenge for the medals. So with just over halfway to go, it's anyone's play here for all of the 3 medals.
Yeah, it really is, and I think you're right in saying that. I think we'll see these 3 boats at the moment who are in the centre of the course most likely to secure those, but what colour still up in the air at the moment. Romania leading in gold, but striking the same boat speed as Great Britain, who are up at 37 strokes a minute. They're overrating the Romanians just by 1 pip, but this is a great performance here by the French as well. High hopes on this French crew, who have had a really impressive regatta, and again we could see potentially here the first medal for the French on home water, so lots of support for this French crew, I am sure. And they've pulled up right alongside Great Britain here through the centre part. We've gone through the halfway timing marker. Romania led out by just under 2 seconds ahead of Great Britain, and right alongside France, still very much in the running. Both of these crews ahead of Germany in 4th.
And I think when the French crew hear the roars of the support here coming in towards the enclosure, it might help them lift the boat. They're doing a really good job here at the moment, moving from 5th to 4th and now into 3rd place, and just coming up to try challenge the GB crew for the silver medal. Steering is always going to be an issue here. The wind has picked up again, so a little bit of blustery conditions for the crews to deal with as they come into the run into into the finish. The course does open up in the second half of the race, which is why you might see a little bit more splashing from the blade work that's taking place, but definitely not affecting the boat speed too much for the Romanians. They're in full control here. They're starting to power on now, but this French crew really impressive, putting it up to GB, but GB responding now, Camilla, and coming back to challenge for that silver medal.
Yeah, coming back to challenge for that silver medal. They're just allowing Romania to slip out of their grasp somewhat. Every stroke that Romania takes, it's just pushing them that little bit further ahead of Great Britain. We're through 500 metres to go there. You can see the timing marker on the right-hand side of the screen. Great Britain have pushed a little bit more time into France, though, getting a little bit more solidified in that silver medal position. But here come Germany, look. Here's a massive push from the German crew. Maybe we spoke too soon when we said that the medal's probably to be between these three crews out in front, because the Germans are really pushing on to France here.
So the blue line of boys that you can see in the background are just indicating that it's over 250 to go and the run into the finish. The Romanians powering on again. They're up at 40 strokes per minute, in full control here, but it's all about the race for silver, bronze, and the Germans on a charge here. GB responding as well, looking to hold on to the silver medal, with the French challenging now coming up towards it, but it looks like the GB crew just a little bit ahead. It's going to be the race for the bronze here between Germany and France, and they might just reel in the Great British crew.
Yeah, I think Germany are reeling in Great Britain here for silver. This would be the performance of a lifetime for Gimplinger, Rasteta, Flirter and Salzmann in the German crew. We saw the German fans there willing them on. Have Great Britain got one more gear to respond here to France and Germany? No doubt Romania will be on top of the podium here, so long as they can keep clean in the final 10 strokes. It's been an amazing performance for them, and I think the Germans have now pushed through Great Britain. Indeed they have. Great Britain also being pushed back from France. Could we see the French first medal? I think we will here. GB will be in fourth, France in bronze, Germany in silver and Romania in gold. A huge celebration there from Konstantin Flotschia in the 3-seat for Romania. A big pat on the back, and look at that, the German fans are enthralled by that performance. France here, first medal of the home championships in Paris, and you can see what that means to them.
Absolutely great to see for the French crew. I think these were just four friends who put together a crew to come through the trialling system, and now there they are with a medal at the Under-19 World Championships. A really strong finish from the German crew to surge in to take second place there ahead of France, and Great Britain back in fourth. Through everything at the race there, GB leading it out in the early stages along with Romania, did their best to hold on to second place, but just the charge of the French and the German crews was unbelievable there in the last 500. And we were saying it's normally the small boats that you see the lead change or medal positions change when you're running to the finish, but what an amazing race there to see the French and German crews and the bigger boats coming in to power their way into the medals.
Yeah, amazing from that German crew in particular. I would say a brilliant performance, wonderful from the French there to claim a medal, and we'll see the medal ceremony in just a moment's time for the Under-19 women's fours, and we'll watch these guys coming into the podium there. France will be delighted, and although no anthem here for bronze medal, but the sense to stand on the podium in and amongst your home crowd on home water on the run up to an Olympics and a Paralympics must be pretty cool for you know, if you're 17, 18 years old. Absolutely.
You can imagine that a lot of their families and friends will be here as well to see that take place. So huge congratulations to them, and great to do it. They're just in front of us here at where we're stationed on the opposite side to the tower. We're watching them there punching the air in jubilation for their bronze medal. Really well done to them. They're paddling up now to the medal presentation along with Germany and Romania. So fantastic to see, and you can see on the left hand side of your screen is where they'll be paddling up to as we hear the all-important music for the next medal presentation. Yeah, this is the Under-19 women's Coxed fours now moving on to the podium, and it was a great race by all in this one. We've seen just some great sprint finishes here across the board, and our bronze medalists there, Romania, the Italians with that sensational sprint finish to defend that title, and Great Britain will come through in silver medal position onto the podium with
big smiles on their faces.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Bronze medalists. Romania will be first to receive their medals here on the podium. It's a bit chilly. I think if I was in Lycra having just raced up, the wind is so cold. We're hearing about 3 jumpers in the commentary booth, about 200 metres from where these guys are stood, and it is really quite cold. Now, bronze medalists being awarded here by Frida Svensson, the World Championship medalist from Sweden back at the 2010 Carapiro World Championships. The next generation of women's athletes being given their medals here. Romania, Ruxandra Pascovici in the bow seat, Juliana Isabella Boldea in the 2 seat, Delia Mirabella Gardinacic in the 3 seat, and Andrea Nicoletta Dinu in the stroke seat. Great Britain there, silver medals, and that's a big celebration there from Madeleine Greenstock in the stroke seat. Big hugs all round here. But first to receive silver medal, Martha Shepherd there in the bow seat. And it will be Rhiannon Luke in the 2 seat. A lot of these athletes studying in the US and returning to race for Great Britain. A great silver medal for them. Or they're planning on heading to the US for university next year, of course. Next up, we've got Violet Holbrow-Brooksbank in the 3 seat and Madeleine Greenstock in the stroke seat for GB. And then Italy, a big jump I'm hoping we'll see here. Under 19 world champions in the women's 4. Yeah, of course, a great celebration there from the Italians. Big hugs all around here for Francesca Rubeo in the bow seat.
Sara Lucia Caterisano.
And then Sara Lucia Caterisano in the 2 seat.
Lucrezia Monacci.
Lucrezia Monacci in the 3 seats there. A second gold medal to add to her collection alongside Giorgia Schiatella in the stroke seat. And beaming, absolutely beaming here at that performance, as they should be, Richie, to row through to win a gold medal like that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
excellent
the national anthem.
Absolutely one of the races of the championship that we've seen so far in the women's 4.
So this is the next race on the course. Will be the A final of the under-19 women's quads, but first, the Italian national anthem. Keeping us nice and warm, the Italian national anthem, as we dance to it up here in the commentary box. Such a lively anthem, and some tears there on the podium. Oh, I mean, it must be really emotional if this is your last World Championships. You know, perhaps you're moving on into the under-23 age bracket or on to university or wherever it is that you might be going. It's very emotional.
Absolutely, all change for these crews as they come out of the under-19s. You mentioned that some of the rowers heading off to the US to row for the varsity setup over there. So end of an era for some of the rowers, but also with some competitors here who will be back next year and the year after. One of our competitors, just 14 years of age, in one of the earlier races. We're back now up at the start with the final of the junior women's quadruple sculls. They're underway. The lineup here in lane 1, United States of America, lane 2, Switzerland, lane 3, Great Britain, lane 4, Germany, lane 5, Italy, and lane 6, Czechia. And coming through 500 metres, it's the Italian crew crew leading it out ahead of Germany. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, just about ahead then of GB in 3rd place, with Czechia 4th, Switzerland in 5th, and United States in 6th. But just 2 seconds separating 1st to 6th, so it's going to be a really competitive race here once we get into the middle part of the course and they settle into their rhythm.
Yeah, the Italians here moving very quickly. The Germans also, you can see their meters per stroke is soaring up, but the Italians still moving the most quickly on the water. They've just not got quite as, they're obviously at a higher rating. They're up at 37 strokes a minute. The Germans down at 35. That makes a lot of sense, and we're approaching 800 meters gone. Italy have had such a great regatta so far. We've just seen them awarded the Coxed 4s in the women's side. Can they make it the quads as well? Both of the 4 athlete boat types, if they can hang on to this position, they'll be atop the podium once again. They're European champions in this boat type. Just one change into the crew here. Angelica Erpini in the 2 seat, a new addition to that gold medal winning crew from Brive, and they're leading out Germany at the moment, who just try and stick their bow ball here into the centre of the Italian crew. Great Britain going head to head currently with Czechia in lane number 6 for the bronze.
Yeah, coming up now with the 1,000 metre mark halfway through the course. We're just getting our drone footage back on track here, and we'll be able to get you the footage just coming through the 1,000 metres up on screen. You can see it's the Italians leading, but just 0.44 of a second ahead of Germany, and Czechia there with the 3rd place at the moment, but Great Britain very much within striking distance of that bronze medal. And down to the second half of the race here, the Italian crew still leading it out here, but Germany putting them under increased pressure, both of them matching each other for boat speed and on stroke rate as well at 35 strokes per minute. The GB crew up at 36, doing their best to stay in contention, along with the Czechia crew rating 36 as well. They're battling it out for 3rd and 4th at the moment, and they'll push each other on here and hopefully be able to make inroads into the lead that the Italian and German crews are opening up for the gold and silver medals.
Well, all 3 of these crews raced each other in the same semi-final this morning, where it was Germany that came out on top ahead of Italy, and then Czechia came in 3rd. So the Italians looking to flip the script there. They're out in gold medal position currently ahead of Germany, but still plenty of opportunity for it to change. The Germans still at a much lower rating there. You can see meters per stroke certainly playing in the favour of Germany as they pull up alongside, and in fact paying off here that efficiency as they now move into the lead and pass the Italians in gold medal position.
So interesting to see how things are going here in the middle part of the race, and that they are opening up, just coming through the 1,500 metre mark now. We are seeing that it's the German crews putting on the push and taking the lead ahead of the Italians. And can the Italians respond and take the lead back from the Germans? Really solid rowing from the Germans, down at 35 strokes per minute. So they're doing all the work in the water here and dealing with these difficult blustery conditions. We've just seen a little bit of rain starting to come in now, along with the crosswind. So not ideal conditions for the crews, but Camilla, given the week that we've had, I think they'll take the weather we have today.
Yeah, this is certainly tame in comparison to what we saw during yesterday's racing. A trickle of rain, a bit of a blow of wind. They will be very thankful that it's not like yesterday. But here we are, look, the final few hundred metres now. We're approaching 250 metres to go, and it is still the fight between Germany and Italy. Germany have decided that they want to go early. They're still at 35 strokes a minute. They're pushing harder. The power is what's pushing them past the Italians, who are up at 37. Germany now starting to lift a little, 36 strokes a minute in the stroke seat. Lea Hafka is the one responsible for setting that rhythm for the Germans, and just getting that direct placement of the blade into the wind is just keeping them ahead of Italy and pushing them even further away. But look at this race for bronze, Richie. GB and Czechia absolutely level. Great Britain at 38, Czechia at 41, but still nothing in it here between the 2 crews. If anything, Great Britain now starting to pull into bronze.
Yeah, real charge on for the finish here. Medals in contention, of course. The Germans now pushing on. Can they hold on to the lead ahead of the Italian crew in 2nd place? They look secure for gold and silver, but the real push on here between GB and the Czechia crew for the bronze medal. Just watching the Germans half a canvas ahead of the Italians, and GB just getting the better of the Czechia crew to pick up the bronze medal in third place, Czechia fourth, and then it looked like the United States in fifth place ahead of the Swiss crew in sixth place. Really exciting finish there again in the women's racing. Jubilant celebrations there from GB, knowing that they've got the medal, but really great rowing from the German crew, just coming through in the last few hundred meters, passing out the early leaders of the Italian crew in the last 500 meters, and it is Germany crossing the line there, taking the win ahead of Italy in second place and GB in third.
Big celebrations for our medal-winning crews. Czechia, heartbreak there. They put a big push in at the 1,000 and they were third through 1,000 metres, but they weren't able to ward off Great Britain, who clinched that final podium spot. The rain trickling down here, you can see on the screen just a few raindrops in combination with a slight cross-tail breeze still pushing down here on the course in vaires-sur-marne, and this is, as we've mentioned already, the Olympic and Paralympic course for next year. We're just we're just under actually a year out from the Olympic Games, just over a year out from the Paralympic Games. So great to get some athletes out here of international caliber racing on these waters here in the under-19 realm. But we're on to our next medal presentation. This should be the medal presentation for the under-19 men's fours. Watch those crews paddling back in as the athletes line up on the podium here for the victory ceremony, and athletes of the future, but enjoying the moment right now, right here, right now, as world medalists at this under-19 level. And France with their first medal of the championships, Richie.
Oh, it's great to see. It was a really good finish for them to come back and challenge and just get in to sneak in with that bronze medal. Fantastic last few hundred meters for them, and showing their mettle and their determination on the home waters here in front of the home crowd as well, and jubilant celebrations for them when they crossed the line and made their way up to get their medals.
Yeah, this is big for the French fans here. Alexandre Jollard in the bow seat, Alain Michel in the 2 seat, Maxime Aymard in the 3 seat, and Hector Guimet in the stroke seat there for France. Big smiles all around, and on Parisian waters, on the outskirts of Paris, they will be on the podium here in this fours event. Germany, a wonderful race from this German crew, probably one of the most impressive sprint finishes of the day, and Keno Salzmann in the bow seat there, with Alvar Flöter in the 2 seat, Jakob Ratstetter in the 3 seat, and Simon Gimplinger in the stroke seat. They look pretty fresh considering the performance that they put in that final 500 meters.
Absolutely, I'd be on my hands and knees getting a medal if I put in the performance that they did. It was such an exciting finish to close out the men's fours race, but all credit to our gold medalists. Yeah,
Romania, a really distinguished performance from them, and the crew here combined Mateus Simeon Kosminic in the bow seat, Fabrizio Alexandru Scripariu in the 2 seat, Konstantin Flachea in the 3 seat, and then Sergiu Anfimov in the stroke seat. So we'll hear the Romanian national anthem once again. We saw their under-19 women's pair victorious earlier. A couple of gold medals already under the belt for Romania. They've had a great championships, and we'll stand by for the Romanian national anthem. celebrations for Romania in the under-19 men's Coxed fours. We're about halfway through our programme for today, and still plenty of A-final action on the cards here. We run our A-finals all the way through until 1 o'clock is round about the time that our last race of the day will take place. The men's 8 final will be at 12:47 today. That's our final A final. But we're already underway with this A final of the men's quadruple sculls. It's Poland in 1, China in 2, Great Britain in 3, Germany in 4, Czechia in 5, and Bulgaria in lane 6. And this German quad have been so impressive. They set a blisteringly fast time, a couple of seconds up on the rest of the field in the heats. But Richie, really not much to pick between the remainder of the field through each of the stages of competition on times.
Yeah, looking at it here, we were, as we said, really impressed with the German crew so far. Some very nice rowing from them, but staying with them at the moment, it's the GB crew in second place, right beside them, and then the crew from Poland as well up in third place in the medal mix, ahead then of Czechia in fourth, China in fifth, and Bulgaria in sixth. They're through for 500 metres, and the German crew looking to open up a lead, just getting a little bit of clear water now against the chasing pack into the first quarter of the race. This is exactly as we saw in the earlier races, where they get out to establish the lead and just try and move away from the chasing pack. And it's a very familiar sight that we've seen with the overhead footage here of the German crew powering on here now ahead of the crew in second place, Great Britain. China in fifth at the moment beside the Great British crew, and then the Polish crew in lane 1 challenging for silver medal at the moment. Really solid rowing from the Chinese crew. They're coming back into contention here along with Czechia, and really it's only the Bulgarian crew, Camilla, at the moment that are not in the mix.
Yeah, although when you say not in the mix, only a length down on the fight for the medals, I feel like that's still fairly well in contention. Yeah, the German crew, they've got the privilege of having a silver medalist from the under-19 single sculls last year, Cornelius Conrad, in the bow seat, a very experienced sculler, and joined here by the 3 athletes in front of him, Oscar Krauser, Kiel Richter, and Lorenz Grimm in the stroke seats. They've gotten a tiny little peak of clear water between their bow balls and the bows of Czechia and Great Britain, who run alongside each other. It was Great Britain that took the honours through 500 metres, but I think that's going to be flipped here as we go through the 1,000. And in not quite, actually, Great Britain still clinging on by not very much at all ahead of Czechia for that silver medal position. But we've got to remember, Czechia, again, we talk about a lot of these nations are associated with certain events. They've got a bit of a pedigree, a bit of a prowess in Czechia with this men's quadruple sculls event. They were not only world champions last year in this event, but they also hold the under-19 world's best time from Rycice on home waters in 2018. So they've got a long established history in this event.
And they'll be hoping to bring that pedigree into the second half of the race here. They're currently in second place, but just about ahead of the GB crew. The lead the second place, changing with every stroke between the two. But really impressive here from the Chinese crew. Back in fifth off the start, then moving into fourth, and now they're coming up and challenging, and having GB right beside them will really push them on and get them into the medal mix here. No doubt about the leaders. We're looking over. Look at Germany. They're going again. They're taking it up and powering in the water here, 36 strokes per minute, long and strong. They're really pushing the boat away and moving away from the chasing pack. So Camilla, we're going to have a race on here for the silver and bronze between China, GB and Czechia.
Yeah, we really are. China here, mostly debutantes here, Pan, Xu and Heng, but Chen in the 3 seats was a member of the Chinese men's 8 at the under-19s last year, also a member of the Senior World Cup winning 8, so lots of strength on board in that Chinese crew. But look at this, they are really eking back on Great Britain. At 1,500 metres, still 0.09 of a second to Great Britain in silver medal position, but that has closed. And like you say, I think it's to be determined with every single stroke here. They are identical, nothing to choose between them. Great Britain at 37, Czechia at 38. China here just can't quite seem to get over that quarter of a length deficit that they've got on these two crews.
And up at 39 strokes per minute, it'll be interesting to see what the Chinese crew, what gear can they go up to see if they can get back in. They're pushing all the way here, and they might have the making of the Czechia crew for the bronze medal. But the Great British crew up at 39 strokes per minute. They're going for it here now, and they want to shake off the Chinese and the Czechia crew coming into the run into the finish. No doubt about the leaders here, but Camilla, it's all about the race for silver and bronze.
Yeah, Great Britain have decided that now is the time to go, now or never. They're up at 39 strokes a minute. Czechia have come up to match them, but they can't quite make the indent on them. GB now at 40. Germany completely unscathed here, out in gold medal position. It would be a real upset if anything happened to them now. They have been such a phenomenal crew here throughout this regatta. A very, very well-deserved gold medal position. And look at this sprint from GB. They're pushing back onto the stern of Germany with this big push. It's taken them away from Czechia. Look at this for the bronze medal. China trying to come through here on the line. Photo finish between Czechia and China for bronze. Germany will win gold. Great Britain in silver. But a stunning race there for bronze medal position between Czechia and China. And as the results trickle through, we can confirm what a surge there from the People's Republic of China for a bronze medal ahead of Czechia, the reigning world champions. What an upset. A big, big win there for the Germans. But an ever-changing podium that seemed to be throughout that 2,000 metre race. And we've got our world champions there, Germany, in this men's quadruple sculls.
These last 500 metres are really turning into the sprint finishes where we're seeing medals being swapped and changed between crews. A really fantastic race there for China to take the bronze medal. 5th place going through 500, then moving into 4th through 1,000 and 500. Still in 4th place and putting on a real big surge there coming up and lifting it up to take the bronze medal. Just pipping the crew from Czechia into 4th position. So gold medals to the German crew. Really great win from them. We were so impressed with them right the way through the heats, the quarters and the finals, and Great Britain picking up the silver.
Well, we're getting ready now for medals galore once again, and more medals to be dished out here, this time to the under-19 women's quadruple sculls medalists. And they'll be making their way now in front of the grandstands, in front of the crowds, friends and family that have all travelled here to Paris to witness these special moments that are being made here. And we'll see coming out onto the podium soon, Italy, Germany and Great Britain, hopefully our medalists in this event. And there they are. So bronze medalists. It's going to be Great Britain here, laughing and joking on the podium. Birthday girl Eloise Etherington is going to be the first to receive her medal here. What a present for her. She'll cherish that one forever. It'll be a good memory. And then next up, we've got a bronze for Olivia Cheesemore, Chloe Shepherd, and then finally Lily Martin in the stroke seat of the GB women's quad. Big smile on Rosie McLaughlin's face there, our medal presenter here in this event. And she'll be next to collect the medals for the crew from Italy. Oh, very well recovered there from Naomi De Vincenzi of Italy to get back on her feet. Good that racing's now over. She doesn't have to get back in the boat after that. But in the bow seat, Matilda Paletti, Angelica Erpini to get the silver medal there in the 2 seat. Naomi De Vincenzi has recovered to pick up a silver medal, and Beatrice Ravini Pirelli in the stroke seat. Big grins and good laughs all around. It's a really good atmosphere here on the podium of this women's quad event. Lots of celebrations, and looks like Germany preparing to lift their hands in victory. And firstly, Tjorven Stina Schneider in the bow seat collecting gold here. Lena Giesing is going to be next up ahead of Antonia Naka in the 3 seat and Leia Hafka in the stroke seat. Well, I think this will be the first time today we've heard the German national anthem, Richie.
Yeah, and I'm feeling it mightn't be the last time we hear it, because they've been really impressive across the boards in some of the earlier races.
Yeah, we've got the men's quad to come up as well in just a moment's time, but let's listen to the German national anthem. Not the last time we'll be hearing the German national anthem. For one, we've got it next up in the victory ceremony for the under-19 men's quads, but we'll move now on to the under-19 women's double sculls. Italy, Ireland, Great Britain, Greece, Norway and South Africa here, about to get underway in this A final, and medals will be hard fought for here. We've seen really impressive performances. Drewton Weir of Great Britain, a commanding semi-final. The Greeks there lining up next to them, perhaps one of the favourites coming into this event on screen at the moment. And plenty of time to catch all of this race. In fact, we're here with it on the start line. And here we go, the nervous first few strokes here for all of these crews that are about to see if they can put themselves into the history books for their countries by claiming a medal here in Paris at the Under-19 World Championships. Centre of the course should be where we see most of the action taking place, but like we've seen so far this morning, Richie, we've had some surprises from the outside lanes.
Absolutely, and the start is a crucial part of the race. Get yourself set up into a nice rhythm so that you can challenge for those medals. And we've seen that the run-in in the last 500 is where medals are being won and lost. But up at the start here, leading it out at the moment, it is the crew from GB. Really impressive row from them. We did think they were in a race of their own watching them in the semi-finals. They've gotten out to the early lead here, ahead of the crew from Greece right beside them in second place. And then the crew from, it looks like maybe the Italian crew in third place at the moment, out in lane one, have got a little bit of shelter off of the start in lane one in the enclosure up at the start there. It's a little bit sheltered before it opens up in the middle part of the race here. The Italians taking full advantage of that to try move into contention for the medals here. They're the 1, 2 and 3 at the moment, then a little bit further back to the crews from Ireland and from Norway and South Africa, just a little bit off the pace back in 4th, 5th and 6th. So we're watching now the GB crew stride on here, but Greece are going with them.
Yeah, and the Greeks are the only crew that have beaten Great Britain so far, and that was in Heat 1 on day 1 of the championship. So this is set to be quite the battle here. 500 metres gone, and the honours of first place through the 500 will go to Great Britain's Druitt and Weir. But Greece have made some really good ground in coming back onto terms with the Brits in gold medal position. Italy currently winning the battle between themselves and Ireland for the bronze medal by about a length and a quarter now, actually, establishing themselves really well into the first half of this race. But I think Great Britain's combination here have actually stretched back out into more of a comfortable lead, Richie.
Yeah, they're looking in control here, and having that benefit of being in the centre of the course, they can look left and look right, see the challenges that are going to come up, and can respond fairly well to anything that might come in. They're dishing it out here in the centre of the course, but the Greek crew going with them as well and matching them stroke for stroke. Just a little, maybe half a canvas between first and second at the moment, coming up towards 750 metres gone. So a long way to go in the race here, and still all to play for, especially for the medals. The Italians out there on their own, the Irish crew back in 4th place at the moment, not near the Italians, so they're not going to push them on, which we've seen in other races. If you have a crew right beside you, it puts the fear of God into you, and you can move on and try shake them off. But the Italians just doing it the hard way here in lane 1, but holding on to the bronze medal at the moment.
Look at this from Great Britain and Greece. You can see that GB have no more than, like you say, half a canvas here over the Greeks. The Italians actually starting to push back now. They're bridging that gap between themselves and the race leaders, and we know that they've got a fierce final sprint here. This combination of Gregarutti and Skincariol from Italy over on the far side making great headway here. I think actually, in fact, the Greeks also starting to close up on Great Britain. It was maybe perhaps the camera angle that was looking to, it makes it look like Greece are actually ahead, but you can see there from that 1,000-meter marker, only 0.07 of a second separating these two crews. Greece, reigning world champions in this event, and with Sofia Dalidou on board, who was the winner of that gold medal last year. She's back again in the bow seat, certainly knows how to win a world championship, but look at this race, Richie, bow ball for bow ball.
I'm sure the athletes aren't going to appreciate it as much as we are. It's very entertaining for us here. It must have been a nightmare scenario for the two crews, but hopefully they're sticking to their race plans and that they know that they'll be able to react to any of the challenges that are coming in. So it's a two-boat race for the gold medal at the moment between Great Britain and Greece. Great Britain leading it out of the early half. Greece now moving into the lead, but Great Britain sitting pretty in second place and within striking distance of the gold, and they're maintaining a little bit of clear water ahead of the Italians back, who are looking good for bronze at the moment.
Yeah, GB, you can just see, if you look at them side by side, much lower stroke rating, which gives them a higher ceiling to be able to step through the gears when we get to the sprinting stages. So they're keeping it low, they're keeping it at 35. They're not being persuaded to change their race strategy with the Greeks breathing down their neck. Gabriela Liu in the stroke seat, keeping them at 36, 37 strokes a minute for Greece, that couple of pips higher than Great Britain, who are using their power and length to stay on terms. So if they put the rating up in the final 500 metres, the Greeks are really going to have to push themselves to sprint.
Absolutely, and really nice rhythm from both of the boats here side by side. It's a fantastic footage that we have showing them just how close they are here. The higher rating Greek crew just pushing on, but all the work being done in the water by GB, by Matilda Druitt in the bow seat, Jessica Weir in the stroke seat, really pushing on here, and 0.25 of a second, but GB now back in the lead ahead of the Greek crew, so that power in the water is standing to them. And as we come into the last quarter of the race, it's going to come down to a sprint finish, but GB making their move now.
Oh, this is wonderful from Great Britain here. They've taken the rating back up 1 pip to 35 strokes a minute, and just that little bit more lively stroke rate has seen them take a canvas back from the Greeks. What have the Greeks got to respond here? They're still at 36 strokes a minute. Great Britain, fastest moving boat on the water here. It's still Druitt and Weir that are pushing ahead in gold medal position. They're being blown onto the boys though, still readjusting here, and still managing to move ahead of Greece, who have put the rating up once again, 37 strokes a minute to Great Britain's 36. Great Britain, every single stroke just looking to lift the rating here. The Italians coming right back. They've got overlap with Greece now.
Yeah, it's that these three looking secure for the medals. It's all about which colour the medalists are going to get as they come in towards the line. GB raising it again here, going for it now, up at 37 and really pushing on for the line. They're starting to move away from the Greek crew in second place, and really great race from the Italians for the bronze, ahead of Ireland in fourth place at the moment, ahead of Norway and South Africa. But it looks like GB just coming up now, half a length they've taken out. They're really winding up for the line, up at 39 strokes per minute.
Oh, this is a huge sprint here from Great Britain. It looked like they were in a real tight bow ball for bow ball battle with Greece the whole way down this course, but they've dropped them now in this final 250 metres. Greece have got to throw the kitchen sink at this, and that they are, 40 strokes a minute, but it's not going to be enough time here for them to take Great Britain, who will go over the line in gold medal position, world champions in the under-19 women's double sculls. Greece for silver, Italy will hang on for bronze, and what a celebration there from each of these crews. The Greeks looking a little bit expended by that race. They were so in it for the majority of the course, but Great Britain just kept calm, kept to their mature race strategy, and world champions in this event. Rattling through then, Ireland in 4th, Norway will cross in 5th, and South Africa in 6th. But I thought that was a very well-paced race strategy there from the British crew.
Absolutely, they timed it to perfection. Really clever racing from them. They probably knew what they had in the tank coming in with 500 metres to go. They didn't react to the threat that was there from the Greek crew. They were under pressure for the best part of the entire course. Length, they even lost the lead at times, but they stayed with what their plan was and were able to react, and just in the last 100 metres had that extra gear to go up and move into the lead and take the gold medal. Really fantastic rowing there for Matilda Druitt and Jessica Weir.
So now onto the medals in the under-19 men's quadruple sculls. So the wind's picking up again a little bit here. We're just trying to keep hold of all of our papers here. Our French commentator over in the other tent, we've seen his papers fly away many a time, and it's proving ever more difficult with the wind in our faces. But we're getting there, and we're really pushing through all of these A finals. So China here for the bronze medal. And China being presented their medals by Vincent Gaillard. It will be in the bow seat, Pan Hung, with Xu Wang in the 2 seat. Chen Cheng will collect his bronze medal in the 3 seat. This was a huge performance from them. Again, more final 500-meter fireworks taking place, and this Chinese men's quad absolutely embracing that. Heng Xingyu in the stroke seat for China. Great Britain now with the silver medal. Hands in the air for this quartet, who never looked in doubt for a medal through the entirety of the 2,000 metres. Alex Patton in the bow seat. Nathaniel Gowden in the 2 seat. Harry Renette in the 3 seat. And then Jack Cadwallader in the stroke seat for Great Britain. And then one of the most impressive under-19s men's quads that I've certainly ever seen. Absolutely impeccable performance, almost mechanical. The German men's under-19 quad will be world champions and celebrate in style here in Paris. It's been exemplary from the entirety of the German under-19s team, but this quad in particular. Cornelius Conrad picking up yet another medal here after his silver medal in the single scull last year. It will then be Gil Richter to the 3 seat. Oscar Krause and Lorenz Grimm in the stroke seat, making up a wonderful combination for Germany, who were dominated throughout. And like we said, back-to-back German national anthems here in vaires-sur-marne. And we'll hear that right now for the under-19 men's quadruple sculls world champions. seen there's lots of German supporters in the crowd here on the lake, and they'll be grinning from ear to ear at that performance from Germany. And here you can see that big German flag is a pillar of the grandstand, but plenty of other flags as well. I can see some American flags, some GB flags as well, plenty of variety here. But raincoats out, umbrellas up, because the rain started to trickle in again, Richie.
Yeah, not ideal conditions here. Still quite blustery as well for the competitors to deal with. That crosswind is going to affect them, and we're hopefully on our way back up to the start now of the men's junior double sculls, which is, we're just watching the footage of the earlier start there. Give you the lineup. It's Turkey in lane 1, Greece lane 2, Switzerland lane 3, Italy lane 4, Ireland in lane 5, and Germany in lane 6. Going through the first few hundred metres is the Italians doing all the running, leading it out in lane 4 ahead of the Germans in second place. Greece currently in third, then ahead of the crew from Switzerland, Ireland in chasing the pack, as well as Turkey. So just up on screen after 500 metres, it is the Italians leading out from Germany and Greece.
This Italian crew are really looking to get to the front of the field and stay there. And we said how impressive they looked in the semi-final, actually, Richie. A marvellous performance from Mavicic and Brambila in lane number 4 here. Just watching some of the crews progressing up to the start, but here is our side-on shot. That was the Germans, who are going head-to-head currently with Greece for that silver medal position, and then the bronze medal position. 3 crews currently contesting for that between Turkey, Switzerland and Ireland.
So the strong blustery conditions might be affecting these double sculls, and again we were saying that they're going to have to keep over to the left hand side of their lane, so minor adjustments might be made to make sure they get a clear run down at the track here in the final of the men's double sculls. Italy leading it out, rating 33 strokes per minute, really solid rowing from then, and they're coming under very little pressure at the moment, other than from Germany in lane 6, who are currently in second position. Gusts of wind now coming in across the board and across the lanes. They were into that middle part of the race where it does open up, and it is not as sheltered as it is up at the start of the race, so it will affect the crews. Just a recap now, coming up on the 1,000 metres, still Italy leading it out ahead of the crew from Germany in second place, Greece currently in third, just ahead of the crew from Switzerland, Ireland then in fifth, battling it out with Turkey for 5th and 6th place. We're just looking at the standing there up on screen now at 1,000 metres. So Italy doing what they need to do here, trying to get out to an early lead ahead of the German crew and the Greek crew. So very little between them. There's overlap between all of the crews. So coming down to the last 1,000 metres, all within striking distance here, with just 20 metres separating first to sixth.
Wow, this is going to be some race here for the medals. I would put my money on it being one of the closest races of the day, it seems, given the positions at the moment going into 1,200. The Italians are not as comfortable as they once were in that first 1,000 metres, and that's all down to the persistence of the Germans. Leonard Goers and Yannick Sens here have been chipping away at the lead that the Italians established, and now no more than half a length here for Germany in silver medal position to try and get into gold. Back for bronze though, wow, currently the Greeks, but like you say, Richie, I think any of these crews here could be in contention. Ireland still nipping at the heels despite being in 6th. Turkey over in lane number 1, furthest to your left. Then the Greeks just one in from that. Switzerland no more than 3/4 of a length off that fight for bronze. But this is going to be pretty this is going to be pretty tight as we come into the sprinting stages.
It's probably the closest that we've had in the racing today to all 6 crews be within striking distance of each other. The Germans having a really good row, as you were saying there, Camilla, in second place at the moment and putting pressure on the Italians. The high rating Germans up at 36, 37 strokes per minute. Italy down at 33, so they might have a gear change there to be able to respond to the chasing pack. At the moment it's the Greek crew leading for the bronze medal, but they're taking with them either side of them in lane 2. They're taking Turkey and Switzerland with them ahead at the moment of the crew from Ireland back in 6th place, and just coming down now to about 400 metres left. It's still the Italians leading it out, rating 34, so really sensible rowing and controlled rowing from the Italians here. They're sticking with their race plan, under increased pressure from Germany, pushing them all of the time, but the Italians still doing all the work in the water. Fastest boat out there at the moment, ahead of the German crew in second, but the blue markers just coming into view. It's all about the sprint finish.
Oh, look at this sprint finish coming from the Greeks, and they're pulling everyone else with them, including Switzerland, who do not want to close the door on the podium yet. And both of these crews now catching up to Germany and in turn catching up to Italy. This could be a 4-boat finish here for 3 medals, because Turkey are now getting pushed back with 200 metres to go. The Greeks are being completely and utterly chased down by Switzerland as well, who have taken the rating up now to 39 strokes a minute. The Italians look leisurely at 36 strokes a minute. You can see them clipping the water, because this is where it's starting to get a little bit bumpy with this wind, this big crosswind, very, very impacting here in the closing stages.
Just coming up to the line, it is going to be the Italian crew powering away here, but the battle is on for second and third, and it looks like the Greek crew just coming through to secure the second. We're just seeing the last few strokes. Italy cross the line to take that gold medal. Greece just holding on to the silver medal, and a really great race there from Switzerland to move from fourth into third and take the bronze medal, just ahead then of the crew from Turkey in fourth place, ahead of the crews then from Germany, who had that early challenge up at second place, back in fifth, and Ireland coming in then in a sixth place to close out the race. Really competitive race there across the board in the men's junior double sculls. That Italian crew absolutely outstanding from them, leading from the start, but great play there from both Greece and Switzerland to move into silver and bronze, coming into the finish enclosure. Really great way to close out the men's double sculls race.
Yeah, that was a huge performance there. Germany slipping back somewhat, but that just opened the door there for Greece and Switzerland, who will be delighted that they timed that to perfection. We're expecting some heavy rain here in Paris in the next kind of 10 minutes or so, so we'll brace ourselves here. But for the athletes, it's going to get a little bit damp in a few moments' time. For now, we'll enjoy the dryness, and the podium athletes will certainly enjoy the lack of rain whilst receiving their medals, as we move now on to the presentation, the victory ceremony for the under-19 women's double sculls. So the victory ceremony is going on just opposite the finish tower there. You can see that building. That's the finish line, the finish tower, where all the umpires and the sports presentation team sit. And across the lake, you can see the grandstands. Just in front of that grandstand, that's where we're presenting all of these medals. At a packed grandstand despite the wind and the rain. All of these athletes, friends and family, here to watch. And it will be a bronze medal for Italy here in this under-19 women's double sculls event. A great performance here from Giorgia Gregoruzzi in the bow seat and Melissa Skincariol in the stroke seat. Greece will be silver medalists here. Last year's world champion in the bow seat, Sofia Dalidou, is having to settle for a different colour medal this time around. Silver medal, but still on the podium, still smiling, and joined by new partner Gabriela Iolu in the stroke seat. But here are our gold medalists and our world champions here in this under-19 women's double scull. And the first gold medal here of the championships for Great Britain. A very mature race we saw from them, holding back until that final sprint, opening out to be safe and home in gold medal position. And there's Matilda Druitt receiving her medal. And one thing that we did see, Matilda Druitt made an interesting claim that if she got a medal here at this championship, she told us that she would be going on Britain's Got Talent for her singing skills. So we look forward to that, Matilda. Hopefully we see you on Britain's Got Talent soon. And joined by Jessica Weir, who add to her medal collection as an under-19 world champion. Great Britain. First rendition of God Save the King there for Great Britain, the under-19 world champions in the women's double scull. So not that many A-finals left to contend here. Next up on the roster, we've got the final of the under-19 women's eights. And then we're rolling all the way through. As we said, A-final will take place at 12:47. That will be the A-final of the junior men's eights. But lining up here, we have got those eights on the start line here. This is in lane 1, Italy, lane 2, Great Britain, lane 3, Romania. And then lane 4, Germany, lane 5, the USA, and in lane number 6, New Zealand.
There's nothing quite like the start of the eights race. We were saying it's the noisiest of the races, just surely by the size of the boat, but also with the Coxes that are there. And there's plenty of supporters up at the start as well to give all of the crews as much encouragement as possible when they get underway. So as Camilla said, we'll be shortly kick-starting this women's eights race. Progression was a little bit difficult. We're coming through the heats. We have the crews from Romania and Germany were the two that qualified directly. The other crews going through the repechage, so they have an extra race under their belts. And we'll see how that might come into play as we watch the crews just getting their lineup ready. The blades are feathered. As soon as their country names are being made, they'll square over and be ready to go.
Quiet and calm moments before the start of the eights, and like you said, Richie, this is one of the noisiest events that we've got here, the eights events. It certainly won't be quiet and calm in a minute or so's time as we count down here to this final, due off at 11 minutes past, so a little bit late on starting this event. But squared and ready. I think the call over has now taken place, and we've got Great Britain on the screen there. Sophia Wrightson in the coxswain seat. Ailish Harkin in the bow seat, taking a look round, making sure blade is in the water and buried. Ahead of 2,000 meters to see who will be world champion here on the Olympic and Paralympic course for next year in Paris 2024. Still a few adjustments taking place, and I think we were saying yesterday they've had a few issues with the eights getting into the boots, into these brackets that hold the bows of the boats. If there's too much pressure, it can release the system. So we've not had so many false starts, but they just have to be very careful when lining the eights up.
Yeah, and I think in the men's race we were wondering what had happened, and it's because the system hadn't worked for one of the lanes, so they actually went off the race yesterday without the system working, but didn't affect any of the crews. And we're underway now in the final of the women's eights race. As Camilla said, the lineup: Italy lane 1, Great Britain in lane 2, Romania lane 3, Germany lane 4, United States of America lane 5, and New Zealand in lane 6. Oh, Camilla, I just love this footage of the eights. There's nothing quite like it.
There's just so many athletes, so many bodies moving up and down the slide, and it just feels, it's kind of like a very beautiful chaos, isn't it, as they set off, because the technique is absolutely stellar, but it just all feels very intense. And getting the best of that start by a couple of seats is the German 8. The Germans here stroked by the Germans here in the centre of the course in lane number 4. They're being stroked by Alina Kruger in the stroke seat. Bow there, just poking out, is Nike Versace in the bow seat, who has got the pleasure of looking back on the rest of this field, but not much to choose between the rest of the bow balls in this final. If anything, I think New Zealand currently up there with Romania for silver medal position, bronze being fought out by Great Britain and the USA.
They're coming up almost on the 500-metre mark, so they're settling into their race pace here. We're seeing the Romanian crew up at 42 strokes per minute. Such a familiar sight when we're looking at any of the women's crews from Romania, always up at the high rates and still manage to find something more when they get down in towards the finish, so it will be exciting to see. But at the moment, Germany doing all the running, down at 36 into a lovely pace here, and they are the fastest boat on the water at the moment, just inching out the lead ahead of that Romanian crew, and GB back in third, but New Zealand as well pushing GB for the bronze medal, so all to play for.
Yeah, this is certainly one of my favourite events, Richie. I've got good memories of racing this event back in 2010, and this is a personal favourite of mine. But yeah, what a great pushback here from Romania. Very difficult to do in the 8th event, to try and climb back that deficit, but they're doing it very effectively. They're moving now onto the canvas of Germany, and you can see there the Coxed is starting to come into alignment here for Romania and Germany, and you can see Romania pulling level.
So it's going with form here. The two crews that qualify directly from the heats into the final, Romania and Germany leading it out in the centre of the course. The other crews then, it is the GB crew, a New Zealand crew, putting them under pressure and very much within striking distance. GB looking well there in third place at the moment, Camilla.
Yeah, GB starting to shift with Romania here. I think they'll be very grateful to have the fastest moving boat on the course sat plonked in the lane next to them, because it means that they can utilise and go with them. They've got that motivation to stay with that boat. So bow ball of Great Britain currently sat on the 2 seat of Romania in bronze medal position. Germany though fighting back here. This has been a great little kickback from Germany. The 35 strokes a minute in comparison to Romania's 39, so underrating them. You wouldn't tell though from looking at them side by side. Through the halfway marker, the New Zealanders also trying to come back up on bronze medal position, really tapping on the shoulders of Great Britain here up at 38 strokes a minute.
The German crew looking really loose and relaxed. A lovely style of rowing there. Their coach, Niels Meyer, has done great work with them. They look so fluid and relaxed coming through. The Romanian crew, it just looked a little bit more competitive with them at the higher rates. It always looks like it's a bit of a struggle, but for the Romanian women's squads, never a struggle for them, as we see them on the podium so many times. They're doing their best to back into contention, and really the Romanian and German crew, every time that there's a surge, the lead is changing between both the Romanians and Germany at the same boat speed, but the Romanians up at 36 strokes per minute, whereas the Germans are at 35.
Oh, this is a wonderful race for the gold medal here. Everything that Romania have chucked at Germany, they've been able to respond, they've been able to adapt, and Romania here will have to go for one more in the second half of this course. GB now under threat from the USA, last year's world champions. We've not really talked about them much, Richie, which is a surprise in a women's 8th event, especially at the under-19 level. They're always in and amongst it, but they're here going for bronze with Great Britain.
Absolutely, they were back in 5th coming off the start, and we didn't really see them in the footage that we had on screen, but having a really good middle of the course here for the USA crew, been dishing out there. Jolie Chernis in the stroke seat and the Coxed Casano doing their best to get back into contention for a bronze medal. Really solid rowing from USA to come up now and put increased pressure under GB.
Yeah, they're up at 39 strokes a minute, 1 pip higher than Great Britain in bronze medal position, and they'll go through 1,500 metres, having snatched that bronze medal position away from Great Britain. Romania also turning the tables on Germany for the first time in the timing markers. They're up by 0.41 of a second. They've started their move now early. They're at 38 compared to Germany's 36. So what can Germany do once again? I think the Germans have pushed back again here, Richie.
Unbelievable stuff here in the women's eights final between Germany and Romania, really pushing each other on here. But GB and United States are coming back into contention with over a quarter of the race left. We can still see the medals all up for grabs here. Rates are coming up. They're all starting to go for the line. The blue markers in sight here. Camilla, who's your money on?
Oh, this is amazing. The British crew and the United States crew in going for the bronze are starting to swallow up the gold medal fight. We can see a full boat finish here for the gold. Romania overtook Germany. Germany then overtook Romania. These two crews have been going for gold the whole way down this course, but that bronze medal tussle has just found itself right in the run for gold at the last moment, and this could be really fascinating to see what sprint both the British and the United States can unleash on these leading crews. Final 10 strokes now here as we enter the red buoys.
So the Romanian crew up at 40 strokes per minute. They've changed gear again, but really it's the GB crew and the USA crew on a surge here coming up towards the line. It's a blanket finish. 4 boats battling it out here. The lead changing a number of times. Germany now looks like they might have taken the lead ahead of the Romanian crew and pushing on. It's going to be a blanket finish, a photo finish there. I think it might have been GB.
I think Great Britain took that on the line. We'll have to wait and see for the confirmation, but blink and you miss it. That was just like we saw from their senior eight back in Lucerne. They've taken it from nowhere. Great Britain, world champions in the under-19 women's eights. That was absolutely gobsmacking. What a performance there. Sophia Wrightson, Isadora Kennedy, Emily Myers, Niamh Comerford, Helena Purves, Tess Peak, Alice Kolka and Aggie Burt and Ailish Harkin. That was absolutely stunning from them.
I don't think I've ever seen an eights race where 0.2 of a 4 seconds separated first and fourth. It was absolutely amazing.
And
we catch our breath.
Silver will be a silver medal for Germany. They held off Romania till the end, but it wasn't for gold, it was for silver as it all turned out. But Great Britain, wow.
Unbelievable. What a finish from them to come in and to come just in the last 500 metres. The USA and Great Britain looking, we thought, where they were going to be battling out for the bronze medal and pushing all the way in. GB taking the win there ahead of Germany and Romania. The US just unlucky in 4th place, but I think that's one of the best eights races I've ever seen in my life. Unbelievable.
I'm beaming from ear to ear because that was just such a stunning race, and I already said right at the start of that, a special place in my heart for the under-19 women's eights. I was part of the GB crew that took home gold in 2010, so amazing to see 13 years later GB pulling that off once again in what is one of the most special races I think I've ever seen.
Absolutely. What a privilege for us to commentate on it, for you as a former world champion, still a world champion, to watch that race, and really it came down to the wire there. What an amazing finish from them, and the German and Romanian crews swapping the lead so many times coming down the track there, and we thought it was between the two of them for the gold, and it was a race for the bronze, but we were turn up for the books there. A really great win for GB. Congratulations to all of the crew, and of course to their coach as well, Bodo Schullenberg.
Yeah, Bodo Schullenberg from Hinksey Sculling School, having the honour of coaching that women's eight from GB. Alongside, I've seen Ryan Domain is here as well, who coached my own eight 13 years ago. So, a magic combination there, looking after what was the most emphatic performance that we've seen. Blanket finish, but GB, Germany, GB, Germany and Romania taking home the medals. Next up, we've got the victory ceremony for the men's double sculls now. Pointing out their friends and family there, the Greeks, who will be taking home silver. But first of all, bronze medalists. We've got Nicholas Chambers of Switzerland, joined by partner Ivo Löpfer in the stroke seat. The Greeks then will be silver medalists. Nicholas Chalopoulos in the bow seat will be the first to receive the silver medal there. And stroke seat, Dimitros Papapsklo in the stroke seat. And then gold medalists, a wonderful performance here from this Italian crew who, despite the shorter stature, still managed to put in a gold medal winning, world champion winning performance. Josef Giorgio Marvicic in the bow seat and joined by Michael Brambilla in the stroke seat, and will be treated once again to the Italian national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of peace. Soon we will celebrate it.
The rain not dampening the spirits here, especially of the Italians, the world champions in the under-19 men's double sculls. Well, we're back up at the start. No time to waste here as we've got the final of the under-19 men's single sculls now underway. Going in lane 1, Petr Strakanski of Slovakia, Paniotis Markagiannis of Greece in 2. We've got Halikan Koroglu of Turkey in 3, Maxine Hirbuski of the individual neutral athletes in lane 4, Zhang Zihao of China in lane 5, and Marco Selva of Italy in lane number 6. Now, a strong start here for Maxine Hirbuski of the individual neutral athletes. He's pushing on now, half a length up on the Turkish sculler Halikan Koroglu, and still the Italian Marco Selva. Surprising to see him in lane 6.
Yeah, they've just gone through, coming up at about the 1,000-metre mark now. We'll see what the placings are halfway through. Again, blustery conditions here for the scullers to deal with, but they have already raced earlier on this morning in the semi-finals, so they'll be well used to what this course is throwing at them today. Really, very little between the independent neutral athlete, just by 0.41 of a second ahead of Turkey and Italy in 3rd, Greece in 4th at the moment, China in 5th, and then Slovakia in 6th. But all of the crews just about 2 lengths separating 1st to 6th, and we're halfway down the track here, so all of them within striking distance of the medals, but the pushing on now and trying to move on and get away from the crews. It is centre of the course. Maxime Hirbuski for the independent neutral athletes, just about 3/4 of a length ahead then of the sculler from China now, who looks like they're moving up as well. Ahead as Hirbuski leading it out still, ahead of the Turkish sculler Koroglu, in 2nd place, ahead then of Marco Silva in 3rd. They're the 1, 2 and 3, which is what we expected, Camilla, when we were watching these semi-finals. They were the 3 crews to watch.
Yeah, absolutely, Richie. I think that in the single sculls, it's a bit of a gladiatorial battle here, and if you've got the pace, it's just you and you alone that needs to dictate that. What a wonderful push through here by Koroglu of Turkey. He's really opening up that clear water back to the individual neutral athletes. Hirbuski here sat in silver medal, comfortably ahead of the fight for bronze, and just being careful, I think, because we've just seen him rode through there by the athlete from Turkey. He could suffer the same fate with 500 metres to go. I think both the Greek and the Chinese athlete within sprinting distance of silver medal here.
So nice, comfortable position to be in for the Turkish sculler Koroglu. Leading it out centre of the course, can look left and right and will know that he has enough of a response time there for Hrubuski beside him in second place, and the Greek sculler in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Peter Strzokowski of Slovakia now moving from 6th into 4th place, so on a little bit of a surge and might come back into contention, but 7 seconds off the pace, might not be able to get back into that bronze medal contention. He is leading in turn the sculler from China, who we were impressed by in the semi-final, had a really good row, big tall Chinese sculler, much lower rate, and he seems to have the better of the Italian sculler Marco Selva. Really surprised to see him back moving into 6th, Camilla. We thought he would be a medal contender.
Yeah, especially after that medal in the double sculls last year. You know, it's special to race once again and be selected in the singles. So it's impressive that he's made the final again, but much stronger competition it seems here at this year's championships in 2023, and the strongest of those currently Koroglu of Turkey in the final 200 meters is sculling away with this. Turkey have just had one of the most impressive championships, I think, of a lifetime. Like, it's been strength to strength. We saw that men's pair earlier dominating. Same for Koroglu here, dominating the second half of this race for Turkey, and amazing stuff. We've got Clearwater back then to the race for silver and bronze, but currently it seems to me like it's the Greek winning that one out, Paniotis Markidianis.
So just coming up to the line, we're seeing that Koroglu of Turkey, just by over a length, they are taking the win ahead of Greece in second place, and third place going to, just waiting for the update to come in, third place, second it was Greece, coming in there to take the silver medal, and third place going to Peter Strzokowski. So a really good row from him, moving from 6th into 3rd in the second half of the race there. So it's similar as a bronze medal last year for Peter, and a bronze medal again in this year's race.
Under 19 world champion in the under 19 men's singles scull is Hali Khan Koroglu of Turkey. An amazing performance. Turkey are going to be right up there in the final standings for the medal table. They've taken home a couple of gold medals, brilliant performance, other medals across the championships as well. But there you have it in that event where it's you and you alone. That is hugely impressive from the Turkish athletes. Makrodianis of Greece in silver medal position, and like you say, another bronze for Petr Strzokowski, one to watch there as he moves through the age groups from this under-19 championships and beyond. But first, now we've got the victory ceremony for the women's eights about to get onto the podium, the busiest of podiums that we get here at the championships. They'll be wrangling everyone ready to get themselves a medal, get them dry, and get them in the warm, because it is still pretty chilly out here. Look, you can see there Koroglu racing in a long-sleeved base layer, not the August weather that we were expecting here in Paris.
No, he has the right idea. It is quite blustery, quite cold, and if you're sitting around at the start waiting for your race, you do want to keep as much warmth as you can. So a lot of the crews here, they've ditched the sunglasses and then embraced the long sleeves and the hats as well in their preparation for their finals. Next up is going to be the women's single sculls that shortly we on the start. They're just up there, but we're going to head over now for the all-important medal ceremony. And Camilla, are you going to be able to hold it together?
I might cry.
Go for it.
I'm completely unbiased, of course. But no, this, I think just in terms of the race itself as well, regardless of who had won, I think it was just gobsmacking, and the blanket finish took us all by surprise. It was a two-boat race at 1500, where the USA and GB came from, and GB especially, to row through for gold. Just that very rarely happens in the eights. Very rarely happens in the eights.
I think there'll be quite a few people purchasing that photo finish. The winners purchasing it to celebrate the win, and maybe for the crews that are in.
Look at those celebrations even from the crowd. They are absolutely loving this, and rightly so. That was a treat for our spectators here to watch that live, because it was a treat for us. But here we are. This is the winners and medalists from the women's eight, just sorting themselves out on the podium. And bronze medalists, that would be Romania here. They put up a fight for gold through the centre stages, but in the sprint, just about managed to cling on ahead of the US for a podium finish. So in the bow seats, Narcissa Florentina Negura, Adina Alexandra Floria in the 2 seat, Rebecca Andrea Adressi in the 3 seat, Bianca Elena Dragici in the 4 seat, Beatrice Pizarro in the 5 seat now, getting her medal. Georgiana Planariu in the 6th seat. Andrea Bianca Marine in the 7th seat. It was then Denisa Cristina Elenkai in the stroke seat. And Irina Lucia Andrea Despa in the coxswain seat. But yeah, brilliant performance. The quality of that final was just something to behold, and the future looks extremely bright for women's sweep rowing globally with a quality of final like that.
Absolutely, it's going to be great to see how they make the leap up to the under-23s, and can't wait to tune in and see how the future careers of these rowers go. And a fantastic race there. I think I have to say, finish of the regatta so far with those 4 boats coming in to the finish line there, just watching the Germans being awarded their medals.
So Niki Versace in the bow seat, Melina Lindenmuth in the 2 seat there, Leonie Gola in the 3 seat, Leni Kotitz in the 4 seat, Sarah Grauer in the 5 seat for Germany, getting their silver medals, and Clara Earnings in the 6th seat. Florentina Riffel will be next up in the 7th seat. Alina Krüger in the stroke seat for Germany. A great job that she did setting that pace and taking them through to the line in silver medal position. And then Emma Lauri-Mena in the coxswain seat for Germany. And here are our under-19 world champions in one of the tightest finals of the day. Came from behind, from 4th to gold. Great Britain will be victorious in the women's 8s. Ailish Harkin will be first to receive the gold medal in the bow seat. Aggie Burt at 2. It will then be Alice Cocklough in the 3 seat, ahead of Tess Peak in the 4 seat. Helena Purves in the 5 seat for GB. And then Niamh Comerford in the 6 seat. Athlete from Tideway Scullers School. Emily Myers at 7. Hinksey Sculling School. Isadora Kennedy in the stroke seat from Surbiton High School. And Sophia Wrightson, the Cox from Headington School, in the Cox's seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
So we'll now hear once again the national anthem of Great Britain. Under-19 world champions Great Britain alongside Germany and Romania for those medals. An electric final, and hoping for more electric finals, as it's a swift move now onto the A final of the women's single sculls. Lining up here, Marit Janssens of Belgium, Julia Stober of Germany, Bianca Camelia Ifteri of Romania in 3, Ireland's Holly Davis in 4, Uruguay's Chloe Cayoda in 5, and in lane 6, Holly Cruz of South Africa. And it's been a big start here for the 3 scullers in the centre of the course that have left the others in their wake. A massive ocean of clear water here to push on out 1,000 metres, but the medal's still up for grabs here. Look at this race for silver between Holly Davis of Ireland and Chloe Cayoda of Uruguay.
So all the running here, centre of the course, coming through 1,000 metres. It is the Romanian sculler Ifteni who is leading it out ahead of Holly Davis in Ireland. We're expecting these two to be really competitive because they had the fastest times coming down the races. We didn't actually see them in any of the previous rounds, so it's the first time they're going up head to head against each other here. And it is the Romanian sculler at the moment ahead of the Irish sculler in second place, and very much in contention as well. It is the Uruguay sculler. So impressed with her in the earlier rounds as well. She's up here contesting the medals. These 3 some way clear then of the chasing pack of the Belgian, German and South African sculler back in 4th, 5th and 6th. So it looks like it is going to be a 3-boat race for the 3 medals here, Camilla.
Yeah, it does look like that. 750 metres to go, and it's the young Romanian, the 16-year-old we were talking about this morning in the semi-final, that has decided that getting out, getting ahead is the best race strategy for her to execute for Romania. But still, Holly Davis very strong through the semi-finals, keeping her bows within the sights of the Romanian sculler, and as long as she can tickle that overlap, we've seen in those small boats, even in the big boats, it seems the sprint is what it's all coming down to here at this championships.
Absolutely. The wind has dropped down a little bit, which will favour the scullers here as they come into the second half of the race. Very much these 3 scullers out in the lead, or Clearwater then back to the chasing pack. So it is still Romania doing all the running here, moving away from Ireland in second place, silver medal at the moment for Holly Davis, and the Uruguay sculling in third place, within striking distance. But it does look like if Enti has really moved on here and opening up Clearwater coming in. She's rating just 32 strokes per minute, fastest boat out on the water. It's a really efficient rowing here for the Romanian sculler, leading it out ahead of Ireland and Uruguay for silver and bronze at the moment.
Well, I did say that as long as Davis and the sculler from Uruguay, Cayoda, could keep their bow balls in contact, they were still in with a shot. But I think if Tenny has decided that that's not where she wants to be, certainly, and has put in a push in this last 200 metres or so, she's come past the 1500, now more like 2 lengths back to Davis of Ireland, but she's 1 length up on Cayoda of Uruguay. These 3 have been the superstars of this event, the biggest entry we've had here at the regatta, and it all comes down to the top 3 to receive medals, but these have been the really impressive scullers across all this event. But all 6 of these athletes will get a top 6 ranking in the world in a single. How impressive is that?
Absolutely, and that's something to play for here, even for the positions that are outside the medal, which is why they're zooming towards the line here. No doubt about the leader, the Romanian, powering on here. Clearwater lead coming in. You can see the markers in the background. They're below 250 now. Holly Davis so successful at the double scull previously. She's pushing on here now and looking to secure that silver medal for Holly Davis. A really big achievement for her to get the silver medal. Part of the big strong girls back in Ireland. Got a message this morning before the races from Neville Maxwell, the president of Rowing Ireland, saying that everyone out on the training camps over in Italy are supporting the Irish crews here, watching with intent as well. And it's great to see Holly coming in here ahead of the Uruguayan sculler for the silver medal. Bronze looking secure for Chloe in the 3rd position at the moment, but no doubt about the leader here. Bianca Camella Ifteni really showing her dominance of the sport here. 16 years of age and coming in to win the women's single scull gold medal, heading towards the Romanian, just ahead then of Holly Davis of Ireland, just crossing the line for a fantastic win there. Holly of Lee Valley will be Happy with that. A really tough race there, and the Uruguayan sculler just coming in to take the bronze medal. Not as close as some of the races that we've had earlier, but great racing there. Julia Stober just coming in to take a 4th place, ahead then of Marit Janssens and Holly Cruz in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, really pleasing performance, it seems, there for Chloe Cayoda of Uruguay onto the podium. Sensational. Uruguay have just been building and building across all of the different age categories, under 19, under 23. We've seen medalists, we've seen world champions from Uruguay, in fact, at the under 23s. Yeah, amazing stuff there to see her on the podium behind Holly Davis of Ireland, and of course our world champion in the under-19 women's single sculls was Bianca Camilla Ifteni, as you say. But straight on now to the next of our presentations. This will be the victory ceremony for the under-19 men's single sculls.
The medals will be presented by vaires-sur-marne.
So we'll zoom into those victory ceremonies in just a second. Some great shots here from the finish. And here are our under-19 men's single sculls victors podium. And first up, we'll have our bronze medalist being presented. And Richie, you said, a great performance for Petr Strakansky, who we'll see in just a second getting a bronze medal, who's been racing up at the senior level as well. So all of that experience paying off.
I think he's had the busiest season of any rower that I've been keeping track of, because I met him in Zagreb at World Cup 1, where he raced in the lightweights. He also raced at World Cup 2, then competed at the Europeans, junior or under-19 Europeans, and also then again at the under-23s, and here he is at the under-19 Worlds, picking up a bronze medal similar to he did last year. So really clocking up the mileage and clocking up the experience for Peter. We get his bronze medal, and receiving the silver medal now, it is the Greek sculler.
Yeah, Paniotis Makrigiannis here for Greece, getting that silver medal. A very strong performance from him, and a very tall and long athlete there. And again, I'm sure these names that we see in this under-19 single sculls event are the names of the future. And here's a name for the future for Turkey. It's Halil Khan Koroglu. When I say dominant, it was dominant, this performance in that second half. He sculled through and just took charge of the race in the second half and left everyone else in his wake. And we'll now hear the Turkey national anthem.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'hymne national de la Turquie.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Well, I think my performance of the championships from a country perspective, Turkey has to be up there, because they've had a stunning run, picked up a couple of gold medals, and yeah, in some of the trickiest events as well, the small boats, where there's lots and lots of competition. Right, well, we're on to our A final of the day. This is the A final of the under-19 men's eights. It's a real clash of the titans here, plenty of calibre to go up and ahead in this final, and we're looking forward to seeing who will take home the final medals here in Paris. between Italy in 1, Romania in 2. It's New Zealand in lane 3, Great Britain in 4, Germany in lane 5, and Czechia in lane number 6.
Well, let's hope the men's race can live up to what we saw earlier on with the women's race, with that blanket finish between 4 crews looking to sort out gold, silver and bronze. And we're up now, coming through the first few hundred meters. All of the crews up in the 40s still pushing on. It's the German crew up to 42. So now they'll start settling into a race pace, and all of the action taking place in lanes 4 and 5. It's GB in Germany. Pete was talking about the rivalry being established between these two crews. They're leading it out at the moment, and I think the Romanian crew as well. They're the 1, 2 and 3. But very little between the 8 races here, and all with overlap and all. I keep saying this word, striking distance, but that's what it is, because a quick gear change can see all of the positions move around. So centre of the course, still leading it out. It looks like it is GB ahead of Germany.
Yeah, GB here looking for a slightly different strategy in the men's 8 than they did in the women's 8, looking to lead from the front. They're currently leading Germany by 0.94 of a second. A couple of seats that translates to out on the water. An age-old battle here in this race, Germany versus GB. Sounds like the last decade wrapped up all over. This GB men's 8 here, looking to push back on the world champions from last year. Germany, just one remaining athlete in that German 8 from that world championship winning crew. So a whole new crew built around Moritz Müller in the 5 seat, but GB pushing out to yet more seats here, almost striking for a length. This is, again, we see this translate down. The GB men's senior 8, this is the kind of performance we'd see from them, and they're translating it down to the age group athletes.
Absolutely, we're seeing consistency right the way through the groups, and seeing this strategy coming through as well. GB in control at the moment, moving out now, looking to get that 1 length, which in an 8th race is exactly what you want to get coming down to the halfway mark. So they're leading it out here. The Romanians and Germans battling it out for silver and bronze at the moment, and the New Zealand crew very much in contention, with overlaps with both those crews as well for the bronze medal.
Well, Great Britain now almost out at a length here. Could they do the double here halfway? Could they go for both World Championship titles in the men's and women's 8s? We'll have to wait and see. A length now to GB. Romania shift ahead of Germany into silver medal position. Germany clinging on. They've got enough of a buffer back currently to Czechia and New Zealand, who are going for 4th. But you can just see here how close it is between Germany and Romania. If anything, I think the Germans have actually pushed back, and they're not allowing GB to snap that elastic band to get that 1 length lead, that clear water that they will desperately want to be comfortable.
Germany up at 38 strokes per minute, trying to, as you said, get that overlap and hold on to it coming through with 750 metres to go. They've taken about a third of a length off the Romanian crew now, back in 3rd place. There's still overlaps back to the crews, the chasing pack from New Zealand and Czechia, but really I think it's about these leading 3 crews, with GB looking to establish a little bit of clear water here, but the GB crew just about pushing ahead. They have a lower rate down at 38. Oh no, they're taking it up now to 38 strokes per minute, so they're going for it here down to the last marker that we come up to 500 to go. But the Germans coming up, they're now getting their canvas of their bow overlapping with the GB crew, and they're taking the Romanians with them. They're the 1, 2 and 3 coming up with 500 to go. Well,
Germany have no choice but to go now, because they've got a length almost to make up here in the final 500 metres. But given what we just saw in the women's 8, it is entirely possible. But Germany just need to be really decisive if they want to snatch this off Great Britain. GB, Richie and I were lucky enough to bump into them and their coach yesterday. They were absolutely biting to get out on the water despite the weather, and certainly all that training paying off, because they currently sit almost a length up, now more like 3/4. Germany really are making the most of their sprint here. They're up at 39 strokes a minute. GB still at 38, but Germany moving more solidly into silver medal position. But look at this race for bronze here. Romania under threat from New Zealand.
The New Zealand crew directly qualified into the final, didn't go through the repechage, so there should be some that a bit fresher, but the Romanians now powering on, and they're trying to put pressure up onto the silver medal. I think the Romanians are coming up. They're within a third of a length of the Germans for that silver and looking to secure the gold. I think the GB, they've done enough. They haven't got that length of clear water, but that doesn't matter because they're holding on to the length here, 3/4 of a length ahead of the German crew when they're running towards the finish. Under 250 metres to go. GB powering the way here now, up at 41 strokes per minute, coming in towards the finish line ahead of the Germans. But let's see what the Romanians can do in the surge for the line. Can they get that silver medal? GB, Camilla, looking good here.
GB looking good, 3/4 of a length, much more comfortable than we saw in the women's 8. And here they go, under 19 world champions in the men's 8. Great Britain followed by Germany for silver. Romania hang on for that bronze ahead of New Zealand. Czechia will finish in 5th, Italy in 6th. And GB have done it, the 3rd gold medal here for the British across the boat types. But it will be gold here in this men's 8. A huge performance here for this 8. Natalia Toms in the Coxed seat, Sam Scowen, Felix Peerless, Jamie Ginsberg, Alp Karadogan, Oisin James, Robert Rawlinson, Frederick Middleton and Gabriel George. Last medalist, our last gold medalist here. Germany delighted with that silver still. Big celebrations there from the stroke seat of Germany, Daniel Hopf. And the bronze medalist, Romania, managing to hold on. But that concludes our A finals here at the Under-19 World Championship. Still B finals yet to race, still to go to determine the minor places. But all the medals now have homes. They have winners, they have victors, and we'll be joining the last 2 medal ceremonies in just a moment's time. So don't go anywhere.
So just getting ready to watch the medal ceremony here for the women's single sculls race. Coming into view, lots of supporters there. Irish flag celebrating Holly Davis's silver medal. Holly Davis of Lee Valley. I know Mick O'Gallen is here watching with a lot of supporters from the Irish contingent. And we're just seeing the bronze medal now being awarded to Chloe Kelorde of Uruguay, coached by Marcelo Trigo. And as Camilla was saying, really the Uruguayan squad's on a surge here. Lots of success across all of age ranges. And a little bit of a pride for me here with Holly Davis of Ireland collecting the silver medal. Fantastic for her, bronze medalist in the double scull, and now celebrating her silver medal. Fantastic week of racing from Holly and a bright future ahead. Huge support from the big strong girls, of course, as well. And great to see the silver medal being picked up by Holly. And our gold medalist, Bianca Camilla Ifteni, 16 years of age, and she has dominated the entire race here, racing the single sculls, both in the heats, the quarterfinals and the finals. A really powerful roar. Marian Gruchik, her coach, proud as punch, I'm sure, watching the gold medal being awarded there. 16, so we're going to see a lot of her in the under-19 races too. To come, the gold medal just being handed there. Little bit of emotion showing in the face of Bianca Camilla as we listen to the national anthem of Romania. So lots of celebrations there just as we watch the medals being awarded there in the women's single sculls. Gold medal going to Romania, silver medal to Ireland, and bronze medal to Uruguay. Footage here, you can see the grandstand and the setup that we have here. The crews from the men's eights just making their way now up to the medal presentation where Romania, Germany and GB will pick up their medals. And this is the final medal ceremony of this championship regatta, because from here on in we have the B finals for some of the races that took place earlier on in the semi-finals. A change program of course here because there is bad weather expected to cover Sunday, so we had a change in the schedule, but nothing that upsets any of these athletes. They're well used to swapping and changing. They've adapted really well across all of the categories that we've been racing here over the last few days. We lost a day's racing on Wednesday. We've lost a day's racing tomorrow, but no issues whatsoever with the crew preparation and getting out there to race in their heats, repechages, semi-finals and finals. Just watching the Romanian crew coming up to the podium, along with the crew from GB and Germany. So we'll be back shortly with the medal ceremony for the men's eights.
Place maintenant un ensemble bi-finale. Nous allons commencer par la finale bi, 200 barreurs féminins. Il s'agira au couloir de la couloir de l'Italie, couloir 3 des Semifinal, couloir 4 du Canada, couloir 5 de l'Autriche, couloir 6 de l'Espagne.
So just while we're waiting for the medal presentation to get underway, I can give you an update. We're starting into the B finals with the women's junior pair between Hungary, Italy, United States, Canada, Austria and Spain. And the race is already underway. We're just watching the highlights here. The Canadian crew in lane 4 getting off to a nice start there. Stacey and Harrison from Canada. Really nice footage here from the B final. Of course, these crews have raced already in the semi-finals, not making the final, but coming back out here and racing for the ranking positions to secure positions 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in the overall ranking in the regatta here. So all to play for the B finalists. And they settle in now. We're catching up with the live footage. They settle into their race rhythms, and it is the crew from USA, Nelson and Krantz, leading it out here, but the lead is swapping and changing between them and the Austrian crew. Ekschlager and Nagler are in leading, swapping between them and the USA. Coming through 500, it is the Austrian crew, just ahead of USA in second place, and then the Canadians, they're the 1, 2 and 3, back down to Spain in fourth, ahead of Italy and Hungary in fifth and sixth. Really nice conditions here. The rain has died off. The wind is easing down as well here. So much nicer rowing conditions from the blustery races that we had earlier on in the program. Seeing here the Austrian crew, Ekschlager and Nagler, rating 36, powering on here, just trying to get half a length lead ahead of the Canadians and the crew from USA, side by side here and matching each other stroke for stroke. 35 strokes per minute for both Canada and the US, and similar boat speed as well, which is maintaining their contact with the early leaders here of Austria. Pushing in, you can see the 750 meter mark just in the background there, so they're coming up on halfway in final B of the women's junior pairs. The Austrian boat with Nagler in the stroke seat, stroked from the bow side, and Ekschlager in the bow seat. They are doing their best to shake off the challenge that's coming here from Canada and the US. There's an overlap still then back to Italy in lane 2, and somewhere off the pace then Hungary and Spain back in 5th and 6th with clear water back to them. But all the running being done by Austria at the moment. We're just watching the Canadian crew take it up a pip or two and try to move into contention for the lead in this race in the final B of the women's pairs. The USA crew not able to keep up with the Canadians, and the Austrians at the moment back in third and in danger of being reined in by the Italians to take that third spot. 1,000 meter mark now coming up for the competitors here. It's still Austria doing all the running here, but they've had at one stage 3/4 of a length. It's now down to just, I'd say, half a boat length, if even a third, ahead of the Canadians in second, USA in third, Italy in fourth, Spain in fifth, and Hungary in sixth. So all six crews now through the 1,000-meter mark and into the second half of the race. And it's a real battle here up at the front between Canada and the Austrian crew. So it's still the Canadian crew putting on a real big surge here, trying to take back the lead from Austria. The Austrian crew rating now 35 strokes per minute, and it is the Canadians who have pushed into the lead. Really solid 500 meters for them, coming up with 7:50 to go, and now we see the Canadians go for it. Really solid rowing from them. The Austrian crew just coming very close to the boys over on this side, so maybe the crosswind might be affecting them a little bit, and they're responding now. They're putting a push on against the Canadian crew, doing their best back to get on level terms, and these two crews pushing each other on have opened up a little bit of clear water. The USA still in contention for third place in the first half of the race, now being reined in by the Italian crew, and it's looking a little bit laboured for the US crew of Nelson and Krantz, ahead of the Italian crew Delia and De Maria. But a really, really nice row here from the Canadian crew to move into first place. Stacey and Harrison powering on just by about half a length of the boat ahead of the Austrian crew, our early leaders, in second place at the moment, but with a little bit of clear water. They have a bit of a comfort zone back to the chasing pack led by the Americans, but as I said, I think the fast finishing Italians might come back and raise it up and pull through. The Austrian crew coming very, very close to their lane now, so they're going to have to make another adjustment to get back into the centre of their lane coming down the track. So there we have it coming through 1500. It is Stacey and Harrison of Canada leading it out ahead of Ekschlager and Nagler of Austria, Nelson and Krantz from USA in third, and Dilio and De Maria of Italy in fourth. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4, and the Italians really on a surge here, and that race between the Italians and the USA is helping them also to maybe get an overlap with the Austrian crew. So superb racing here from Canada though to move into the lead in the last 500 metres. They were third off of the start, moving into second through 1,000 and coming into the last quarter of the race taking the lead. Really smart rowing from the Canadians here. And they're rating at 37 strokes per minute, still the fastest boat out on the water with just 250 metres to go. You can see the marker in the background. They're trying to extend their lead now to get a 1 length lead ahead of the Austrian crew, and then the crews from USA and Italy, and you can see Hungary in the background there, currently back in fifth place ahead of the Spanish crew, out of shot at the moment. But the Canadians here on the right hand side of our screen, really nice rowing from them, unlucky to not make the A final, but racing here for position 7 overall in the world rankings. It'll really stand for them and boost up their CV and credentials as well, and when they move on, either staying in this under 19 category up to under 23, having that win in a B final will stand to them. So they're powering home here. Really good second half of the race for the Canadians. They held the heads coming through. Didn't worry them that they were in third place going off of 500, moving all the way up into first, and now they're holding on to power home here with a little bit of water to spare, coming ahead of the crew from Austria who did all the running at the start. But it's going to be Canada coming up, finish line in sight for them just by about a length, finishing ahead of Austria in second, and a surging crew of the USA. They struggled in the middle half of the race but came back there nicely to secure third place ahead of the Italians, with the Spanish crew now just coming up to take fifth place ahead of the Hungarians. So this closes out final B of the women's junior pair. Really great row there from Stacey and Harrison of Canada to secure 7th place overall in the women's junior pairs. So the official result up on screen there, and I'm sure they'll be looking at the times as well to see how does 7:52.08 fare against the crews that made it into the final of the women's pair. So they'll see how they are ranking overall. So the familiar sound in the background means we're heading back to the podium now for the last medal ceremony of these under-19 championships, where we're going to have the ceremony for the men's eights race. A really fantastic row there from the GB crew. Very smart rowing from them, getting out to the lead after 500 and holding on to it and fending off the challenges that came from Germany and from Great Britain as well. We're just watching the Romanians make their way across the podium there. Coached by Christian Mallis. And the GB crew, gold medalists, taking up their spot. With Natalia Thomas there, the female coach for the Great Britain crew. And the German crew as well coming in to take their spots for the bronze medal. So the Romanian crew picking up their medals here for the men's eights. In the bow seat, Antonel Avakitari. In the two seat, Silviu George Elenes. In the three seat, Stefan Kopazaru. Racing four, Silvio Marian Dimitriou. In five, it was Darius Florence Simeon. In the sixth seat, Sebastian Alexandru Tasca. In seven, Constantin Filip. And the stroke of the Romanian bronze medal winning crew, Stefan Bogdan Moleaz. And the all-important Cox, Alexandru Nedescu, taking the bronze medal. So great regatta for Romania, a number of high placings there. It'll stand to them, as I said, when they move on from under 19 into 23 and beyond. And our silver medalists. Germany, absolutely delighted with their silver medal. We saw that when they crossed the line as well. Great to see. And picking up their medals there. An emotional bowman, Franz Rudolph, picking up the silver medal, racing in bow. Tom Ulbrich in the two seat. Lasse Young, racing three. The tallest of the crew then, Leo Fischer in four. Moritz Muller in the five seat. Bilal Hamani in the six seat. Yanis Karthels in seven. Daniel Hopf in the stroke seat. And the Cox of the German boat winning silver medal, it is Sidipa Yadoga. And the German crew coached by Johannes Karg. Congratulations to our silver medalists from Germany. And our gold medalists. It is Great Britain. Got to see the guys yesterday in the boat park talking to Dougie, one of their coaches, formerly of Cork Boat Club. Heavily involved in the GB setup now, and a great success to everyone involved, including Coach Patrick Duggan. Dougie, as he's better known as. The Great British crew in the bow seat, Gabriel George. In two, Frederick Middleton. In three, Robert Rowlandson. In four, Ossian James. In five, Alp Cardogan. In six, Jamie Ginsberg. In seven, Felix Peerless. In the stroke six, Samuel Scone. And the Cox, a lady amongst all these gentlemen, Natalia Toms. a really fantastic race to close out the medal races here at the Under-19 World Championships. And congratulations to all the competitors and our medalists. Bronze medalists Romania, silver medalists Germany, and our gold medalists Great Britain. Celebrations there for the medalists in the men's Under-19 8. Bronze medal to Romania, silver to Germany, and the gold to Great Britain. Meanwhile, we're back with the B finals and the Under-19 men's pairs. This race already through the halfway mark. We're just watching the footage here of the earlier start between these crews. The lineup: in lane 1, Hungary; in lane 2, Spain; in lane 3, Chile; in lane 4, Italy; lane 5, China; and lane 6, Austria. So already halfway through the course, and we're getting the stats coming up here. It is the crew from Chile leading it out at the moment, ahead then of China in second place and the Italians in third. So all the action centre of the course, but having a really good last 100 metres. It's actually the Austrian crew now. And you're on screen in the distinctive red boat. They've actually moved on to the lead, so they've gone from third to second to first over the first half of the race here, and now coming through with 7:50 to go. They're striking for home, and it's the Austrian crew of Czech and Strauss in the red boat leading it out then now, ahead of China and Chile. In second Chile, and second China, and third then just ahead of the crew from Italy. And then a little bit further off the pace, it is Hungary and Spain in 5th and 6th, but very much still within striking distance, as they do have an overlap with the leading crews. Coming up with about 600 metres to go. The Chinese crew now putting on a surge, and they've actually passed out the Austrians. So it's a really exciting race here, with the lead changing a number of times between Chile, China and Austria. The Italian crew now on a surge as well, taking it up to 38 strokes per minute, doing their best to get in contention here for position 7, 8 and 9. Come up, you can see the 1500 metre mark, so 500 metres to go. And it's anyone's guess. Coming through, it is the Chinese crew just leading, Yi and Li leading ahead of Czech and Strauss of Austria in second. The Chilean crew holding on to third, just ahead of the Italians. Spanish then in 5th place, ahead of Hungary in this B final of the men's junior pair. Down to the last quarter of the race now. And the Austrian crew, who had done so well over the last 500 to take the lead, have now been passed out by the Chinese crew. Yi and Li doing really well here now, and now coming into the finish line, they're looking up to maintain a lead, but they've only got about half a length ahead of the Austrians, and it's now the Italians who have moved into third place ahead of Chile, who were in the mix there, and early leaders as well coming off the start. But the first half of the race taking a lot out of the Chilean crew, and they're now back in 4th place with just 250 metres to go. The Chinese push on again here, up at 39 strokes per minute. They're the fastest boat on the water, so they're powering the way to the finish line here. It is China leading it out, the Austrians responding, Italians taking it up yet again, up at 42 strokes per minute, as indeed are the Chilean crew, but they might have left it a little bit too late. They're on a surge to try rein in the Italians. No doubt about the leaders here though. It is going to be China coming in towards the finish line, ahead of Austria in second place. If anything, I think the Italians might have done enough, but responding really well in the last few hundred. It is the Chilean crew coming back now at the crews from Italy and Austria. A blanket finish here in Final B of the men's pairs, coming up towards the finish line. China doing enough to just take the win ahead. Then it's going to be a photo finish between the Italians and the Chilean crew for second and third. The Austrian crew back and forth ahead then of the Hungarian crew in fifth place. A really great race. You can see just how much it's taken out of this Chinese crew. The strokeman trying to catch his breath there as he finishes the race. A really, really great finish from the Chinese crew there, just in the second half of the race, coming with 7:50 to go. They changed gear to move into the lead and hold off the challenges that came, moving from sixth place, believe it or not, the Chinese crew at the 500 metre mark, all the way up to first and crossing the line there to take the win ahead of Italy. Sorry, it was actually Chile who came back. Chile came back and took second place ahead of Italy. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and we've already moved on now to the next race, which is the women's fours race. Great footage there of the 5 crews contesting the women's fours race. No Coxes in this, so it's the Coxless fours race between lane 1 Canada, lane 2 Australia, lane 3 Spain, lane 4 Austria and lane 5 China. So the earlier footage we saw has now caught up, and we are gone through 800, 900 metres, coming up on the halfway marker now. The drone footage showing us that the leaders are the Australian crew here ahead of Canada. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, ahead then of the crew from Austria in third, who in turn are ahead of Spain and China in fourth and fifth. So just coming through the 1,000 metres, there you have it, is Australia leading it out ahead of Canada, Austria in third place, Spain in fourth and China in fifth. And again, this is the B final. No medals on offer here. It is the B final of the women's fours, and these races have been run because of the schedule changes with the adverse weather that is forecast for tomorrow. So we're fitting in all of the racing in to close out the programme here on Saturday. Really nice rowing from the Australian crew, coached by Mark Beer, and we have in the bow seat Georgia Montague, in the 2 seat Greta Spencer, in the 3 seat Lila Fizev, and the stroke Minea Bishop. And they have a little bit of clear water ahead of the crew from Canada in second place at the moment, and the Canadians coming under a little pressure from Austria in third at the moment, who the Spanish crew have an overlap with them. The only crew out of it at the moment with a little bit of clear water is the Chinese crew back in fifth place. So still racing here for the overall rankings coming out of the Under-19 Championships. So all to play for here in the Australian crew. 34 strokes per minute. Really solid performance here from the Australian crew. Pushing on, opening up a clear water now. Just looking at the wind here, it's getting a little bit blustery, but these bigger boats should be able to handle the conditions here fairly well. And that's exactly what this Australian crew are doing. They're continuing to move away from the chasing pack, so more than clear water being opened up between them and Canada, Austria and Spain as they come into the 1500 metre mark. So Australia crossing the line there ahead of Austria in second. The Austrians now moving ahead of the Canadians just in the last few strokes. Canada had been in second place, but now Austria in second, Canada in third, and it's the Spanish crew is still holding on to fourth, and China back in fifth. Really nice rowing, as I was saying, from this Australian crew. A commanding lead that they have here, and they're really dominating the race here. Great footage of the overhead drones that we have out on the course here today. And a really solid row from the Australian crew coming up to the last quarter of the race here. They're continuing to push on and move away from the crews that are chasing them down, and the Austrian crew moving into second place now. If they're going to go and put pressure on the Australians, they're going to have to, because they're going to run out of water. We're already in that blue line of markers you can see over on the left hand side. to indicate there's less than 250 metres to go. Australia still powering on here, taking the rate up now. The Australians at 36 strokes per minute. They're pushing for the line. The Austrians trying to chase them down up at 41 strokes per minute, but I think they're going to run out of water here. Finish line is going to be in sight for final B of the women's fours, and position 7 overall in the world rankings, looking like it's heading the way of Australia. Really solid row and performance from them to come in the B final of the women's fours, just coming up towards the line, ahead of Austria, who had a really solid last 500, but they're really putting it up to the Australian crew here. They're going to run out of waters, but they might just get a little bit of an overlap here coming into the finish. Just watching Australia take the win ahead of Austria. Really good second half from them to take second place ahead of the crew from Canada. In third place then, ahead of Spain, and China just coming in to close out final B of the women's fours. Really tough racing for these crews. They would have gone through heats, repêchages and the semi-finals then as well, some of the crews, to get into this B final. But a great way to finish out their championship regatta here for Australia to take the win in the B final. Oh, so official. Sorry, we're up already to the next race. So the men's fours race now coming up on screen. We're just watching the recap here, the footage from the start, and they're already on its way down more than 500 meters, so I'll give you an update shortly. Just watching the footage there. Again, you can see the crews in the background waiting for the next races, and this fantastic course that we're racing on here today, the Olympic and Paralympic course here in Paris. And back now into the middle course there. So we've gone through 500 meters, through 1,000 meters, and very little between all of the crews here. Leading it out at the moment, it's Uzbekistan, just ahead then of the crew from Spain. Croatia in third place, just about ahead of the crew from Switzerland in fourth, and then very little between the USA and Serbia for fifth and sixth. So great overhead footage here. You can see they've gone through 1,250 to go. Sorry, 1,250 to 750 to go, and you can see in lane 5 that Uzbekistani crew are really powering on. They were fourth off of 500, third in through 1,000, and now coming up to the last quarter of the race here. They're leading it out, but it's such a close race between the chasing pack, between right beside them in lane 6, the Serbian crew doing their best to stay in contention here, as well as on the far side we have Croatia, United States and Switzerland, and the crew from Spain as well. So really competitive race here in the final B of the men's junior 4, coming down now to the 500 meter mark with all of the crews overlapping. It's going to be a very exciting finish here at the Under 19 World Championship Regatta. Down to our last few races. 500 to go now. We'll get the official standings coming through, but it's Uzbekistan came through first, ahead of Croatia in second, Spain in third, Switzerland in fourth, USA in fifth, and Serbia in sixth. But look at that, 1.85 seconds separating all 6 crews. Just shows how competitive this event is, and these crews are already racing in the semi-finals before here racing in the B finals. And we're just watching now. It looks like the crew from Croatia putting on a big push and trying to take the lead. So it's Croatia leading it out here, I think, along with the Uzbekistani crew who've done all the running in the last 500 meters. There's the 750 meter mark coming through, and the crews will level up, and it does to me look like it is the Croatian crew, and right beside them the USA now 1 and 2, with the Uzbekistani crew back in third place ahead of Switzerland and Spain, and then the Serbian crew. But overlap between all of the crews, so all to play for here in the overall rankings. So they're into the blue markers, well into the run-in now and towards the finish, and it's going to be a blanket finish here. We'll need the camera ready for the photo finish between all of the crews to sort out the placings here. But it does look like that Croatian crew along with the USA charging for the line here. It looks like Croatia, but the US really powering on here now. They've taken it up to 42 strokes per minute. Can they take the lead from the Croatians? Oh, it's going to come down to a photo there ahead of them, and the Spanish crew back in third place. So just waiting for the official results to come in. All 6 crews cross the line there. It was Croatia taking the win there just by 0.02 of a second ahead of the crew from the US. They're the 1 and 2. Spain getting in for third ahead of Switzerland in fourth. And then the Uzbekistan crew in fifth ahead of Serbia. So there's the official standing, the official results of Final B of the men's under-19 fours. A great win there for Croatia, and again, all of these crews, I'm sure the first thing they'll do once they get off the water is have a look at the times, see how it compares to the A finals, and see how they would have done against the lineup there. We'll wing our way back up now to the start of the women's quad sculls, Final B. The lineup there up on screen: lane 1 South Africa, lane 2 Netherlands, lane 3 Poland, lane 4 Canada, lane 5 Greece, and in lane 6 China. These crews already, we're watching footage there, lovely footage. The start up there, I was up there on Tuesday and Wednesday when I got here, took a walk up around the start. Beautiful facilities here at the Olympic and Paralympic course, and we're watching the quad race B final get underway. This is just footage from the earlier start. These crews have already gone through 600-700 meters, so we're going to catch up with them now. And the crew leading it out, it is the Polish crew. You can see in lane 3 leading it out at the moment ahead of the Greek crew in second place, South Africa in third, China in fourth, Netherlands in fifth, and Canada in sixth. That's the standings as they went through the 500 meter mark. No doubt about the leaders, the Polish crew in full control here, with Clearwater already come up on the halfway mark. So really strong rowing here from Kosakawa in the bow seat, Jezek in the 2 seat, Bajerska in the 3 seat, and Stepien in the stroke seat. And Poland leading it out here, but almost 4 seconds ahead of the nearest competitor to them. The crew from Greece in second at the moment, ahead of China in third. China moving from fourth to third in the last 500 meters. Ahead then of the South African crew in fourth, Netherlands in fifth, and Canada in sixth. So really powerful rowing from Poland here, unlucky not to make the A final, and they're coming out here with determination to win this B final. Really nice rowing from the quad sculls. Some of our most competitive races in the heats and also in the semi-finals, and now in the B final here we're seeing Poland power the way down towards the finish line here, opening up Clearwater ahead of the chasing pack. And at the moment it's the Greek crew in second, but China right beside them. They'll push each other on the right hand side of your screens. China in the red colours, the Greek crew in the blue and white colours beside them. They're pushing each other on ahead then of the crew from the Netherlands, who look like they've just passed out South Africa to take up fourth place overall. And they're coming up now on the 1500 meter mark. No doubt about the leaders, centre of your screen. It is the Polish crew powering on, as I was saying, trying to get in to get that 7th position overall in the Women's Under-19 World Championship. And in second place, just challenging there, it's Greece just holding off at the moment. China, they're the 1, 2 and 3, and the Netherlands now moving up into 4th ahead of South Africa, and Canada back in 6th. A really powerful display from this Polish crew, dominating from the start. They took the lead coming off the first few strokes, and they've moved away from the chasing pack ever since then. And we're coming down now to about 400 meters to go, less than 400. They'll be coming into the run in towards the finish, and they'll hear the crowds and the encouragement from the grandstand. And looking now, it is the Greek crew putting on a big push here, up at 39 strokes per minute. They're trying to shake off the Chinese crew down at 35. So I'd like to see the Chinese crew now start putting the gas on and put pressure on the Greek crew. But the Greek crew absolutely motoring now at 40 strokes per minute. And they're trying to come back, and they are eating a little bit into the lead that the Polish crew have opened up. But I think this Polish crew are in full control of the race here. They're down at 34 strokes per minute. And they'll be able to look left and right, and they'll know that they're in control here. But they'll keep an eye on that Greek crew, because up at 42 strokes per minute, they're powering all the way here, trying to get back into contention. But the Polish crew, really dominant display for them to come into take 7th place overall in the women's quadruple sculls under 19 championships and get that important ranking. You can see how the crosswind is affecting them there. A little bit choppy coming into the last run-in, just crossing the line ahead there of, so it is Poland crossing the line ahead of Greece just by 1 length, securing 7th position, 8th for Greece overall. China coming in then in 9th, 3rd in this race, but 9th overall. They're the 1, 2 and 3 in the junior women's quadruple sculls. Wind picking up again here. 4th across the line it was the Netherlands, ahead of South Africa in 5th, and the crew from Canada in 6th. So blustery conditions here now, the wind picking up again for the last couple of races. Next up is going to be the men's quadruple sculls. Just 5 races left to close out our under 19 championship regatta. So final B, I can give you the rundown of the crews here as we watch some footage of the highlights of the start. Belgium will be in lane 1, Italy lane 2, New Zealand in lane 3, USA lane 4, France lane 5, and Romania in lane 6. So great footage here of the start of the race, and now we're catching up with it. They have gone through the first few hundred meters, and leading it out in lane 4 at the moment it's the USA, just ahead of the crew from Belgium. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, so center of your screen, the USA crew and Belgium leading it out, and then there's very little between the chasing pack between Italy, New Zealand, France and Romania, just coming up on the 12:50 mark. And really such a close race here between all of the quad sculls. All 6 boats within a length of each other coming through up towards the halfway mark. So really competitive. The only crew making a little bit of a strike now, it is the Belgian crew in lane 1, pushing on here and just opening up a little bit of a lead. So they really are going for it here, Belgium. De Bruyne in the bow seat, Verkest in 2, Van Overschelde in 3, and Lawrence in the stroke seat in the men's quad scull. They're pushing on, but the other crews are responding to the challenge now and trying to come back and eat into the lead that has been opened up. The crew nearest to you, Romania, just above them it's France, and United States, New Zealand and Italy. So Italy may be in 2nd place at the moment, coming through the 1,000 meter mark. They're the 1 and 2, but this is one of the closest races we've seen in this championship regatta. All 6 crews, a length and a half separating them, coming down to the second half of the race. The Romanians looking good here, nearest to your screen at the bottom, ahead of the crew from France. They'll get the home encouragement coming into the second half of the race here, and it might lift them enough to come and challenge the leaders out at the front. It's still the crew from Belgium leading it out from Italy. They're the 1 and 2 over at the top of your screen. Those blue markers were into the last 250 coming down now. And it is going to be still the crew from Belgium just in the second half of the race. They change gear and move in to take the lead. Now up to about half a length, 3/4 of a length ahead of Italy. The crew then from France and Romania now coming back. The French crew, I did say once they get the home crowd behind them, it might lift them, and that's what's happening here. But the Romanians going as well, taking it right the way up here down towards the finish line. It is a real surge here on between France, Romania and the crew from Italy. They're racing it out here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the race. Back then to New Zealand and to the USA USA challenging in the earlier part of the race, but really running out of gas coming in towards the finish line here, and just coming up to level and the finish line here. It is going to be a really strong performance here from the Belgian crew. Been pushed all the way, but 3/4 of a length, half a length. They've crossed the line there, taking 7th overall, ahead of Italy, with the French crew coming in to take 3rd, ahead of Romania, and the crew from New Zealand and USA back in 6th place. So a really great race there. Congratulations to Belgium. Karel de Bruyne in the bow seat, Brecht Verkest in the 2 seat, Julius van der Overschelde in 3, and Neil Lawrence in the stroke seat. A really great race from them to take 7th position overall in the rankings and win the B final at the men's quadruple sculls. So jubilant scenes there from the Belgians. They're celebrating that, and as I said, it's all important to get the overall ranking, so great to see them celebrate. And there's the official, sorry, no, we're back onto the start list for the next race coming up. But well done to Belgium there. The next race coming up is going to be final B of the women's double sculls between Belgium and lane 1. Let's see if they can do what the crew did in the quadruple sculls. So Belgium lane 1, Italy lane 2, New Zealand in lane 3, USA in lane 4, France in lane 5, Romania in lane 6. So apologies, we're back now with the women's double sculls. The lineup, I'll correct myself there, apologies. The double sculls, it is Belgium in lane 1, China in lane 2, Australia in lane 3, France in Spain in lane 4, France in lane 5, and Germany in lane 6. So we're watching the overhead footage here of the B final, the women's double sculls. Leading it out, it looks like it is the Australian crew, centre of the course, and the Belgian crew, they look like the leading crews, ahead then of China. So all the action over in lanes 1, 2 and 3. I wonder, did the shelter off of the start? You can see up at the top of your screen, it is quite sheltered coming off the first 200-300 metres for the crews, especially lanes 1, 2 and 3. Compared to the open water of 4, 5 and 6, but now they're moving to that middle part of the race. You can see just how this course opens up, and the strong crosswinds that have been affecting crews all day kicking in again, so the crews might have to overcompensate to make sure that they stay over towards the left of their lanes. As we're watching these crews make their way down the track here, it's still Australia doing the running in the centre of the course, ahead then of the crew from Belgium in 2nd place, China in 3rd. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and then it's back to Spain in 4th, but barely between Spain, Germany and France for 4th, 5th and 6th. So Australia powering on here in a final B of the women's double sculls. And again, tough qualifications for the crews, having to go through heat semi-finals, some of them going through repêchages as well. But out here now in the final races, this is their last row of the regatta, and they want to give it absolutely everything here for the all-important overall rankings. So we're seeing Australia now leading it out here. Bridgefoot and Page, and they are leading out now ahead of the crew in 2nd place. It is the Belgian crew of Helsen and Gillis, and 2nd ahead then of China. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Spain back in 4th at the moment, ahead of Germany and France in 5th and 6th. Coming up, they've gone through the 1,000-metre mark. You can see it just in the background on the left-hand side of your screens. A really nice rowing here from the Australian crew, 34 strokes per minute. They're the fastest boat on the water, so a real controlled race here, but they have a little bit of an overlap now. China and Belgium are the chasing pack here, and they've got an overlap with the Australians, so not quite clear water between our leaders, 2nd, 3rd at the moment. It is clear water then back to Spain, France and Germany for 4th, 5th and 6th as they come up to the 1,500-metre mark. So we're still watching the Australian crew, really nice rowing from them. As I said, Bridgefoot in the bow seat, Page in the stroke seat, pushing on here. They did allow the crews to get a little bit of an overlap, but they've pushed on now, taking the rate up to 34 strokes per minute. You can see the crosswind is affecting these crews because they're over towards the right-hand side of their lanes rather than going down the centre. But there's a couple of little adjustments been made. If they get too close to the boys, they are just correcting themselves and getting back on track again. Really nice rowing from this Australian crew, coached by Agustin Radero, and we'll be quite happy to see them lead out the B final here, going for 7th place overall. The Chinese crew then, Yu Li and Liu Yan-wan, coached by Jie Jing, in 2nd place at the moment here, just having the better of the Belgians. It did look like the Belgians were going to challenge for 2nd place, but the Chinese, just in the last 500, really pushing on now to take 2nd place in the B final and 8th position overall. We're into the run-in. There's lots of encouragement still here from the crowds in the enclosure, encouraging these crews home, and the B final is just as important to get those overall rankings. We're watching Australia now, centre of the course, powering on, and very little has changed. The only position changes we've had really has been the Chinese crew getting the better of Belgium to move into 2nd place here. Finish line in sight, just glancing over my screen, I can see the Australian crew just coming up to take the win ahead of China in 2nd place. They'd be delighted with that, both crews. A quick little fist bump there for Australia. China in 2nd place ahead of the crew from Belgium in 3rd, the Spanish crew back in 4th, Germany coming in 5th and ahead of France. They're closing out the junior women's double sculls. The official results there, Bridgefoot and Page taking the win there for Australia ahead of China in 2nd, Belgium in 3rd, Spain in 4th, Germany in 5th, and the French crew closing it out in 6th. So that concludes B final of the women's double sculls.
Next race is already past halfway. We move from the women's now.
I can just about catch my breath, and we're going to head up for the next race, which is our 3rd last race of the day, the junior men's double sculls final B. And I can give you the lineup here: China in lane 1, Portugal lane 2, Australia lane 3, individual neutral athletes in lane 4, Belgium lane 5, Poland lane 6. We're just watching those crews come off the start. Recap footage there, seeing them underway. And coming through 500, it was the Chinese crew who were leading it out ahead of Australia in 2nd, Belgium in 3rd. And now that we're catching up with the race here, you're seeing the live feed. And going through 1,000 metres, it was the Belgian crew, Persin and Delpa, leading it out ahead of Power and Willett of Australia in 2nd place. They're the 1 and 2. But really looking across here, there's 4 boats that are really in contention, coming up to the 1,250 metre mark. Very little between them. The only crew at the moment is the individual neutral athletes back in 6th place, a little bit off the pace, along with the Portuguese crew, but Portugal still in 5th, but they have an overlap and still very much in the mix here. So still similar to the previous race, so Australia leading this one out in the men's double sculls. Jack Power and Chad Willett for Australia. Jack in the bow seat, Chad in the stroke seat, as coached by Sean Carolan. They're leading it out in the centre, and then in 2nd place at the moment it is the crew from Portugal, now moving into 2nd ahead of the crew from Belgium. They're the 1, 2 and 3, so really solid rowing here from the Portuguese crew to move up into 2nd place, having been 4th and 5th coming through the earlier part of the race. So really solid rowing from Portugal. Santos and Rodriguez now moving into 2nd place ahead of Belgium. China in 4th, Poland in 5th, and then the individual neutral athletes in 6th. Down to the second half of the race of about 600 metres to go. 400 metres to go, and it is still Australia Power and Willett here in control and doing their best to open up even more of a security blanket in the running towards the finish. But the Portuguese crew, really solid rowing from them over the last 1,000 metres to get into second place. And we're watching now, it is the Belgian crew pushing on, trying to move away from the Chinese crew who are pushing them all the way for third place in final B of the men's double sculls. Down to 2:50 to go. Australia, and they are mimicking the previous race in the women's double sculls where we saw the Australian women's double take the win in the B final. The men's just going to do the same here as well, coming up towards the finish line. It is going to be Australia and a real battle on here. A surge on from Poland as well coming up towards the finish. Just watching the Australian crew and the Portuguese pushing all the way to the line here, up at 40 strokes per minute. The Chinese have gone up to 40 as well, as indeed are the Polish crew and Belgium, all pushing for the line. Finish line in sight for the crews here. Can Australia hold on to the lead? They've just about done enough work here. It is the Portuguese crew then in second place and all to play for third overall. But it is a surge to the line here. The Chinese just coming back as well. So it's going to be Australia crossing the line just about the Portuguese crew, I think, getting the win there against the Chinese crew. So Portugal in second place, just confirmed, ahead of China in third. A really good row for China to get back into third position overall. And then a storming finish from the individual neutral athletes, Karienu and Shabatsko, who had went from 6th up to 4th in the last 500. And then the Belgian double, in 5th place ahead of Poland. So really great rowing both from the Australian crews in the men's and women's doubles, taking the wins in final B. We're down to our last two races now in the overall championship, and just our drones catching up. You can see the footage there. Next up is going to be two finals, the final of the men's, the B final of the men's single scull and the B final of the women's single scull. The lineup for final B in the men's single scull: lane 1 Portugal, lane 2 Canada, lane 3 Poland, lane 4 Germany, lane 5 Slovenia, and lane 6 Great Britain. So again, all of these competitors would have raced in the semi-finals earlier, now into the B final, and we're just watching the footage of that race getting underway. The first few strokes for the scullers as they went off of the start. And you can see just how choppy the water is there, and you can see how cold it is with some of the competitors wearing long sleeves and leggings. So it is a little bit chilly here, and if you're waiting around for your race up at the start, you want to make sure that your body is being kept warm. So that's why we see some of the people wearing hats, long sleeves and leggings as well. Unusual in August, but the way the weather has been this week, it's to be expected. So now that the race is well underway, we're into the 1,000 metre mark, and leading it out is Diogo Gonçalves from Portugal, ahead of Ola Hohensen in second place for Germany. They're the 1 and 2. Third then for Dominik Sipsos of Poland, 1, 2 and 3. Canada in 4th, Slovenia in 5th, ahead of Great Britain in 6th. So Portugal doing all the running. His distinctive blue boat there, you can see over in the left hand side of the screen. He's in lane 1, leading out our second last race of this championship regatta. He's just about half a length ahead then of the two scullers centre of the course that you're looking at, the crew from Germany and Poland, really little between them. The German sculler about a canvas ahead of the Polish sculler in third. And then we have the Canadian sculler very much in touch, is second from the left in 4th place at the moment, ahead of the sculler from Slovenia, and then Great Britain back in 6th on the right hand side of your screen. So they've gone through the halfway marker, coming up with about 800 metres to go. The Canadian sculler up at 37 strokes per minute, much higher rate, and he's putting a big push on here to get back into contention. He has that overlap with the other crews, so that's a great motivator for him to move now rather than leaving it for the last 500 metres where he mightn't have enough left in the tank. So he's going now to try push on and take himself back into contention here. The German sculler now moving into the lead ahead of the Portuguese sculler. So it's Germany leading it out in lane 4. Ole Hohense Unlucky not to make it into the A final. Quite impressed with him throughout the regatta here. He's leading it out, and it's Poland now moving into second, ahead of Portugal in third, our early leader, Canada in fourth, Slovenia in sixth, and Great Britain in sixth place at the moment, but just 1.79 separating first to fourth. So it's a very competitive race here in the B final of the men's single sculls. Germany pushing on here, but taking the Polish sculler right beside him, taking him with them, and the two of them pushing on here now, both rating 35 strokes per minute. The German sculler just holding on to the lead, ahead of Poland in second place, Portugal in third, but the Canadian sculler now looking to move ahead of the Portuguese sculler. So it's Canada now moving into third place in this race, coming in with just over 400 meters to go. They'll be coming into the run into the finish. They'll hear the encouragement from the crowds, which will lift them, I'm sure. And I'm looking at the Polish sculler now moving into the lead. So it's Dominik Sipos of Poland, centre of the course. He's putting on his push. He's timing it well here now, just to pass out Ole Hohense of Germany to take the lead, matching each other. Hohense lifts it again, and he's responding to the challenge. Going again, it's Diogo Gonçalves, who was our early leader in lane one in the blue boat on the left hand side of your screen. He's now pushing on to get back into contention here with the last run in towards the finish. All to play for these four scullers. It looks to me as if Diogo Gonçalves, he's just done enough now. He's taken back the lead in the last few strokes. A really push from him. He's gone from third. He was our early leader, then back in third place, now winding his way up towards the line. He's going to cross the line ahead of the Polish sculler in second, and then I think it might be the Canadian sculler who might have gotten in there. Lucas Moroni Babluglia, waiting for the official result to come in. So it is a win there for Diogo Gonçalves in final B of the men's double scull. Second, it was Dominik Sipos. Really great finish from him to challenge for second place, and I think it's a photo for third. Just waiting for the official result to come in between the scullers from Canada and Germany for fourth and fifth, and then the scullers from Slovenia in fifth and Great Britain in sixth. So still no official result in yet. You just have to wait. They're just checking the details while you're looking at fantastic overhead footage here of, you can see all the nations' country flags on the gangwalk up towards the finish tower, where the timing and jury officials are sitting, as well as the production crew for the commentary. So still no official result. I'll give it to you as soon as I come in there for the photo finish, but it was a win for Diogo Gonçalves for Portugal. A really great race for him. He led the first 1,000 metres, slipped back into third, but coming back to take the win on the finish there, ahead of Dominik Sipos, and then is in second place for Poland. And we wait for the official results. Photo finish, I think, coming our way. I'll jump over to the junior women's single sculls. We're looking at the start footage just being shown now, all underway cleanly there between Austria in lane 1, Netherlands lane 2, USA in lane 3, Hungary lane 4, Italy lane 5, and the independent neutral athletes in lane 6. So they went through. You can see those red markers there, indicates the first 100 meters or so before they come up on the first timing marker. Coming through the 500 meter mark, it was Annelies Hall leading it out for USA. But coming into the 1,000 meters, the footage is going to catch up shortly. Coming up to 1,000 meters, it's actually Grete Heder of Austria who's moved into the lead here on the far side of your screen in lane 1. Leading it out then ahead of Annelies Hall in second place. We were talking about Annelies earlier, rowing in different categories of racing, coastal and the beach sprints as well. She's in second place at the moment, ahead then of the independent neutral athlete Prakchesevich in third place on the far right hand side of your screen. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and very little then between the chasing pack of the Netherlands, Hungary and Italy for fourth, fifth and sixth. No doubt about the leader here though, Grete Heder, having an absolutely storming race. She was fourth going through 500 meters, but has now jumped into the lead. I'm just going to jump back to the men's race to give you the official result there. Portugal took the win, and it was Poland in second place, and just on the photo finish it was Germany who got third place ahead of Canada. So Ole Hohense just holding on to third place there in the single sculls. Meanwhile, back in the women's race here, no doubt about the leader, Greta Hayter, having the race of her life here over at the left-hand side. She's really going for it here through 1,000 metres, leading it out and coming up on the 1,500 metre mark. She has over 20 metres separating her and the chasing pack, which is being led at the moment by Annelies Hall in second place, ahead then of the crews from Netherlands. So just through the 1,500 metres up on screen now, it's Hayter from Austria in first place, Hall of USA in second, independent neutral athletes in third, Netherlands in fourth, Hungary in fifth, and Italy in sixth. So this is our last race of the championship regatta, closing out with the junior the under-19 women's single sculls final B, and a really great display here of sculling from the sculler from Austria, Greta Hayter. Really pushing on here. Clearwater lead ahead then of the USA in second place. And then independent neutral athlete Pacevic in third place ahead of Anna Menke of the Netherlands in fourth, Luca Padar of Hungary in fifth, and then Aurora Spirito of Italy in sixth place at the moment. The finish line is in sight for these scullers to close out the regatta. And there we can see really distinctive boat here, the yellow shell and then the green top of the boat here for the Austrian sculler. Really nice rowing from her. She took control of the race here into after the first 500, moving from fourth into first, and really has just moved away from all of the competitors. No one else to be able to keep up with her pace that she is pushing out here coming in towards the finish. She'll get a little bit of encouragement from the crowds that are here cheering her on. Finish line is going to be in sight. Last few strokes for her, really commanding the lead. And as I said, a lot of these crews that are racing in the B finals, the first thing they'll do is check their time against the A finals to see how they would have gone. And really nice display of sculling here. She's powering all the way to the line. Last few strokes, you can see the finish line in sight now, and look at the distance between her and the chasing pack here from the USA in second. So it is going to be crossing the line first. A really great win there for Greta Hayter of Austria in first place. And second going to Anna Menke, who had a really strong finish there to move into second, ahead of Aurora Spirito. So lots of changes towards back of the pack, with Menke of the Netherlands coming in second, ahead of Spirito of Italy in third. Then Pratasevic of the independent nation in neutral countries in fourth place, then ahead of Annelies Hall, moving back into fifth, and Luca Padar in sixth. The official results there up on screen for final B of the women's single scull, and this closes out our under-19 championship regatta. So you can see the crowds have dispersed somewhat with the last of the racing underway. You'll see all our officials coming down in the catamarans towards the finish now. So huge congratulations to all of the competitors and coaches and crews. Unbelievable circumstances that we had this week with trying to maintain all their composure with the delays that we had, with a cancelled race on Wednesday, cancelled racing tomorrow, but recovered well to the schedule changes that were put in. Didn't affect any of the racing. They gave absolutely everything out at the finish, and really great, fantastic racing at this under-19 level. We're in for a treat when these crews move up a gear or two into under-23 and onto senior. Bright futures ahead as we look at this amazing footage of the Olympic and Paralympic venue. Less than 12 months to go. We'll all be back here cheering on nations once again for the Olympic and Paralympics.